What's up, Abacca? the price back. Bring the price back. Bring the price back. Bring the price back.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. What's this? What's this? What could this be? I wonder. Just look. Lovely. Lovely. Now, what the fuck? Fucking hell. I'm gonna die. Don't cry. I'm gonna die. Stop it. Oh, I'm gonna have to blow the whistle on you. Oh my god. I'm a policeman. I can show you my badge. I'm serious. I'm a policeman. Let me show you my badge. Why don't you pick up the phone? 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 Come on, pick up the phone. Are you okay? You want a Subway? Why don't you pick up the phone? Why don't you pick up the phone? Come on! Answer the goddamn phone, will you? I'm the police. I know it's the house, because I'm a policeman. I can see, yes I can. I'm a policeman. Don't take the piss. Look at this. I'm a policeman. Oh yeah! Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. You having a laugh at ya? like it. I like it. There is. Yeah. Oh my God, there is. My phone stand. Everything everywhere. It's crazy. That's your boss, right? Oh, that's weird. How comes that's? Oh, yeah, that way. Oh, that's bad. What time is it now? Oh, 21 minutes past 1. That's 21. 21.
21 minutes past 9.
Yeah, 21. 21. 21. 21. 21. 21.
I spoke to a taxi driver
Yeah.
and he said to me, I told him about my car, and he said it's the ECG chucking shit out your exhaust, and the DPF needs sorting out as well.
All right.
So both of them need sorted.
They're saying it's not going to be a different. It's going to be a different MOT soon.
Is it?
Yeah, it's going to be like all computers and all that. The manual MOTs will be ended. But I think it's bad, really. I mean,
What they're going to do with our pit money?
I'm getting my gold out.
Do you know you get paid?
Yeah.
The government's all about taking away the money and giving you vouchers.
Really?
Yeah. That's conservative, not conservatory.
That's crazy.
Never factor in the fucking Prime Minister, isn't it?
Is it really? Oh man. They used to call my mum Thatcher. Yeah.
Always do conservative.
I've done a reel on Instagram, and someone moved all the bags away. There was loads of dustbin bags. It looked crazy, mate. So. I'll get my parcels tomorrow.
Yeah. You need to get up early then.
7 towels and 6 cups.
You want to make sure you get up early so no fucking nix them.
Yeah, I know. Oh. I had a Subway's
And what?
I had a Subway's and the rider turned up and I'll give him a goodie bag, right? I think it was a woman actually, I'm not sure. But anyway, because I had a ham on and all that. Anyway, I've got loads of A4 size pictures of when the NHS dragged me out of my house and put me in the section units. And I'll put it all in a goodie bag for the delivery rider. It's funny, man. I got one that's got mass COVID on it saying you're fired and all that. And the other pictures are quite mad. Yeah, when they come in my house and started looking around and all that. And they put me in a cage. It was mad. So I thought I'd just send it with Deliveroo. Yeah. Oh, because that's the people I was giving Bluestone Raver Cups when I was a sectioned. Hello, Tracy. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. 21. That's crazy. Smoke, here comes the sun. Yeah. Kev, when I smile, this happens. It's really mad. It is. I don't understand it. You ready? You watching my face? It's crazy, isn't it? Why didn't you get a driving job? Yeah. Yeah, my knee hurts as well, actually, saying that. It's because I'm sat like this. It's crazy. Well, I haven't really. I was outside and I've done a bit of Instagram and someone moved all my bins and put tried it all over and up. I left a couple of bags in the bin, but that's fine because I collected them. They collected them on Friday, I think. No, I'm sitting on it. It's lovely. I think it's nice actually. I think what I'm bad do in future is put a cover over it. I did buy a sheet off of a tarpaulin off of Temu for 20 quid, I think it was. Yeah. 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 I'll wait for something and then I can do some printing. Oh. quite warm in here now.
What's that?
Ugh. 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 Mm. Mm. McCoy's. Lovely. Ah,
I'm not sure they drive to. Have you seen Kate?
no, not so.
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm.
Maybe she's on one.
I don't know what problem is really. I sent the NHS to Subways. That's crazy, isn't it? I put them in a bag, give them to the rider, and the
I'll get rid of the braid. All of it. Oh no, I've got to explain it, it'll be alright. That's what fix what you do, alright. Yeah.
I've got half a cup of tea.
Yeah, I've got a cup of tea now. What we're doing since yesterday is cough, runny nose.
Yeah, I've had all that.
Have you had them? You had it for 2 days?
Couple of days, yeah.
Yeah, must be a virus going round it. Yeah.
I just get my clippers out, and when I was seeing any grey on me, that's it. I'm clippers all the way.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, plugged in, ready to go. I did have some hands that said "Let's go." Did I show you those?
It's great. Good, great.
Yeah.
I'll drop you on the ball. Bit of blonde, German. Blonde Tom here, blonde ball, bit German. SS.
I've got a nice lady from Germany. Lovely bar, lovely face and all that. Blonde hair and all that.
This is full line.
I can't remember now. I think I got her on WhatsApp.
Said you wait for me. He goes, yeah, all right. So you don't see any text back anymore, we'll come around and see you. That was it. You got to the messenger back. They just randomly messaged her. Said that.
Oh. Oh.
Actually, we were chicken through. Chicken, chicken, what if you got a pizza? I'm saying, the most came to eat, they keep covering people up. So if I'm coming here, I'll be fucking stuck in my seat. No, what fucking hours we had the other day as well. We came all over the hot fucking sweat and all that, like, but what we put my hair there? The tea, we all that. The reach. The girlfriend had watched me make it. I said, how the fuck was the exact tea? But he accused me of it. I thought he was fucking mental, mate. What did you do when I'm not here? I'm not here. I'm not like upset that she's using all the gas. Pour some fucking gas. Well, no, I haven't left all good. Well, mostly left for you two. Nothing happened fucking like for weeks, right? Yeah.
Oh.
You like on YouTube?
Yeah. The sound effects don't work on YouTube, but it does on Facebook.
I'm on there, Maximus Extreme.
Who?
Extreme Maximus.
Really?
2009 computer.
All right. That's crazy, man. Oh. Oh, yeah. What's that, mate?
She wants a tenner off me so she can gamble online.
Oh, really?
You got a 16-year-old daughter out there needs food. Yeah, but I was just thinking about it. You never will. I'm not going to always be here. I do. Oh, shit. I always do. It's amongst them gambling.
Oh, my God. I've got one button left. What am I going to do with the one button?
What is it?
What should I do with this one button?
Was it food?
Yeah, it's a Cadbury button, yeah. Really?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's just one button. That's crazy, isn't it? Oh, that chocolate was lovely. Mm.
Say that to everyone. someone else who would
Oh. Oh. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Yeah. Low battery. I got low battery.
Oh yeah.
I got to charge it.
Sticky charger in.
Yeah, I will. Yeah. Yeah. That should be working. Oh. Oh. I'm a bit hot. Oh. Okay, now. I'm pretty done in actually. Yeah, calm man. Yeah, I probably will later. Yeah, I know. Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's great, mate. Oh. 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 Another packet of buckles, Oh. Kelly's boring, isn't it? Really?
I'll go to bed after this.
Oh.
Good shit. Where you got your vaccine on? I've got some unusual.
Huh?
I should have some in here. Hopefully. Oh, yes. Ooh la la.
Hmm.
So I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go sleep. I'll give you a ring tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, all right, mate.
All right, see you later.
See you later.
I came here to get further than I got last time. Last time I got to the quarter final, I'd hope to get to the quarter final again. And if I did, I'd be really proud of that.
I'd be gutted if I was going home because it would be a short but sweet experience. But yeah, we'll see what they decide.
Over 2 rounds, you have been nothing short of phenomenal. Very, very well done, all 5.
It's been a really tough decision. Our first quarterfinalist is RJ. Congratulations. Our second quarterfinalist is Cleona.
Well, thank you.
Okay, Natasha, Linda, Tiggy, we've only got 1 quarterfinal place left. Our third quarterfinalist is Natasha. Very well done. Linda, Tiggy, thank you so very much. It's been an absolute pleasure having you back. Thank you very much indeed, Williams. Thank you.
Well done.
Oh.
I feel okay to be going home. Bit sad, but there's lots of good cooks there, so, stiff competition. It's a massive experience and I've loved every minute of it.
the MasterChef experience with an element of joy, because one thing is I get 2 aprons, which I can now put on my wall in my kitchen. So yeah, it's been great, honestly. Fantastic.
Oh,
Congratulations, you three. You are MasterChef quarter finalists.
I've never done this before. MasterChef fourth finalist, I can't believe it. I'm very, very happy with getting this far, but I'm definitely going to push myself and see how much further I can take it, 100%.
We all knew it was going to be really tight. It was a really tough round. Everyone was on such a high level. It was just relief now.
oh.
The journey for me as I started. I'm confident, I'm happy, looking forward to the next round.
Next time, it's the last of this year's quarterfinals, and RJ, Cleona, and Natasha
Whoa! Look at you!
will be joining Chris, Mary, and Matthew,
It's a bit hot in the kitchen.
cooking for one of the country's top restaurant critics.
That one passed. Okay, I please stop fighting up now.
You've absolutely delivered. It is cranked to 11.
See you here tomorrow at 7:30 or watch now on BBC iPlayer. Sun, Sea and Party Island Secrets. Lara McDermott explores what makes Ibiza tick. Press red to go raving. Well, Just Laughs kicking off over on BBC 3 now. Back of the net comedy with some girls trash talk.
Glow Up is back with mind-blowing looks to create, idols to impress,
This is minimal art.
and a career-transforming prize.
It's stunning.
The competition is just getting started,
I want this more than anyone.
so let's glow for it.
Ding dong, darling.
The new series of Glow Up. Press red to watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Couldn't help but notice your bust on the desk. I heard any funny noises coming from there. I'm in a front row seat.
Oh.
If you hear this door open, it hide if I read. Just tell me what you want. I don't know where to begin.
The final series of Inside Number 9 starts Wednesday at 10 on BBC 2 and iPlayer.
The local election polls have just closed and cost of living is a key issue for many. Fortunately, we have a Nobel Prize winning economist on our panel. And in Scotland, can the SNP recover from their latest drama? Fortunately, we have the SNP on our panel too. We're in Northstowe, near Cambridge, straight after the news.
This is BBC One in the South. Now the BBC News with Clive Myrie and Alan Sinclair at 10 o'clock.
At 10, the polls have just closed in a host of elections across England and Wales, the biggest test of political opinion ahead of the general election. Also, mayoral elections and a by-election in Blackpool South. This the scene at the count where the Conservatives are defending a slim majority.
The polling stations closed, the ballot boxes open, the counting begins. Results will flow throughout the night, throughout tomorrow, and yes, throughout Saturday too.
Also tonight, a man appears in court charged with murder after the death of a schoolboy in northeast London. Marcus Monzo also faces several other charges, including 2 counts of attempted murder. Plagued by delays to its opening, Take That now won't be playing the troubled Co-op Arena. In the occupied West Bank, a UN independent expert says BBC evidence suggests the killing of a boy by Israel was a potential war crime.
And the pass for Diaby.
And Aston Villa scored 2, but it wasn't enough to beat Olympiacos in the first leg of their Europa Conference League semi-final.
In the south, a fast food delivery rider who admitted biting off a customer's thumb. And the voting's over. We're at one of the local election counts, which all parties are watching closely.
A very good evening to you. The polls have just closed in local elections across England and Wales, the biggest test of political opinion ahead of the general election. Police and crime commissioners will also be chosen. There are mayoral elections too, and the by-election in Blackpool South. All the results will be coming in over the next couple of days, with party leaders looking for indications of what a general election might bring. Well, Chris is here with his take on what we should all be looking out for over the next 48 hours. Chris.
Yes, evening to you, Clive. For the last 15 hours, millions of decisions have been taken and thousands of aspiring decision makers, politicians, await their fate. This is a patchwork set of elections around England and Wales with a long tail of results going on until Saturday night. Let's talk councils in England first, and these purple splodges. That's where councillors are being elected to 107 councils, many in the northwest of England, but also in the Midlands and in towns around London. This is the scene in Harlow and in Essex. This is a classic spot for a tussle between the Conservatives and Labour. Plenty of counting for them to do. Results expected in the middle of the night. There have also been elections for police and crime commissioners in England and Wales. They've been around for around about 12 years. They hold the police to account. And let's talk too about mayors. There are 11 of them being elected around England. Here is what's going on right now in Hartlepool. They are counting a council race there, as well as the contest to be the mayor of the Tees Valley, a enterprising zone there as they await the ballot papers and get going with the counting pretty soon. You know, last time the Conservative Ben Houchen won the mayoral contest there by roughly 1 million miles. How will he fare this time? Oh, and there is a parliamentary by-election too at the home of the Pleasure Beach and the Tower, Blackpool South electing a new MP. From the politicians, the spin is just beginning. The expectation management and where they'd like to focus.
Well, the first result we'll look for is the Blackpool by-election, which is the only result where Rishi Sunak and the government are really on the ballot paper. And if we can gain that, that will show real progress on the way to the coming general election.
The last time most of these seats were fought was in 2021, where we had effectively a vaccine bounce as we rolled out the COVID vaccine. That was our best set of local elections since 2008. So that's a very high base. So compared to that, it is going to be difficult to achieve on that. So that's the backdrop, I think, for the results that we're going to see this evening.
Oh, and a final thought. A newish thing is needing photo ID when you turn up to vote. It began in England, Scotland and Wales under this man, the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Here he was encouraging people to turn out today. And this morning, he rolled up at his local polling station in Oxfordshire. And he was turned away because, yes, he'd forgotten his ID. He later returned with the right ID. His spokesman told the BBC, Mr. Johnson voted Conservative. Well, eventually. Clive.
All right. Okay. Chris Mason there, political editor. And Chris was mentioning there, of course, that Blackpool South by-election. The Conservatives there are defending a majority of just 3,690. And Helen Catt is at the count for us now. The tallying has already begun, Helen.
Expecting the first boxes to arrive here in Blackpool South in the next sort of 5 to 10 days. As Chris said, is a constituency that takes in all the major sites of Blackpool, the Towers, the Pier, the Pleasure Beach, but it is also the third most deprived constituency in England. Now, Labour sources are confident that they are going to pick up a win here. They are framing this, as you heard Pat McFadden say, as the most important contest that's happening this evening because it is a straight parliamentary contest. Labour did win this in 1997 and they held it for 22 years until 2019 when Scott Benton won it for the Conservatives. This by-election has come about because Mr Benton resigned after he was suspended from Parliament for a set period of days and was facing a recall petition after he was filmed offering to lobby ministers on behalf of undercover journalists posing as gambling company investors. So Labour confident of a win here. If that happens, I think all the focus is going to be on what is the scale of that win. Does it suggest that Keir Starmer could be on course for a majority. Is it big enough for that? Also, a lot of attention being paid to what happens with reform here. Their predecessor party, the Brexit Party, came third here with 6% of the vote. I think they are expecting to do better than that. A reform source I've just been speaking to said that they believe they had a good day today at the polling stations. We'll have to see how they fare.
All right, Helen Capp there, reporting live from the count at Blackpool South. Chris, all the elections, mayoral races, Blackpool South, the psephologists, the party leaders, us journalists, we're all going to be divining what we can out of those results to try to see if there's any indication in relation to the general election. What should we be looking for?
Well, the dividing is going to take quite a while, first five, because as delighted as I would be if you can join us on BBC One throughout the night, and we're on Radio 4 and 5 Live and the BBC News app as well, unlike a general election night, when the sun rises tomorrow morning, we will not have a definitive outcome. Why? Because there's loads of results encountered tomorrow, loads more on Saturday. If this is all wrapped up by the time Match of the Day is on Saturday night, that'll be around about what is expected. Now, each and every result matters for its own sake, and we should emphasise that. But they collectively shape the mood at Westminster. Now, the Conservatives expect to do badly. They're telling me that quite a lot of their usual voters in rural areas have not turned out. They could have done perhaps better elsewhere. They are talking up some of the mayor races, in particular the Tees Valley. They're confident there. They reckon the West Midlands is on a knife edge. Labour, as we just heard, are talking up Blackpool South. They're confident that they are going to win there. Conservatives think that they've done okay relative to Reform UK, who they often fear. So yeah, plenty of counting still to come. Should mention quickly the Liberal Democrats are pretty positive in areas where they're competing with the Conservatives. So the numbers and the words begin, and they'll roll on for 48 hours at least.
Long night ahead. Okay, Chris, thank you. Chris Mason there. And as Chris was saying, there's a special election coverage programme tonight and overnight on BBC One and the BBC News channel. It's hosted by Laura Koolsberg. She'll be here to tell us a little bit more about what to expect later in the program. Our man has appeared in court charged with the murder of the schoolboy Daniel Anjorin in northeast London. Daniel, who was 14, was on his way to school when he was fatally stabbed in Hainault on Tuesday. Marcus Monzo, who's 36, also faces several other charges, including 2 counts of attempted murder. Here's Lucy Manning.
Marcus Monzo arrived at court in central London with heavy security. The young Brazilian-Spanish 36-year-old is accused of murdering 14-year-old Daniel Anjorin on Tuesday in Hainault. The court heard more details about what the prosecutor described as horrific offences. At 6:45, a van was driven at speed, knocking over one of the victims. Mr. Monzo is then said to have slashed him with a samurai sword in the neck. 15 minutes later in Lang Close, it's alleged he forced his way into a house where a 4-year-old and her parents were sleeping, attacking a man in the bedroom, saying he would cause him harm if you don't believe in God. It's alleged that then in the street he ran up behind Daniel Anjorin as he walked to school, slashing him in the neck and stabbing him, and then hid in the bushes and attacked a male and female police officer. Today, the sister of the man attacked in his home said he was a hero for protecting his wife and child, but faced a really long and traumatizing recovery. In court, Marcus Monzo, wearing a grey tracksuit, was flanked by security officers and held his left hand up against his chest throughout the 7-minute hearing. Marcus Monzo stood and spoke slowly in court as he gave his name. He's charged with 7 offences: murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, 2 offences of grievous bodily harm, and possession of a samurai sword. On Tuesday, hours after the attack, the police started searching the suspect's house in Newham in East London.
It was like really minding his own business, no space for interaction. He's always by himself, no girlfriend, no parties, no anyone, just him.
Daniel's family described the 14-year-old as a wonderful child, well-loved and hard-working, and that his death left a gaping wound in the family. A loss felt across the community. The teenager just steps from his home when he was killed. Lucy Manning, BBC News,
John Swinney looks set to become Scotland's next First Minister. A former Deputy First Minister and SNP leader, he's announced his intention to succeed Humza Yousaf. Today, he received the support of the woman who many thought might challenge him for the top job, Kate Forbes. She's now been offered a significant role in any new government. James Cook has the latest from Edinburgh.
Please show your appreciation for John Swinney.
The SNP is in trouble, divided, distracted, and struggling to govern. John Swinney says it's time to get a grip, and he is the man for the job.
I could have stood back and hoped others would sort things out, but I care too much about the future of Scotland and the Scottish National Party to walk on by.
You've said there you can't walk on by because essentially your party is a disunited mess. What specifically is wrong with it?
Well, the party's not cohesive just now. We are not together. We're not operating as one big unified team. But what I am absolutely certain about is if the SNP gets its act together, it will be a formidable force for good in Scotland and a formidable force for success in Scotland as well. And that's what I offer.
Mr. Swinney is a veteran of Scottish politics, an SNP member since 1979. He led the party from 2000 to 2004 and then spent 16 years in the Scottish Cabinet under both Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon. Is he really prepared to do it all over again?
I am no caretaker. I am no interim leader. I'm offering to lead my party through the Westminster elections and to lead us beyond the 2026 elections, two contests which I intend to win for the SNP and for Scotland.
At first, he had to deal with a potential rival, Kate Forbes. He did so by lavishing her with praise and a job offer.
She is an intelligent, creative, thoughtful person who has much to contribute to our national life. And if elected, I will make sure that Kate is able to make that contribution.
She replied in a statement saying he offered competent, candid government, adding, "I have concluded that the best way to deliver the urgent change Scotland needs is to join with John Swinney and advocate for that reform agenda within the Scottish Government." John Swinney talked a lot today about the need for the SNP to change. But hang on, he's no outsider. He's been shaping the party for decades. If, as expected, he becomes the next First Minister, he'll be judged on whether he turns those words into deeds. James Cook, BBC News, Edinburgh.
Take That have become the latest acts to move shows away from the troubled Co-op Live Arena, which has been plagued by delays to its opening. For the third time last night, its doors remained closed due to technical problems, with fans already queuing up outside. Here's Danny Savage.
It was a surprise 18th birthday gift for a best friend, a hard-to-get ticket to see Olivia Rodrigo at the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester.
It's all I've been looking forward to. I've got exams at the moment, it's stressful, and it was like a break. It was the big thing that I was waiting for.
But last night, Amy and Grace found out the concert, due to take place on Saturday, had been called off because of another problem with the venue.
I just cried, and it was more upset than anger. It was just awful. She was on a series on Disney Channel when I was little. I watched on that and then I listened to her music. I would have loved to have seen her live. It would have been amazing. Not a lot of artists do so many shows up north. It's kind of like, so for Manchester to get 2 shows in this new big arena, it was like, oh.
The latest delay in opening has been caused by part of the heating and ventilation system becoming loose. It now has to be completely checked over. Just before it was supposed to open, the BBC was shown round by Tim Leiweke, the big boss of the owners.
Even though it's the largest arena in the UK and Europe, it's also acoustically the most perfect arena in the UK, and it's the tightest arena in the UK. And so from an engineering standpoint, a design standpoint, it's a marvel.
But it's a marvel which is still to see its first big gig. The owners say they are deeply sorry for the upheaval.
We'd booked the tickets back in September when my daughter was in hospital. She was in hospital for 3 months. She suffers from anorexia. And when this tour was announced, it was a really big focus point.
No Olivia Rodrigo concert tomorrow has really affected this family.
She instantly sort of reverted into herself and got into bed and has lost sort of the hope of seeing somebody that she idolises. And sort of that part of her recovery is, you know, having those milestones and things that she can work towards is really important, and having one taken away at the last minute has had such a detrimental impact on her.
Peter Kay was supposed to be the opening act at Britain's biggest indoor arena. Who it will be still isn't clear. Tonight, the band Keane have cancelled their gig on Sunday, and Take That will perform elsewhere. Safety has to be the priority, say the operators of the Co-op Live Arena. Danny Savage, BBC News, Manchester.
President Biden has warned pro-Palestinian demonstrators on university and college campuses across America that they don't have a right to cause chaos. Riot police have moved in to clear a mass protest camp at a university in Los Angeles, with officers tearing down makeshift barriers. It follows similar police action at Columbia University in New York. Hundreds of people have been arrested. Emma Vardy has more from Los Angeles.
After midnight, the first signs police had begun to execute their operation. Despite building a makeshift fortress around them, the protesters' barricades were overpowered.
We're seeing police now going into one side of the encampment, and it looks like they're starting to tear tents down. But there's something of a siege mentality here right now, because protesters and their supporters have gathered around this whole encampment on all sides.
If there's no pepper spray, it will be in a council.
It became clear the encampment was unlikely to last the night. Hundreds of police formed a ring of steel, while others systematically took ground.
A large number of officers are gradually making their way further in, and they're setting off a volley of flashbangs here to disrupt the crowd as they do it.
The deafening police grenades continued for several hours. Officers were seen firing rubber bullets. Images online appeared to show one person wounded after being shot in the head. Just before dawn, the raid was almost complete.
In a matter of hours, police have now dismantled and flattened much of this encampment, and the last remaining protesters are now being detained and taken away.
President Biden said students have a right to protest, but not to break the law. Activists not affiliated with UCLA had been involved, as well as students from other colleges. More than 200 arrests were made.
BBC News, can you give us your reaction to what's happened tonight?
Expected.
Expected? Why did you want to be here?
Pathetic.
What do you feel you've achieved with this?
By morning, this is what remained of the encampment that had occupied the main quad of UCLA for a week. Police operations across the US have demonstrated that encampments will not be tolerated for long. At UCLA, it's disrupted students' exam week, and it will be some time before this campus returns to normality. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, Sarah Smith, our North America editor, is live in New York for us. Sarah, President Biden, he's come out, he's been speaking, and he's received a bit of flack for not speaking until now about what's been going on.
Yeah, he'd said almost nothing about these protests until now, even as they had been spreading right across the country. And today, for instance, we saw the police called onto the campus at Portland University in Oregon. They went in there and arrested several students who had been occupying the library building on campus. This is continuing all over the nation. And the president had said that there is a right to protest. He vigorously defends the right to protest, but that is different from the right to cause chaos.
Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest.
So he's coming down on the side of the university authorities who have made the decision to call in the police on campuses like at UCLA, where today they were cleaning up the aftermath of that dramatic police action there overnight. And the president said that vandalism, trespass, and causing disruption to classes does not constitute peaceful protest. So that is not protected the way the right to free speech and the right to protest is, he said, because this is not an authoritarian country where people are allowed to speak out. And at the very end of his statement, He was asked specifically whether any of these protests had caused him to reconsider his policies in the Middle East, and he gave that a very firm no. So that is him telling these protesters that all of this disruption that they've caused so far has effectively been in vain.
All right. Okay, Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith there in New York. Now, the United Nations independent expert says evidence gathered by the BBC suggests the killing in November of a boy in the occupied West Bank by Israeli Defense Forces was a potential war crime. 8-year-old Adam, who was unarmed, was shot and killed, alongside his friend Basil, who was 15. The IDF says the circumstances surrounding what happened are under review and that suspects had been attempting to hurl explosives towards their forces. Now, the West Bank has been occupied by Israel since 1967. The situation there is tense, but violence has increased since the Hamas attacks on Israel last October. Now, a BBC team has been to the town of Jenin, and tonight we're going to show you the circumstances that led up to the moment Adam and Basil were shot and killed. Isabel Young's report does contain very distressing details.
We've been in the West Bank for 5 weeks, investigating how 2 boys died on the 29th of November last year.
Oh wow, it's very blue.
Are you comfortable taking me back to what happened that day?
بكى نزلنا تحت بكى نلعب فوتبول. بكى في جيش مقتحمين بكى ظلم 16 ساعة. بطخها بس لا تطلق على آدم هون على راسه. طلعت نازلة تحت بسرعة شفته. سويت له هيك آدم ما بكاش يعني بكى تروح وتطلع بكاش يرد.
We've been meticulously piecing together what happened on this street the day Adam and Basil were killed. We've obtained copies of CCTV and mobile phone footage from multiple angles. In the early afternoon on the 29th of November, a convoy of at least 6 armoured Israeli military vehicles are returning from a nearby raid. At the same time, the boys and around 7 friends are out on the street. Basil is holding something in his hands. We were not able to clarify what that was. Across the street, one of the friends is filming on his phone as an Israeli military vehicle drives by. When the footage is slowed down and enhanced, it shows the driver's door opening. The driver has a direct view of the boys, being around 24 meters away from Basil and 36 from Adam. We can see from other camera angles that just a few seconds after Adam's friend captured the door opening, at least 11 shots were fired from the direction of the armoured vehicle. We've obtained copies of Basil and Adam's medical reports. They show that 2 bullets struck Basil's chest, and another hit Adam in the back of the head as he was running away. The Israeli army has shared a picture with us taken at the scene by one of their soldiers, which they say shows an explosive device. We've cropped the image because of its graphic content. They also say suspects have been attempting to hurl explosives towards their forces, putting them in immediate danger. They responded with fire, and the circumstances of the event are under review. But it seems likely they were in an armoured vehicle at the time, and according to all the video evidence we've examined, 8-year-old Adam was not armed when he was shot in the back of his head. Unlike Gaza, the West Bank is not classed as a war zone, and so the international laws around the use of lethal force are more prohibitive. UN Rapporteur Ben Saul acts as an expert for the Human Rights Council. He's reviewed our findings and says, while there may be questions about if the use of lethal force could be applied in Basil's case, for Adam, this appears to be a violation of international humanitarian law, a war crime, and a violation of the human right to life. We also showed the footage to a former Israeli military commander.
There is a possibility of unlawful, activity conducted by Israeli soldiers. It happens. But you see a certain portion of reality and not the overall picture.
That overall picture is complex. Israel does face threats in the West Bank from armed Palestinian resistance groups. But experts have told the BBC that the actions of its military that we've seen may well be in breach of international law. Isabel Young, BBC News, the West Bank.
And if you'd like to see the full investigation, you can watch The Other War, which is on the BBC iPlayer. Now, British scientists have used tiny fragments of bone to piece together the skull of a 75,000-year-old Neanderthal woman. The intricate 3D jigsaw puzzle has allowed them to reconstruct what the woman called Shanidar Z would have looked like. The crushed skull was found in a cave in northern Iraq in 2015, and it's taken more than a year to painstakingly rebuild. Scientists say the discovery has advanced our understanding of the species, and it's now believed Neanderthals were much more advanced than previously thought. Aston Villa, the last Premier League club left in European competition, have lost 4-2 to Olympiacos in the first leg of their Europa Conference League semi-final. Joe Wilson has more from Villa Park.
Villa Park, home of the European champions. Yep, that was true in 1982. Well, here it is, the goal that won Aston Villa the European Cup. Here and now, it is the Europa Conference League, third tier of European club football maybe, but it brings the possibility of glory. When Olympiacos scored, Villa was shocked, then relieved, then shocked again. Given offside on the pitch, it was ruled on by VAR, just such as the modern roller coaster. Villa's defence only confused themselves when Ayoub El-Kabi took another chance in his stride. Where was Villa's shot at glory? Their manager was inquiring urgently. The principal Villa fan was keeping calm. And so, when it mattered, was Ollie Watkins. 2-1, back in the game. Then level. Moussa Diaby scored from there. It was not finished. Douglas Luiz, arm raised. Referee said penalty. Ayoub El-Kabi said thank you. When the ball flew from Konsa's back into the net, Olympiacos led 4-2. Still time for a Villa penalty and for Douglas Luiz to miss. This semi-final has a second leg. If you have anything left, Joe Wilson, BBC News, Villa Park.
Now, back to our main story in the local elections across England and Wales. Laura will be presenting special coverage on BBC One throughout the night as the results start rolling in, and she's here with me. We're all going to be trying to divine what is going to happen potentially in the general election. What should we be looking for?
Well, we need to remember that every win and every loss does matter in its own right. Chris reminded of that, and we do need to bear that in mind. But, you know, in a general election year, the significance of a local election results has rocket boosters on it. And there are three big questions that these results are going to help us answer. Is the Tories' performance going to be as woeful as it is in the national polls? They are as unpopular as they were during the calamity of Liz Truss. Is Labour's huge lead in the polls as credible and as big when it comes to real votes going into ballot boxes? And if the answer to both of those questions seems to be yes by the end of Saturday, will Tory MPs band together and actually have the bottle to push the button on trying to oust Rishi Sunak? That seems unlikely at this junction, but Number 10 knows that it is not impossible. So there's a huge amount riding on these results. We'll be here on BBC One from 11:40 tonight. Me, Chris, and a gang of top political guests here and our colleagues around the country. So do join us then. It might be quite a ride.
Indeed, top team. All right, Laura, thank you. Laura Kingsbury. Now, time for a look at the weather news, and Helen has the details for us. Hi, Helen.
Hi, Clive. Hello there. Well, a very turbulent start to our day today, but actually, all four home nations have reached their warmest day of the year so far. 23, that was in Suffolk, that was the highest. And we did have some sunshine. However, as we get one area of thundery rain away, we've got the next one that's Germany, France, and the Low Countries. Lots of flashes and bangs to come here, and we may well import some of that as we go through the night across into East Anglia, the southeast, pushing into the northeast of England. Lots of mirth under this weather front in the south, which is really reinvigorating as well, could give the odd rumble of thunder. and some mist under the cool skies further north, perhaps hugging from the east coast but developing inland. But it is in the north where we'll see the best of the dry weather again tomorrow. But there's quite a lot of cloud on our weather front in the south, and then we've also got those storms coming in a little bit further north, potentially again into East Anglia, northern England, up through the Vale of York, possibly pushing into southern eastern Scotland and threatening Northern Ireland towns with the odd rumble as well. So not quite as dry further north and west, but it's here where we'll see the warmest weather again. Really quite a contrast further south. Temperatures considerably lower than today. We've changed the wind direction to a westerly, which will push in some late sunshine Friday, and then that will push it northwards on Saturday. So something a little brighter for England and Wales, we think, Saturday, but with some showers, rather more cloud further north and west, and some thundery showers here. Perhaps again, just the northwest of Scotland, continue with the dry, sunny weather. Temperatures pick up again elsewhere because it is warm at this time of year in the sunshine. It's May after all. But it's low pressure all the way through the bank holiday weekend, and the potential for something even wetter to spill into the south and east again on bank holiday Monday. So the devil's in the detail. It's certainly one to watch. Don't make this the last forecast that you see as we go towards the bank holiday weekend. Clive.
All right, Helen, thank you for that. That's it. Now BBC One, time to join our colleagues for all the news where you are. Have a very good night.
Thanks, Clive. Now the late news from South Today. Hello, I'm Alan Sinclair. A fast food delivery rider who bit off a customer's thumb in a row over a pizza will be sentenced for grievous bodily harm tomorrow. Jennifer Rocha from Aldershot pleaded guilty, but there's concern tonight over how the delivery industry is run because she was still working under another person's name a month later. Angus Crawford's report contains some disturbing images.
Who's bringing your takeaway tonight? The vast majority are great, but we found riders who are violent.
Never would I ever use a delivery app ever again in my life.
A delivery rider is trying to get away from angry locals because she's just attacked a customer, bitten his thumb off.
I lifted my arm up. Blood.
That's him, Stephen, with his hand in the air, wrapped in a towel to stop the bleeding.
She'd clean taken it off. It's as if I'd gone through a chainsaw.
He had to take months off work, have reconstructive surgery. Jennifer Rocha pleaded guilty, but she was classed as self-employed, so the delivery company, Deliveroo, wasn't liable. He can't claim any compensation. Police and the Home Office cracking down on this whole sector, looking for illegal workers.
He is currently under arrest.
The problem, riders can lend their accounts to anyone they want. Now, the three big delivery apps have agreed to tighten up identity checks so they know who those substitute riders really are. Deliveroo says its system is already in operation. Jennifer Rocha pleaded guilty to causing grievous bodily harm and will be sentenced tomorrow. Deliveroo told us this was an awful incident. We fully cooperated with the police investigation and ended the account of the rider concerned immediately. But who's this? Just 2 weeks ago, a month after that guilty plea, on her bike in Aldershot, still working, picking up a takeaway, delivering for Deliveroo. The company says she was using a second account, which has also been cancelled. They told us they take their responsibilities extremely seriously. Angus Crawford, BBC South Today.
And we have much more on that story on the Hampshire pages of the BBC News website and the BBC News app. Next night, a Basingstoke man has been charged with murder this evening following a fatal stabbing in the town on Monday. Officers were called to Braddock Court. The victim, a man in his 40s who's not yet been named, was pronounced dead at the scene. Samuel de Wolf from Winterthur Way in Basingstoke is due before magistrates in the morning. Polling stations have closed and some of our councils have begun counting votes cast in this year's local elections, although most won't start that until tomorrow. 20 of our councils have seats being contested, and voters have also been choosing the Police and Crime Commissioner for our 6 police forces. BBC South's political editor Peter Henley is at one overnight count. All parties are following closely in Aldershot.
Conservatives have run Rushmore Council
for 50 years, ever since it was formed, and the local MP has worn a blue rosette since 1918. They take loyalty very seriously here at the home of the British Army, but there are problems. New housing and younger families moving in has put pressure on local services. Labour really believe that they can take this council tonight. Battalions of front bench spokespersons have taken the fast route down the M3 here to Aldershot and Farnborough during the campaign. And frankly, it will tell us more about whether Sir Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party if they don't manage to take this council. All the results overnight and a full roundup from all the councils across the South tomorrow morning.
One of the oldest open water swimming events in the country has been cancelled over concerns about sewage in the River Thames. The annual Bolter's Lock to Bray swim in Maidenhead has taken place most years since the 1890s. But the event this July will not go ahead as organisers fear competitors falling ill. Recent tests found high levels of contamination near local water treatment works. Storm overflows are permitted after heavy rainfall to prevent property being flooded. Speaking of stormy weather, many struggled to sleep last night, and those who were awake may have witnessed some of thousands of lightning flashes across the region. Most were simply stunning examples of nature's power, but a few strikes caused damage to buildings, including at Chichester University and this residential care home near Bolton Regis.
This huge bang, louder than you've ever heard in your life. We thought the lightning had hit our house, so we were all up and panicking. It was the care home next door that had been hit, and the debris from the lightning strikes hit our house and smashed half of our windows, which was just so terrifying.
And it's not quite over yet. Sarah Farmer has our overnight forecast.
Hello and a very good evening to you. Now, we have seen quite a bit of wet weather in the last 24 hours. Still some heavy downpours to be had through the course of tonight and indeed tomorrow. Some more settled conditions ahead into the weekend. Overnight, you can see some showery spells. There are some heavy bursts, some hail and thunder possible through the overnight period, and temperatures holding at around 8 or 9 degrees the overnight low. So we start tomorrow with some wet weather in the picture, but that will very gradually work its way northwards, and it's an improving picture. The afternoon looks to be drier and brighter with some sunny spells on the way. Temperatures a little fresher than they have been by day to day, up to around 14 or 15 degrees. Then on into the weekend, and we have got some sunny spells through the day on Saturday to look forward to. A nice settled period before this area of low pressure arrives. We may just see 1 or 2 showers through the day on Saturday, but for many, it's a dry day with some sunny intervals. Then as we turn our attention to Sunday and Bank Holiday Monday too, we've got some unsettled and showery weather to come.
As Peter mentioned, we'll bring you the first results from the local election counts in our breakfast bulletins tomorrow morning with Anjana Gatgill. Do join us if you can. Good night.
I will be representing the UK at the Eurovision Song.
The Eurovision ride is wild, and the time has come. Ready to get dizzy with excitement? The Eurovision Song Contest semi-final, Tuesday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
We are going to walk through time.
Come on! Catching monsters getting into scrapes. No joy. No peace. Just fun.
Brand new Doctor Who starts Saturday the 11th of May on BBC One and iPlayer.
Local and national politics tonight on BBC One. Coverage of the day's election results after Fiona Bruce leads question time discussion.
The polls have just closed in the local elections. So many issues for voters to consider. The cost of living, knife crime, perhaps, as we saw so horrifically on the streets of London this week. Do our politicians have any of the answers? Tonight, we're in the very new town of Northstowe, just north of Cambridge. This university city is an academic and economic powerhouse, contributing more to the UK economy than the Premier League. Now, I don't know what football teams our audience here support, but as always, they are a broad reflection of the electoral picture across the country. Welcome to Question Time. A wide range of views from the government. Bim Afalami, a minister in the Treasury. He's been in the job for just under 6 months. He was a lawyer and a banking executive before becoming the MP for Hitchin and Harpenden in 2017. Labour's Peter Kyle is Shadow Science and Technology Secretary and MP for Hove since 2015. Before that, he founded an orphanage in Romania as an aid worker and had jobs in the charity and voluntary sector. Kirsty Blackman is an SNP frontbencher who was deputy leader of the party at Westminster until 2022. She's devoted nearly all of her working life to Scottish independence, having been a councillor for 8 years before becoming MP for Aberdeen North, also in 2015. Professor Joseph Stiglitz is an economist at New York's Columbia University and has a long list of achievements. He was an advisor to President Bill Clinton and chief economist of the World Bank before he won the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2001. Since then, he's advised both the SNP and then Labour under Jeremy Corbyn. His latest book is The Road to Freedom, Economics and the Good Society. And Anita Boateng is a communications consultant and former Conservative special advisor. She worked in the Departments of Justice and Work and Pensions, among others, and was a councillor in the London Borough of Redbridge till 2022. Good evening. Welcome to our panelists. Welcome to all here in North. Great to see you. Welcome to you at home. You can catch up with the programme in all sorts of ways on iPlayer, on BBC Sounds. There's always a debate going on social media as well. And I just want to say that last week we got through 3 questions. My mission tonight is to get through more. So I'm going to ask you all, fascinating that your answers will be, of course, be reasonably brief, because I want to get the audience in as much as possible. So to that end, let's have our first question, which is from Russell Schofield.
What steps should be taken over the course of the next Parliament to alleviate the cost of living crisis?
Right, well, it's not every week we have the Nobel Prize winning economist on the programme. So, Joseph, I'm going to come to you first. What steps to alleviate the cost of living crisis?
A great question. And the way to begin answering is think a little bit about the source of that inflation. It goes back to the pandemic, the supply side interruption, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the rise of food prices, oil, energy prices. And there's an element of what is sometimes called reflation, that there were many firms who took advantage of the supply side interruptions and the limitation of competition that was associated with that to raise their prices. Markups went way up all over the world. It's important to understand that prices are not going to go down. The rate of inflation has already gone down, not because of the central bank. Let's make sure that we learn that lesson. The central banks are celebrating a victory, but it's not because of them. It was because the market responded to the interruptions, the demand shifts, the supply shortages, and they have over time become alleviated, not totally eliminated, and prices of the rate of inflation has come down. Prices are not going to go back to where they were.
Well, look, we've got representatives of 3 parties here. We've got Conservatives, the Labour and the SNP. And I know you're familiar with the situation politically. What is your view about what steps they're suggesting to alleviate the cost of living crisis?
Well, I think they made 2 big mistakes during the period that we up to now. The first is they allowed the increase of gas prices and oil prices to get passed through to consumers through the regulatory system.
This is the government you're talking about.
The government. They shouldn't have allowed that to happen. It didn't happen everywhere. Some countries managed to disconnect the two, and that's been a big source of a problem. The second thing is, I mentioned before, like reflation, increase of markups. They should have imposed a windfall profits tax and use the revenues from that windfall profits tax to help the people who were really suffering from this cost inflation. The next question, which is the one that was actually asked, is what should government do now?
Well, see, all I'm thinking is, since we've got the parties here and they can respond to you, I mean, Labour's got all sorts of suggestions to what they should do. What do you think of their proposals?
I think they're moving in the right direction. I don't think they've been ambitious enough.
Okay.
But I think they're moving in the right direction.
And the SNP?
I'm not as familiar with their position. I mean, let me make it clear what the issue is. As I said, prices are not going to come down. What we need to do is get wages up. And there are two things to get wages up: increase the bargaining power of workers, reduce the monopoly power of corporations, and secondly, increase productivity. And what's the best way to increase productivity? Right now in the UK, more public investment. NHS, people talked about healthcare problems. You know, lack of investment in healthcare is a productivity issue. It's a social issue, it's a health issue. But if you're waiting in line to get treated for an illness of any kind, you're not as productive as you could be if you got treated more quickly. So that's one. But there's a whole range of investments, public investments, that need to be made. And even if it's hard within the budget,
They should, you know. Okay, well, listen. Let's put some of these points then.
Okay. Well, there's a lot there. Let me.
And again, remember, everyone's going to be reasonably brief.
I will be brief, I promise. So, the first point. Look.
He's just saying you haven't invested enough.
Well, let me start.
Okay.
So, you mentioned the international context, which was very challenging for all governments. You mentioned the war, COVID, obviously, before that, and I think that made things very, very challenging. Inflation went up globally. Now, we've worked very hard in partnership with the Bank of England. It's not all down to the central bank, but they have a key role to play. Interest rates did go up and have gone up because by doing that, of course, that affects the cost of living. Now, inflation, we brought inflation down from 11.1% to 3.2%. And, you know,
you didn't do it.
What I said. What I started by saying was working in partnership with the Bank of England. It's not entirely any one actor. Let me move forward. One of the things.
How many homeowners are there here?
Look, one of the things that makes it harder for inflation to stay down over time is if you increase your debt burden. And we have a plan to make sure that debt will be falling by the end of the 5-year forecast period.
It's going to be rising up until that point.
I said by the end of the forecast period, it's coming down. And then also, if you're talking about the cost of living on ordinary people, making sure that ordinary people can take home more of their own money is critically important. That's why we're cutting national insurance. We cut it by a third, which is a double taxation on work. We've cut that by a third in the last two fiscal events, the budget and the autumn statement. Why does that matter? It's not just more money in ordinary people's pockets. That's about £900 off for an average worker. But critically, it increases the labour supply because what we're actually doing is that means you get more hours, more people into work. That helps grow the economy over the long
term. As you know, the tax burden is the highest it's been for 70 years, but I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Okay, thank you.
So what about Joseph's points? I mean, let's take advantage of the fact that Joseph is here. And what he's saying is you're not being ambitious enough in Labour.
I'm going to try and answer Russell's point and Professor Stiglitz's in one go. In direct answer to the question, just one example of how we're going to lower the cost of living for individuals is set up a nationally owned company called GB Energy that will power the green revolution. We will make sure we have green energy on tap using British technology that will drive down the cost of electricity and the charge to individuals, individual households. That's one measure that will drive down prices for people.
But just come to Joseph's point. He's saying you're not being ambitious enough with investment. Obviously, Labour has reined back considerably on how much it was.
Let me now just point to the fact that you cannot have an individual policy on top of not getting the fundamentals right, because the government is not getting the fundamentals of running an economy right. So you mentioned ambition. Professor Stiglitz mentioned a whole range of other areas. With Labour, on day one, in the first 100 days, we will legislate for a new deal for working people to give the stability to people in the workplace and balance the rights between workers and employers. You know, we will set a target of 1.5 million new homes being built to stimulate growth into the economy. You know, we will make sure that we reform planning legislation so we can get labs being built, so we can get data centres being built, so that we can get all of the investment into the infrastructure of the future being done. We're going to reform system. We're going to create a fast track to regulation so that innovation that the places like Cambridge goes straight into the economy and wealth and jobs as soon as possible. These are the sorts of things that are going to get the fundamentals of running the economy right, to get growth into the economy. We're going to make sure that is invested into our public services, because you cannot have a functioning economy where people are having money in their pockets. If 8 million Britons are waiting for treatment on the NHS, all of these things are interconnected. We will get the balance of that right, fundamentals, and then have those specific policies to make sure we tackle the cost of living crisis.
One here in the green dress.
So I feel the government has invested millions during the last few years in things like the PPE scandals. So in a cost of living crisis, how can the government rationalise their failures in wasting public money, and what impact does that have to us as in the general public?
Okay, let me just go around a few more people first, if I may. The woman here in the front in the orange cardi.
I feel very frustrated at the panel not mentioning the B word, because there's no doubt that Brexit has had a profound effect on the economy. And I read something yesterday about an extra layer of paperwork at ports.
You think the new checks have been introduced for goods coming from the EU into the UK?
Which is going to push prices up. That's if indeed the sellers in Europe want to even jump over those hurdles to get products into our country. So, you know, I'm interested to know why you didn't mention Brexit.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to it. Yeah, let me just get around a few people. Yes, there's a man right at the back in the middle.
Oh, hello, thank you. I think we're missing a trick here. I think what we need to do is work more hours as a country. So, for instance, before the pandemic and now, the population has gone up about 1.5%, but the number of hours working per week has stayed pretty much the same. So we need to work more hours. And I'm actually putting the blame on people retiring early. And I think that's a trick we can cash in on. I think we hand tax incentives over to people to encourage them to boost their pension schemes, and therefore they want to retire early to claim it. Let's stop that. Let's reduce the tax incentives for pension schemes. Let's encourage people with PR and tax measures to carry on working.
And would you like to raise the pension age?
Absolutely.
To
keep going. I'm 67. I really don't want to retire. I want to at least 70, 75. Yeah.
70, 75.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's free labour. It's free labour.
That's created a big stir amongst the audience. Anyway,
we have doctor friends who are retiring early. We have a top brain surgeon. He's retiring already. He's younger than me. Why? And my teacher friends from university, they're retiring early. Why?
Okay. Kirsty, what steps should be taken to alleviate the cost of living crisis?
Russell, this is the most important question. This is what people are talking to me about on a regular basis. I have not seen in my time in politics a situation where there is less hope than there currently is. We're seeing it actually people who have always managed, have always been in that kind of just about managing category that the Tories speak about, who are genuinely struggling now. They're struggling to make ends meet. They're struggling to make their mortgage payments. They're struggling to do any of the extra things that they previously would have been able to afford to do. And actually, if you're even lower down the pile, if you're struggling on an incredibly low wage or not working at all, it's even more difficult. And if you look at inflation, if you look at some of the prices like the price of potatoes, the price of pasta, the price of the stuff that you have to buy, you can't get away from buying some of those most basic necessities. Those prices have gone through the roof. So I do agree with what's been said around trying to make wages higher. So what we've done in Scotland is we've got the people who are carers, for example, in Scotland are paid the real living wage, not the government's pretendy living wage, but the real living wage. And we're trying to ensure that we're investing in that. We've argued with the government about the energy price caps and the payments for people around energy prices, because energy prices are too high and you can't not pay for energy prices. You cannot buy a house. If you don't have a house right now, you cannot buy one. But once you've got somewhere to live, you have to have energy in order for that house to be powered, and you have to buy food. So make those basic choices, right? Everybody, we live in, it's 2024. How are we in a situation where people cannot afford those most basic necessities? So absolutely those things are a priority. People do own their houses. Looking at having reductions in the mortgage rate VAT, for example. Some of those decisions are not being made properly, particularly when the Tories crashed the economy and sent mortgage rates.
I mean, the SNP has cut the budget scheme, of course.
And what's happened in terms of the affordable housing scheme is in terms of housing, Scotland has built 40% more houses than England per head of population, built 70% more houses
And
than
we have
Wales
reduced the
per head of population. Do you know we have built 7,500 council houses in the last 4 years?
But you have
And
reduced the budget.
No, another 80 million.
Am I wrong about that?
Another 80 million pounds was announced this week in terms of housing for affordable housing.
Are you saying that the housing budget's not been reduced this year compared to last year?
But what is absolutely the case is that this have the borrowing powers that the UK Parliament has. We've got to work within the capital budgets that are given to us by the UK government, and the UK government has slashed our capital budget, so we cannot do as much public sector capital spending.
I promise I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to be really disciplined about not having answered it too long, so forgive me. Anything.
I think that was a yes from Kirsty, but I couldn't quite tell. To answer the question, Russell, I think it's great that you raised this question. I think it's a really important one. And inflation and the pain that inflation brings and how asymmetric inflation can be, because people on the very lowest incomes dealing with things like food inflation, it can be absolutely brutal. I feel a little more optimistic than the rest of the panel about the fact that inflation seems to be moving in the right direction. And we could see, for instance, interest rate cuts like towards the end of the year that will make a material difference to people's lives. The actual answers around this are that we obviously have to keep inflation under control, but we have to go for growth. And the reality of encouraging business investment in particular, we're seeing quite a lot of business investment in Cambridge, for instance, is that is the way to drive productivity and really get our economy moving. Now, the government's done some really interesting things around capital expensing, which basically encourages businesses and corporations to spend a lot more money in investing in its people. And that's going to take a while to see through, and it's got to stay consistent. But I think the answers here lie in growth. And because ultimately, and Joseph alluded to this, the reality is that we live in a global system where global supply shocks like a war or like energy prices, supply chain shocks, something like an unprecedented pandemic may happen. What we've got to do is have the gears in our economy that mean people are paid enough to weather that storm.
Joseph, can I come back to you and just ask, what you think of what you've heard? And also there were a couple of points made there. You mentioned Brexit and the effect on the economy, and you were talking about government wasting money on things like PPE, which hasn't been used, that kind of thing. So what do you think of what you've heard?
So the most important aspect of this is, yes, we need more investment. And part of the issue here, and the differences is what kind of investment. One part of the investment, I think everybody should agree, is investment in the public health system. NHS is really a jewel that UK has. I wish we had. Electricity, renewable electricity, can bring the prices down if it's done in the right way. And I think what Peter says is right, that something along those lines is the kind of investment. More broadly, though, you are in a global landscape, and you're in a global competition, and right now you're losing. Cambridge is a real source of innovation. I spent several years at Cambridge. It's a great place and a great source of innovation, but it needs more support. And if you ask, what is the strength of the United States? Is it the private sector? No, the real strength of and I mean, it's partly the private sector, but what has created the big tech giants that are so good at tax avoidance is that our technology, our great universities, none of which are for profit, they're all private, are endowments or foundations or state universities like University of California, Berkeley. They've created in Silicon Valley and elsewhere a kind of bubble that we've been able to channel. And I think that's the kind of investment that you need. We're spending over $1 trillion in green investments, in support for green investment. That's a lot of money, even for the United States. Even for the United States. You're being left behind. And that's why the kind of innovation policies that Peter represents, but they're not ambitious enough, are the way to go.
Okay. Right, I'm going to take another question, but before I do, I just want to tell you where we are going to be next week. We are in Stoke, and the week after that, we're in Scotland, Aberdeen. Which should be interesting. Yes. Sorry. It's where my dad was born. Anyway, there we go. And all our those two locations are on the website. If you'd like to come and be part of the audience, in fact, all our locations until midnight, I think, are on the website. So have a look. If you'd like to come and be part of the audience, you can follow the instructions there on the website. Right, let's take another question now from Angela. Angela, there you are.
In view of Humza Yousaf's resignation as First Minister for Scotland, does the panel think that the Scottish National Party is now a spent force?
Obviously, I'm going to ask you. So Humza Yousaf resigned. We're about to have almost certainly a new First Minister in the form of John Swinney, who's had some very warm words to say about Kate Forbes. Kirsty, is this SNP now spent force?
No, I mean, I think we're phenomenally successful. I think we've done amazing things in government. I'm massively proud of all of the things that we've done in government. And what John Swinney's talking about is getting back to those kind of bread and butter issues, getting back to things that matter to the people of Scotland and making sure that we're doing more of those. So what we're already doing is mitigating the issues that have been brought about by the changes in the welfare system, for example, by the cost of living crisis. We're focusing on, reducing child poverty as much as we possibly can. We've got the best A&E in the United Kingdom. We've got the highest number.
Still falling far short of lots of the targets. So.
There are absolutely.
You're less worse, I suppose. That's
we
what
could make in our NHS, but our NHS, we've got the best A&E in the whole of the UK. We're doing brilliantly compared to the rest of the UK.
I'll say brilliantly.
There's a way of describing changes and improvements that we need to make. That is the case. But we're doing better. We're doing brilliantly in terms of school leavers going to positive destinations. So 95% of kids leaving school are going on to a positive destination. That's wonderful. We've got massive increases in the number of children from deprived areas going to university. We've got free prescriptions, we've got free university tuition, we've got free eye tests, we've got free dental checkups.
It's all so marvellous. Why has there been such disunity in the SNP? As we've seen, there's been obviously quite a lot of fallout this week. And let me just ask you about John Swinney, because he's obviously now going to be new leader. You say he's going to take us back to bread and butter issues. I mean, you said this week fewer people dislike John Swinney than dislike Kate Forbes, which strikes me as not a ringing endorsement.
I was actually really clear that in the rest of that conversation that I wasn't going to endorse anyone until I saw all of the candidates.
Yes, but nonetheless, you could have said this one's great and that one's great. But you're just saying what everyone dislikes.
I was specifically asked on my views between the two of them. But we've got lots of really, really talented politicians in Scotland. We've got lots of people who are making real change and putting the people of Scotland first in the decision-making processes. And both John and Kate are of that mould. Both of them are incredibly in favour of Scottish independence and will work very, very hard so that we can have that fairer, socially just Scotland that we want.
Peter, does the panel think the Scottish National Party is now spent force?
Well, that's for the decision for the Scottish people to decide at the next election. What I'll say is there's nothing inevitable about victory or defeat for a political party. And what I've learned through the ups and downs of the Labour Party and what I've seen when Keir Starmer became leader and set about fixing our party and making us fit for service as we are today, is that you need a party that has a very clear vision, strong leadership, and you can all come around together under that leadership. When you see parties that descend into factionalism, when you see parties that descend into constitutional issues at the expense of actually what will fix the challenges that everyday people face and the whole economy face, then you see a political party, particularly when it is in government, descend into the kind of chaos that you see at the moment. And I really pity people in Scotland at the moment because they are being failed by two governments. The one here in the UK, in Westminster, which has fallen into exactly the same trap of factionalism and being obsessed with constitutional issues at the expense of actually delivering the things that will make people's lives better. And in Scotland, where the SNP is doing exactly the same. From where I sit, there are so many similarities between the way the Tory party is acting and the way that the SNP is acting that I know they see themselves as being an anti-Tory party, but why do they seem to mimic every single mistake that the Tory party faces? Three leaders since the last set of elections, what the SNP said about the churn at the top of the Tory party, they do not accept as a fault of their own. If you can't accept faults in your own party when you're making the same mistakes as others, there is something fundamentally wrong about them.
I'd just like to say, I think over the past 6 months, the SNP has really actually shown up the rest of the UK political parties when it comes to the in Gaza. They are the only party, and the Green Party actually, but really have done more than anyone else to show a willing commitment to the upholding of international law and holding human rights violations to account, and the suspension of arms sales to Israel, which is a critical issue. This is a genocide. Why aren't the other political parties bothered about it? Stop brushing it under the carpet. And actually, I would have voted for Hamza Yusuf, despite being an English person, if I could have done. But obviously, he's resigned now anyway. But they've shown the rest of the parties up.
Okay. Stand there and think, Chef.
Would the panel not agree that instead of forcing another unelected First Minister onto the people of Scotland, it would be better to allow the people to decide who to lead them, rather than having it be a party political issue?
Okay. So, Joseph, let me come to you. Does the panel think the Scottish National Party is now spent force in terms of what you're referring to? John Swinney is basically standing unopposed as president. So, yeah, it's basically effectively going to be a coronation, really. And clearly, you advised the Scottish, the SNP.
Some years ago.
Some years ago, but was it 2012? I think it might have been. So, is the SNP now spent force?
No. Looking at it from the outside, and let me say I'm very much of an outsider on this, and I want to pick up a couple of themes that have been talked about. All parties have to have compromise, and that it is dangerous to try to solve those compromises in the wrong way. Cameron faced a problem of a split in the Conservative Party, and to address your question, he addressed that by having a Brexit vote. And he didn't think it was going to turn out the way it did, but it is an important part of the reality today, contributing, you were absolutely right, it contributed to the rise in the cost of living. So, yeah, and not only the cost of living, it's going to slow down your productivity growth. So it was a big mistake of the Conservative Party to try to solve their internal problem by this Brexit election. The broader issue that was raised by one of the questioners about how you choose your leaders is one that's obviously others looking at the UK find it so strange that you have these votes within the party and a few people vote and relatively few and they wind up the party leaders. So I think it is, I don't want to say it's a constitutional question, but it is a question for the way the UK democracy works, for them to re-examine, for you to re-examine how your leaders are chosen.
Anita, Andrew's question is, does the panel think the SNP is now spent force?
Yeah, I want to pick up on this. I kind of wish, Kirsty, that you'd given that spiel in Aberdeen, because I'd like to see the reaction of Scottish people, given the number of ways in which, for instance, schools internationally, this SNP Scotland has plummeted down the PISA tables for maths, for all these critical education issues. You've got the issues of drug deaths per head in Europe, which are extraordinarily high. There are some serious challenges in Scotland. And actually, Hamza Yusuf was dealing with the repercussions of unpopularity as a result of 17 years of SNP leadership, where there hasn't been enough focus on those issues. And instead you have a botched bottle scheme, hate crime bill, gender recognition, which felt like huge distractions. And Hamza Yusuf has, I cannot believe the levels of catastrophic failure that he has precipitated for the SNP. He shot himself in both feet and shot the SNP too. And I don't see how they fully recover from
that. By ending the agreement with the Greens?
Well, with the arrogance to fire the Greens and then presume that they were going to keep the SNP and Hamza in place. I think this is extraordinary. And Kirsty talks about the fact there's lots of talent in the SNP. So John Swinney was leader of the SNP 20 years ago. It was John Swinney, then it was Alex Salmond, then it was Nicola Sturgeon, then it was Hamza for 1 year, and now it's back to Swinney again. It feels like we're going round and round in the same way, and I don't think the Scottish people are going to stand for it much longer.
I think that the political parties have their problems from time to time. The core...
You don't say!
The core problem with the SNP is that they have been focused on obsession with independence. And that obsession has meant they've neglected every other issue. Some of the things that Kirsty was saying, oh, well, we've got free tuition or free prescriptions, they are choices made by the SNP government that they're only able to make because the UK government's budget. That's the allocation. She mentioned, oh, well, they've got wonderful results in NHS. Drug deaths, as Anita was saying, are the highest in Europe. That is a massive public sector issue.
Drug policy.
But the point is, what's absolutely core. And the point I'm trying to make, the fundamental,
it's reserved. It's a reserve.
you're able to raise taxes if you want to raise revenue. You're able to do it. You've already done it. You could do it more if you wanted to raise more revenue. The point I'm trying to make is this: fundamentally, if you're obsessed with a constitutional issue where you lost a referendum, that you lost the referendum, instead of then saying, right, we lost the referendum, let's focus on governing Scotland, they decided to continue obsessing about independence, and that is why you're in the problem you're in today.
Kirsty, do you want to briefly answer that for me?
We don't have control of all of the things that we'd like to have control of. We don't have control of the full benefit system. We don't have control of universal credit, for example. We don't have control of things like the personal allowance and tax. We don't have control of our own. We don't have control of the personal allowance and tax.
But you could raise tax.
We've changed tax actually. We've got a much more progressive tax system in Scotland. The majority, not of the personal allowance.
Okay. There's two different things.
The majority of taxpayers in Scotland pay less than they would if they lived in England. They pay less on personal taxes. They pay significantly less on council tax than they would if they lived in England. They pay less on water. They pay less on a significant number of things because they live in Scotland. Now, we have made those choices, and we've made those choices because of things like the cost of living crisis. We believe that people should have the ability to live on the money they have, and we are trying to make those changes and those choices in the best interests of the people of Scotland.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's take another question. So I'm going to try and get 4 in this week. So, Jill Miller. There you are.
This week, yet another child has lost his life to a stabbing attack. As a past youth worker and a mother of 3, I should like to ask what steps should be taken to stop these horrific crimes.
Jill, can I ask you, as a youth worker, a past youth worker, as you say, I mean, we've all been absolutely horrified by what has happened this week, and I don't think any of us on the panel need to reiterate that. Let's take that as a given. Do you have any answers to that?
Well, I think that certainly since youth work has become a thing of the past, that nobody has got their finger on the pulse of young people anymore. I mean, particularly in a new area here where I know youth work is non-existent.
Right. Okay. Ben, what steps should be taken to stop these horrific crimes? So, as you say, we saw any this week.
Yeah, and look, I agree. It's appalling and horrific. 2 key things, I think. The first is we need to toughen up the laws on those involved with knife crime and carrying knives.
What, you give them longer sentences?
Well,
is that what you mean?
Yes, increase longer sentences and increase enforcement. That's what we've been working to do. But also what we've got to do is we have to work with communities, work on grassroots level, support third sector organisations. That's what we've done. We've increased the support to do that. There's also a health element to it as well. Stabbing wounds in hospital, terrible a statistic that is significantly down about a quarter over the last few years. That's not down by enough. And I'm not saying now it's been we're where we need to be. We need to continue working much, much harder. But broadly, I take that balanced approach, which is tougher sentences, but also working with communities, making sure we identify these problems before they arise.
So when you say working with communities, in the National Youth Agency, for example, which is the youth work in England, says that youth services have been cut by 73% since the services came into government. And they think, their view, is that there's a link between reduced funding and an increase in life crime.
Well, those youth services that we refer to are ones that are across the board. When it's what I was talking about, specific. Well, no, I accept that, but specific working with charities that reduce knife crime in particular in urban centres where most of this crime tends to come. That's the increased support that we've been doing. But of course, we need to double down that support and work with those communities but as I say, it's important we also do what we're doing in the new criminal justice bill, which is toughen up the sentences as well. So we do need both.
Is it too easy, Peter, to get hold of knives? I mean, as I'm sure all journalists have been looking at this story this week, you've been, going online, seeing how easy it is to get a sword, a knife. Yeah, I mean, horrifying knives. Is it just too easy to get them? And is there anything government can actually do to make it harder?
It is too easy. There are new forms of knives coming on to the market and being sold that we need to tackle. Now, it's frustrating for me to hear some of this stuff from BIM because the Labour Party has offered support for government for a couple of years now to rush legislation through that would tackle some of the knives that are making its way onto the market, but it's not come forward. And when it has come forward, it's come forward so late that some of these crimes are unfolding already.
And what kind of legislation do you mean?
Well, so to outline some of the particular types which are being used now and marketed, we need to outlaw them and stiffen the sentences for it. I mean, BIM said it. We were doing it right now.
I know.
But we offered to do this 2 years ago. We had 2 years of wasted time before this making it onto the statute book. So, but to Jill's point completely, we want to use the money that we're going to get from tackling inefficiencies in the procurement system within law enforcement to extend youth work into those places where young people need support when they're first experiencing challenges in their life. So we want to put youth workers in A&E, for example. We'll hire an extra 13,000 police officers and PCHO officers so that community policing can be returned to the places where young people hang out, and they need to make sure that they have the access and the police services can link with youth workers so that you can return that support network into the communities that need it. We will also do something else because we need to rethink the youth experience that people have in modern life. We want to create a new offence for the exploitation, child criminal exploitation. Increasingly, we see criminals who are using children as part of their criminal endeavour. We see it in county lines drug operations. We see it in people smuggling. We see it in all sorts of different criminal activity because it is easier for criminals to use children than it is to use guns because they get a lesser sentence for it. We will never that up. If you use children as part of your criminal endeavour, you will go to prison for 10 years. That's under Labour. We put it forward as an amendment. The Conservatives voted against it. These are the sorts of measures that will bring in stiff sentences, protect children for the modern era, and then don't get me started on social media because we want to tackle that as well.
Can I just, and now we've got your hands up, in fact, I'm going to try and come to you. Can I just ask, have we got any police officers in the audience? Okay. Can I ask you, I'm sure you must have a view, but I don't know if you're happy to share it. What your view is on what more could be done to try and reduce knife crime?
I think it's a society issue because no matter if you stiffen the sentences, these kids are still going to be scared, carry knives. I see it all the time. So I don't think it's a policing issue. It's definitely like a society issue.
Right. Okay. Thank you. You had your hand up there in the glasses. Yes. You had your hand up.
Yeah. I agree with the police officer who just said, I think it's a larger problem that requires a holistic approach where all the parties come together to put investment in all of the different activities, as Peter mentioned and others mentioned, to bring together the power of government. If we think this is a serious enough problem, like the pandemic, we should attack it as such.
Okay. Woman there. Well, yes, you as well, then I'll come to you further back. Yes.
I don't think that knife crime is, you can't police it away, you can't stop and search it away. I think it's a public health problem. It might not be a disease, but it's certainly the symptom of a disease, the disease being deprivation and poverty, school exclusion, all of those things. I think we need to engage with our youth a lot more. And of course, funding is an issue, but certainly I don't think that stiffer sentences is the answer.
Okay, the woman a little bit further back.
I'm really interested to hear that your go-to answer is tougher sentences, make sure that they are aware of what the consequences would be. But my question to you as the panel is, have you ever tried to intervene at an early stage? Have you ever tried to contact somebody to say, there's going to be a problem here? We heard about the reduction in youth workers. These were people, as so well put, had their finger on the pulse and were able to identify these individuals, have support from the peer networks to feed back to the people that might be able to prevent and take more of a harm reduction, as we've alluded to in discussing it as a public health issue.
Is that something you've got personal experience of? You're very passionate by the way you're talking about.
I am a mother to 2 young children, and I grew up without social media pressures. And I'm petrified of how they're going to go into, secondary school, teenage years. I feel like I'm having to re-educate myself constantly to try and even keep up with all the new platforms and trends and judgments. And at the very least, when I know people have tried to make that call, our local police station has a phone outside it. You ring it, they won't help you because there's nobody there.
Right, okay.
So, yes, I appreciate that. Actually, I think we're very blessed in our country to have 999 and the NHS, but it shouldn't have to get to crisis point
Okay,
for
it's about
help.
prevention as far as you're concerned. Anita, what steps can be stopped? I mean, there's no easy answer, clearly, but what steps can be taken to stop these horrific crimes?
Yeah, and I just do want to add my voice to the panel that have talked about the horrific attack this week. That was in my community, and I was a councillor in Redbridge until very recently, and that's where my family's from, and it's a community that I'm very scared won't be the same again, because it was a very close-knit and trusted community, and I'm absolutely devastated for the family that are experiencing such great loss this week. On the question around knife crime and what we can do, I think that we've actually had a really illuminating conversation about the reality that there isn't a silver bullet solution to this. I think it requires a systemic approach that it involves education, community outreach, and policing who work in hand in glove to deliver a solution. And I am quite frustrated with some of what Sadiq Khan is doing in London in particular, because that's where this incident took place, where there's been a lot of excuses over 8 years and not enough focus on this issue, which is really complicated, and where you have to put in the time and the effort and the resources and prioritize this to really see a shift. And in fact, we've gone in the wrong direction. Knife crime is up 38% since 2016, and I just don't think that's good enough for us and our children and our communities.
Kirsten.
In Glasgow, in Scotland, we did a huge amount of work on knife crime specifically, treated it as a public health emergency, treated it as a public health issue, and ensured that we put all those holistic supports in place. As the police officer said there, young people are feeling disenfranchised, they're feeling lost, they're feeling unheard, and they're feeling scared. Actually, we need to be there intervening and providing that mental health support, providing and that community support and those youth workers, for example. But also at schools, we need to have that, schools are not just about sitting down and
mental
learning
health
how to
is
do
fucked
science.
up.
Schools
They
are
owe me
about learning how
compensation.
to be a social human and
$2
function in
million a year
society.
for 18
And actually,
years.
if we can provide all of those supports to young people so that they're
£36 million, please. Yeah.
as rounded individuals that are able to be resilient and cope with their mental health, then that's a really positive thing.
Stupid
So we need to
fucking
put all of that
bastards.
in
I mean, I
place.
can't
There's
stand
an
them. And the
organisation in
fucking
Aberdeen called
police. I mean,
Street Sport, and
they can
Street Sport
fuck off.
reaches up
I mean,
and does football sessions, for example.
mental
at
health.
night.
I mean,
Some
fuck
of these
me.
football sessions, there's 120, 150 kids go along to it. And loads of youth workers are there. They
It
know
was
all of the
brutality.
kids. If one of the kids comes in one week
That's why I
and they're
put
looking a bit
pictures
down,
of what
the
happened
youth
to me
workers will speak to them. They'll find out what's
in a
going on
goodie
that
bag
day.
and on
And
pass
they'll
to
give
the
them that
rider
support
who
that they
works
need.
with
And might just,
delivery.
they might just
Yeah.
need somebody to chat to.
And
Might not
everyone's
have
going to get
somebody to chat
pictures
to
of
at
all the
home.
brutality on
Providing
me.
that support and providing that empathy and
It's going out
understanding
to the
that people
public.
need
This is
can
it.
pause things before they get to the point of being so terrified that they feel that they need to carry a knife, and then a horrific incident like the one this week.
It's going to take a couple of years to actually fucking recover from all the trauma.
Very interesting.
I managed to get free 2022.
Knife
And,
crimes are so small compared to
well,
our
fuck me, I'll
gun
tell you what,
crimes.
you're a fucking scary bunch of cunts. I
From
tell you.
here, we watch it and can hardly believe it.
I can't believe it either. And the Republican Party, it's part of their platform that everybody should have access to guns, AK-47s, so that you can shoot everybody in this room in an instant.
My balls are made of iron.
It's
You know what I mean?
outrageous.
I'm like a fucking machine. I can deal with you, no worries.
I think very much to the point. It is a social issue. Early attention is really important. It's a public health issue. But there was one word that I thought that was particularly salient, particularly relevant, and these are public investments. And public investments in the youth of the country, and they're going to bring different. Don't just think about it stopping knives. Think about it as uplifting the children in a broader way, and the challenges that one of the pointed out about social media are going to make it worse unless you both regulate the social media, but provide some of those investments that all of you have been talking about. I think it's really important.
Okay. Got time for another question. So, yeah, we go, yay, I can hear in the audience. Roger Valentine, where?
Hi.
Oh, there you are, yes.
Regards new housing, should developers be forced to ensure provision of infrastructure such as schools, NHS services, leisure and shopping much earlier than they appear to be at the moment?
So, that appears to touch the nerve here in Northstowe. For those of you watching here, you may not be aware, but Northstowe is a very new town, isn't it? You've got what about, I think about 1,400 homes here. You don't have a single shop, I gather. Not quite sure why that is. So, Roger, your view presumably is that this is not enough provision.
I think there's already. There's going to be 10,000 houses here. I think there's already over 2,500.
Right,
there's more than
okay.
4,500 population already, and there's been no. There's no shops, obviously. To say there's no services like a GP. Dental
So there's no
services,
GP
etc.
surgery?
None at all.
No
And
dental
even
surgery?
in phase 2, which is the plans have been released, the community hub that is proposed has a room that might be used, but it's not actually planned as a GP service. So I live in the adjoining village, and our GPs have to provide services for all those new people, and they haven't got any more people. The buildings aren't big enough. You can't get an appointment within 4 or 6 weeks as a standard appointment. So that is an issue there. And obviously shops, I appreciate maybe commercial operations don't want to open a shop until there's sufficient people, but the commissioning group should be putting, and we've got schools, but the NHS should be putting services in and leisure.
So, Peter, one of Labour's big policies, as you referred to already, is to reform the planning system, to in some instances override people's concerns if you feel that the planning needs to take place. What about infrastructure? Because here we are in exactly that kind of place. In Newtown, you've got Roger, and by the sounds of it, quite a few of you agreeing with him, that there just isn't the infrastructure in place. What are you going to do about that
shit.
should you be elected?
There's not an MP
Fucking
that
be
has
careful, right?
experience
Your
with
kids will be taken.
what you described. And
They will
I was
be put
campaigning
into
at
fucking care homes
recently,
and they
it
will
was in
be
a community
brain
that I know very
trained by a
well,
fucking
which is
bunch of
completely new
bastards.
build, and the residents there have been promised a GP surgery and even a train station. They were promised in writing, and they were all showing me the letter that was promising it about when it went through planning.
So how are you going to change that?
Well,
because I want to hear lots in the audience. So reasonably brief, if you.
Well, so as you said, we will have a priority because we need to have house building. But the problem is that people don't trust the promises developers make. And if you have a lack of trust in it, it's very hard to lead communities through the change that they even
But a
need to
GP
have
surgery,
themselves.
NHS surgery shops, that's not down to developers, that's down to
No,
either
it
the
is.
council
These
or
are
the
the other
government.
No.
That's surely
These
that's something that
these
the
are
councils
parts
have
of
to say, we'll accept this planning development on the basis that these things get built.
But Fiona, we're talking about developers who have part of the agreement for being allowed to develop a community as building the facilities for it. Then they go and build the housing, but they don't build the facilities
So they don't
for it.
stick to the deal, right?
So part of the deal that we'll put is, yes, we'll put a lot of power in communities' hands. We will insist that those agreements made by developers are honoured. We need to rebuild the trust in the planning system in order to deliver on our ambition, because unless you can actually deliver what is promised for communities, it will be impossible to take the communities through the change and the bit of development we need to see happening. So yes, we will be ambitious, but we will hold developers' feet to the fire on it, because the Labour Party is not in hock to the developers, as is the current Tory Party.
Are you?
No, we're not. Actually, I was about to say, I agree. Peter, I was actually about to say I agree with some of what you said, which was that trust is so critical when it comes to the question of development. I sense in my own constituency, and as of course Peter made the point that all MPs have seen this to some degree. There are two key things I think need to be brought out here. The first is that local authorities do, as you said, Fiona, do have the powers, if they wish to exercise them, to insist that developers meet their promises. And in some areas they do that well, and in other areas they do it poorly. That's the first point. And local, we have local communities and vote for local councils and local councillors, and central government does other things.
Why
as
have
well.
we got
It's
so
not
many
like
fucking black people running this
absolutely
country?
Every decision is made by central government. It's important that
Who the fuck are you, mate?
local councils do have powers.
When
and
did
they're
you get into
strong
this country?
That's the first point. And secondly, one thing that we've been doing over recent years, and we're stepping up this effort, is to make sure that the money for infrastructure comes in earlier in the process. Because in the past, the money did come, but it came way later down the line after the communities were much bigger when they had several thousand houses. That's what we've been doing.
All these fucking foreigners, you know,
There's
the black
more to do,
people, the
but
fucking
also we
Indians,
do have to
Africans,
hold
and all the rest
local
of them,
councils and local councils to
refugees
account.
and all the rest of it. I mean, they all fucking get into this country, start working, start fucking saying they're fucking doctors and nurses and all the rest of it. But they're not, they're fucking bullshit. I mean, what the fuck? Little cunts.
Another local town, Cambourne, which was broken ground in 1999, so it's 20 years down the road from where Northstowe is now, and all the same kind of problems. You know, where yes, we've got some facilities now because it's 20 years further on, but they still haven't built the high street that they promised.
I still think about you, Dr. Mehdi.
And it's
you know,
ridiculous.
and fucking Ian, the
we're making
policeman.
the same mistakes now, 20 years on, and we've been through goodness knows how many
Ian,
different
Ian
governments
the
since
policeman,
then,
is a
both
bastard,
sides
mate.
of
I'd say that
the
because
spectrum.
my neighbour
Everybody's
Trudy
saying all the
fucking
right
stole my
things,
tent,
you know, oh, yes,
right,
we
and my
will change the way
chairs,
we
and
do
the
it.
fucking
The only
Ian the
way to
policeman
do
done
this
fuck all
is not to
because he's a little bastard, isn't he? You know you're a little
fire on
cunt,
it.
mate.
You make
Yeah,
them
and
right at the
fucking hell,
start,
Dr. Mehdi, you
then
black
you make
cunt. I
them
mean,
put
what the
those
fuck?
services in when they first break ground. Otherwise, it will never happen because we've been told now in Cambourne, unless this high street, you know, makes money, you know, we're not going to build it. It's so much more than that. We've heard all about how it's essential to the local community and to the youth to have all of these facilities there. Yeah.
I hear your point. Thank you. Yes.
As a young person, I do find it
I
really...
love the fact you've introduced yourself as a young person.
I find it really frustrating. I live in a village near Northstowe, and there is nothing to do here. There is nothing. We go to Cambridge, which is better, but there's nothing to do in the high streets, and there's no facilities for young people. I haven't heard anything. I'm like the politicians here haven't said anything to me about what they're going to do specifically for young people to give us stuff to do, because going back to the last question, this is one of the problems, and this is why we have
You
these
talk about being in
really
Cambridge,
antisocial,
right? I was out
stuff.
fucking dealing with all the families
because
outside their houses and carrying pianos into their
Yeah,
houses
I think that's a really
and
good
letting
point.
them play the
And when you
pianos
combine
and
that
that. I
with,
mean,
that's why you have more young people on
I
social
got
media
time
for
for
like
fucking
that. So I think
Cambridge
there's
or
a really
Oxford
critical
or
point
whoever
there.
it is. You know, all these universities and fucking colleges
There
and
is
all
so
that.
much
I
frustration
never had
in
time
this
for it.
room, because the reality is
And my boss said I was running like a Rolls Royce engine. I was shit up.
and we are not going to build public consent and support for housing, which we do need, unless we can provide proper reassurance the infrastructure that's supposed to come comes. And I think your point around how you do that early enough in the process,
You're a black
that
lady.
it's a
How the
reality
fuck did you
and
get
not
in this
the thing
country?
that never ever comes, I think is critical. And actually, it does also spring to mind. I think there are some really important developments in Cambridge. I also think we should.
Yeah,
be
well, I'm
looking
just
at
looking at you, you
brownfield
know,
urban
and you're
regeneration.
fucking making my
Because
eyes
new
go funny.
towns, you know, Peter will talk about it, are great and ambitious and pie in the sky. But we do need to be looking at using places in centres and city centres where there is
So many black
infrastructure
people running
that's
this
better.
this
So I
fucking country.
totally hear you about this.
Fucking, it's impossible. It's fucking wrong.
I think there's one lesson that comes out of this very clearly. We just can't leave it to the market. And the basic Tory position.
You shouldn't let the
leave it to
fucking black people
market.
fucking run over the country,
It
you
hasn't
know,
worked.
owning the fucking
And
place.
yeah, you need to have strong public investments. And I use that word, it's an investment in the future of our young people, of the UK young people. We have the same problem. And the government has an important role, not only in providing the infrastructure in these cases, making it possible for the private sector, but in many cases, the private sector doesn't step in. And as important as industrial policy is for, at the national level, competitiveness,
Black cunts
people
must
live at the
go.
local level.
You know,
And
fucking that's
those-
it. Get out of
there
this country.
must be
We have.
investments in the country at the local level to enrich the lives of the people in the country.
Okay. Man, a bit further back in there, you got a t-shirt on, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as another, well, not quite a young person. I
You just
kind
make us
of-
all feel really.
Yeah,
I put myself in that category.
and funny enough, I agree with the Nobel Prize winning economist that the market just constantly fails to do these things because it's really easy to kind of solve this problem. And a lot of people have been on the panel have been saying that's a really good point that the questions put forward are addressing it. It's really simple. Just make it financially unviable for contractors to not do what they say. You can tax them, you can do whatever you want to them, as long as they do what they say. And on the point of young people not having much to do, where I'm from, which is Harpenden, I also find that young people have stuff to do until they're 10, and then nothing after that. It's kind of a dead land for any sort of adolescence. So I was just wondering what.
Let's see what more of that. Well, let me come to Kirsty just because she hasn't spoken yet. Kirsty.
I grew up
In
as a
terms of
piano
planning,
man, right?
I'm
And my
not
brother
entirely
was a
sure where the
fucking drug
blockage is in
dealer.
the system. We've recently had a suburb built on the outskirts of Aberdeen. It's got a number
And
of
two of my
hundreds of
brothers went to
houses,
Red
now
Lodge.
thousands. Once a certain
One
number
was
of the properties
fucking
were built,
dangerous
they
and
had to
punching
open the school,
people.
they had to open the
And he
shop
gave me a black eye.
before the rest
And
of the
also
properties were
Russian
allowed
White,
to
he
be
was fucking
built.
bossy
Now,
as
you
fuck.
just need a planning system that allows that to happen.
So are
And
you
then
saying
you'll-
this problem doesn't, I mean, I genuinely don't know the answer. You're saying this problem just doesn't
He
happen?
was smoking drugs and drinking in my mum's house.
Right.
But like I say, my mum, well,
there
she
are
fucked
cases
up
where
and
we've
went to Desmond House
absolutely
about
solved
me,
that
right?
problem and
And
ensured that
and
phasing
Russell
has
White, my
happened
little
to
brother, was like phoning up
And
to
just
say
one
my pain
stuff
on
for
me.
young people.
I'm the big
people
brother, right?
older
And
than
I
me,
was fucking
people my
saying what
generation
goes,
maybe
right?
say, oh yeah,
And if
youth
I say
clubs
there's
are
too many
really
fucking
great,
black
right?
cunts in this
But the
fucking
thing is, young
country,
people don't want
we'll
to
get
go
rid
to
of
youth
them.
clubs. What we actually, what we really, geez, why sit in a smelly community centre, when you could actually be hanging about with your pals somewhere nicer. So what we need to do is ensure that we're making youth-led decisions on this. We're speaking to young people, listening to young people, which is the key bit.
We'll look
and
after
then
the
putting
children.
those services in place. One of the things we've done in
All the
Scotland is putting
teenagers.
free buses for under 22s.
The police, you can fuck
which
off
makes a
because you're not going to
massive
start
difference,
chasing the
because
police,
particularly if you live in more
the
rural
teenagers
areas,
around. I mean,
you're able to
you
travel
scare
to
the
your friends
teenagers,
that
you
probably
fucking
go to
destroy
school
them.
with, or that you want to spend time with.
That
But we
example
really need
is
to actually
when that
listen to young
guy in
people
Manchester got
rather
fucking
than
jailed
do
for
what an
13
awful lot
years.
of older
A
people in my
nipper,
patch
you know
tend
what I
to say,
mean?
which is let's have more
Dominated
youth,
and destroyed by the
youth
fucking
clubs.
police.
Young people
And
don't want
a
that.
shitty
Let's do cool
judge.
stuff for them instead.
Woman there in the dark top, yeah.
Hi. I understand what you're saying about
A white
youth,
bastard.
facilities, but I'm listening to people talking about wanting shops and the high street and what have you. The truth of the matter is how are these things going to be put in when I bet a lot of people in here don't even support their own high street.
Dr. Courtney's a cunt. He's a fucking little bastard. He is, I tell you.
There's not enough.
The
There's not
pictures
enough
that
help to
he
keep
done,
them
he
going.
actually
So
made these
asking
people
for
come
that
to my
kind of
houses, right?
infrastructure,
All the pictures I've
you've
been
got to
sent
have
it to
someone run
fucking
it,
deliver it.
and
They can see what I've been going through.
people really struggle running small businesses because we are.
I've actually given them a load of fucking pictures,
with the
like
likes of
A4
Amazon,
pictures
and
of
it
all the
is
people coming in my
everyone's
house.
Busy lives.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Thanks
I
to
have
fucking
order
Dr.
on
Courtney,
Amazon,
who
even though I'm
fucking gay
involved
man.
in a small
Do you know why I
business
say he's gay man? Because he kept
Because
shaking
you
my hand
can't
all
get
the fucking
everything you
time.
want, but we
You know what I mean? A bit,
people don't
bit gay, a bit
realise
queer, a bit
you don't
fucking.
spend
Oh
your
my
money
god,
on
man!
your own high
He
street.
sat down and
You
said,
won't
"Look,
get
I've done
shops
this,
in
I've done that.
retail.
I'm a
Why
good
would
man.
anybody
I've
open one?
done so well." And it was,
We've got about
I said,
27
"Really?
seconds
Is that
on
what
the
you
clock.
say? Is it?
Let's
You
play the back of
fucking
the
cunt."
shirt.
Hi.
He looks
I
like
think
he's come out of a
there should be
pub. That's what he
more
looks
power
like.
given to local
Dr.
governments.
Courtney, you little
Give an
bastard.
example. I heard that London and Sadiq Khan is only controlling about 7% of his budget
And
for
Matkovich.
improving London. Whereas
Another fucking
cities like New York is
psychiatrist.
in
It was
control of
like,
50% of their budget.
Two-
And
2007,
Japan, in
one of the
Tokyo,
little cunts said I was fucking
local government,
psychopathic.
local mayor is in control of
But he was locking me up for 18
75%
years, you little motherfuckers.
city's budget. So if the power is given back to local authorities, they can deal with local issues, I think, and rather than
Thanks to my
central
mother.
government control.
Okay.
He
Thank
goes
you
to
for
French
your
shoe
point.
shop, right, and cleans in
I know you're
French
desperate
shoe
to come
shop
on
in
the show, but
Bedford
I've run
Place.
out of time.
Right, and goes back to her house in Lord's
It's
Hill, a
okay.
3-bedroom council house. Right, and lets my brother smoke loads of drugs and get high on all the drugs. Yeah, Mum, you was always high. You were smiling, laughing, joking because you were on drugs. Yeah.
Right.
You fucking
Okay.
went to Des
I'm
Brown.
sorry I
That's what
can't
you done,
elaborate
man.
on that point any further. It's just we're out of time. But you were desperate to make your point, and you did. Okay. Our hour is up. Thank you very much to the panel.
I'm not going to die because I'm saying I'm not going to bother. Yeah, my brother's well, I'm not going to relate with them either because I'm just getting fucking bothered.
From Northstowe, where feelings are running high about planning development. Until next week. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Let's try not talking about black cunts. I mean, black cunts are black cunts, aren't they? That's it. I mean, I hear them on the radio and I'll turn the radio off because it's fucking shit. Black rappers, fucking terrible, rubbish, fucking no good.
Do you want to know about the week in music?
The good, the bad, the ugly.
But you're just in time. Things are about to get very personal. There was this one time when we're going to go through everything.
Listen to these and many more amazing podcasts on BBC Sounds.
The results that matter and political reaction live through the night now on BBC One. Elections 2024.
Good evening. Within the next few months, there'll be a general election. You will choose who leads the country for the next 5 years.
Yeah, well, I'm going to fucking do what I
Millions
can.
in England and Wales have been voting today to decide who's in charge of bins, care and crime where you live. Those decisions make a huge difference, but the results will give us a massive indicator of our politicians'
Jobs are happy,
fortunes
right?
as we
It's
hurry
so
towards
I'm
the
fucking
big
tuned like a
contest.
Rolls Royce engine,
The
right?
Prime Minister's
I'll be looking
tried
out
to
for
be cheerful
families,
on the
just like
campaign,
fucking that.
but he's been under the cosh for many
I'll be
months.
making the families
The
happy,
results
the
are
children will be
gruesome.
happy, mummy and dad will be
Sunak's
happy,
job even being
just like it
risked.
used to be in the old days.
Will
Yeah,
Sir Keir Starmer be able to show convincing progress
I'm gonna
tonight?
make the NHS look
Labour's been
fucking
miles
shit
ahead in
forever.
the polls for months, but it's real life votes that really matter. Ed Davey and his army of Lib Dem activists want to call time on the Tories, but in how many parts of the country will they actually get their way? Thousands of council seats are up for grabs. There's a by-election in Blackpool. Police commissioners are being chosen too, and there are elections for those powerful mayors around the country. It adds up to the biggest test of public opinion before the general election. Amrita Chakrabarti will bring us the numbers as the hours tick by.
These are the seats that the main parties are defending. Just under 1,000 for the Conservatives and for Labour, just over 400 for the Liberal Democrats. Counting overnight are 641 local council seats, 35 English councils. There'll be 3 police and crime commissioners and also that House of Commons seat of Blackpool South. I'll be bringing you the results and looking at the figures and the trends behind them.
Of course, the nation's number cruncher, Professor Sir John Curtis, will explain how the landscape is shaping up. And our political editor, Chris Mason, will tell us what that could mean. Top politicians from the parties will be with us in the studio with smiles or perhaps brave faces as the night goes on. So stay with us for election night on the BBC. The results are about to start coming in. A very warm welcome to election night on the BBC. Now, there is a dizzying array of contests to keep our eyes on. Each race, of course, important in its own right. But in this feverish atmosphere in the months before a general election, the overall picture we can build as the night goes on is so vital. Now, there are 2 things we have to bear in mind. The last time these seats were up was in 2021, when Boris Johnson was in charge. And it's not so much election night, but election 48 hours. It's going to take a while for all of the results to come in. So we'll know by 6 a.m. and the end of our time together, but not everything. One of the most important races, though, is the by-election result at Blackpool South. We'll be there on the ground in a few minutes, and we will have that result this evening. We'll, of course, be right round the country with our colleagues at Camp. And at the desk with us for the first part of the night, the Cabinet Minister, Chris Heaton-Harris, for the Conservatives, Bridget Phillipson, who wants to be Labour's next Education Secretary, and Manira Wilson, her opposite number in the Liberal.
Oh, I heard the news about the co-op shop, the cooperative. They actually tried to run a rave and that, but the building fucking collapsed all out. But the roof was faulty or whatever it was. I can't quite remember, but I know it's fucking the co-op, you know, little bastards trying to run a rave, aren't they? Little cunts. I mean, I'm the Millstone Raver, and I say fuck off, co-op, you know what I mean? You little cunts. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm the Millstone Raver, and I've been there for some years. You know, I'm the piano man, I'm a family friend, I'm like Cub Scout Army Cadet. I'm like, I've been helping people for years, you know, fucking you little bastards. I mean, you're fucking dangerous. Trying to threaten me with prison and all that, trying to get me in jail and all that, you little cunt. Yeah, fucking co-ops, you know, cooperative. You're not cooperative. Brutal motherfuckers, that's what you are.
Magnitude, the nuclear option of yet another change of Prime Minister, but that's what's at stake here in the very short
cooperative, fuck off, Weir, because I'm going to fuck you up.
before the general election for those who would like to see a change to make that argument and try and convince their colleagues of the merits of that argument as they see it.
So if by Saturday afternoon it looks really gruesome, then the jeopardy is massive for Rishi Sunak. Let's then think of the Labour Party. We're seeing the count in Hartlepool. Now in 2021, the Tories won the by-election there, hugely successful for Keir Starmer and his colleagues. What does he have to show in places like that?
Hartlepool is fascinating because it is a case study in political change in relatively short term over the last 3 years. So I remember being there actually at the Hartlepool by-election. Labour lost. Boris Johnson was in his pomp. There was a giant inflatable of Boris Johnson that was sort of paraded through the town on the day, and Keir Starmer
rolling their eyes there at that particular memory.
and Keir Starmer was in real trouble. And actually, we've learned since in a biography by Tom Baldwin, former Labour communications director, former journalist, that Keir Starmer
Cooperative,
back
a
in
greedy
2020
motherfucker. That's what you are, you fucking
as
little
Labour
cunt.
leader. That's how imperiled he was by that result. And at the same time, in that wider region, the Tees Valley, the Conservatives won the mayoral race there by a million miles, more than 70% of the vote. So it's an indicator that of how political fortunes have shifted in the last few years.
And for tonight, for the Labour Party, they are looking not just at something that looks credible, but something that looks really convincing. We're seeing pictures there of Rushmore in Hampshire. Now, a council in Hampshire, which might have seemed unimaginable a few years, that is in Labour's sight. So the whole picture for Labour, what do they want to happen?
They've got to be able to convince themselves and then shape a conversation that implies that they are en route to winning a general election. We've seen opinion polls, haven't we, for months on end with Labour a million miles ahead.
Dr. Happy.
But we should always
You know,
emphasise
I could be an MP, I could be a Prime Minister, I don't
Labour
mind.
are trying to climb at that.
I've got someone that says
And as
Gordie
any
for
politician
president.
can acknowledge, you know, opinion polls, of course they matter, and they shape the mood, but real votes in real ballot boxes really matter. How does geographically the results tonight match, and this is the same for all of the parties, match the key seats come the general election? Interestingly, from Labour this evening, their absolute emphasis is on Blackpool South, that parliamentary by-election, which I think they're going to win, and the council elections. They are emphasising less the mayoral contests. Conservatives equal and opposite on that, with them leaning into pointing at those mayoral contests as something they say suggests that their fate is perhaps not as grim as some might have feared.
Now, a bit later, I want to ask you about the smaller parties, because local elections are really important for them. But let's then go straight to Blackpool South. That's where Labour are emphasising they're really hopeful of success tonight. That grabs because the former Conservative MP Scott Benson had to quit in disgrace, really. But Helen Katz is there for us tonight. Then, Helen, what are the prospects for this result?
Well, it's not just Labour, I think, who are confident that this seat is turning red tomorrow. They're certainly very confident of winning it, but speaking to the other parties here as well, I mean, they're pretty sure that it's going to be a Labour win too. So all the focus here really is on what the scale of that will be. Now, Labour are hoping for something above a 12.5% swing here, because they say that would then translate into a majority at a general election. There's also a lot of focus on reform here. The Brexit Party came third here. It's sort of forerunner to reform in 2019 with about 6% of the vote. It does look like they are on course to do better than that this time. They believe they've had a pretty good day at the polling stations today, better so than they have perhaps in the postal ballots. Now, neither they nor the Conservatives at this stage think that they have done enough to push the Conservatives down into third place. The Tories, by the way, are privately acknowledging that they think they've lost this too, but they still think they're going to come in second. At the moment, though, it's very difficult to tell.
And Helen, what time do you think the result will come in there in Blackpool South? And any indication of turnout, how much people were enthused by this by-election?
I mean, no indication of turnout yet, but certainly various party sources I've been speaking to have been worried that turnouts could be quite low here. They say that there's a bit of a background of that. So we don't have turnout yet. And in fact, the count hasn't even started here yet. We've got all the ballot boxes in. We think they're all here, but verification is still happening. So we haven't yet got into the counting. The original time declaration here was sometime between 2 and 5 in the morning. I think more in the middle of that. But again, as I said, I haven't started counting yet. So until that is underway, we can't give you a better steer on that, unfortunately.
Okay, Helen, thanks so much for now. And we'll be back with you shortly through the night. Interesting there, Helen, being very clear Labour and the Tories whispering that they think the seat has gone to Labour, and the Conservatives acknowledging to Helen and other people on the ground that they expect to have lost that seat. I'm going to talk to our politicians about that in just a couple of minutes. Rita, let's then think about these council elections, because they're right across England. They're not in Wales, Northern Ireland or Scotland, but talk us through the ones that we're going to have our BDIs on in the next few hours.
We've got quite a few coming
I'm not
in,
heating up
Laura,
too high,
about a
and
third
I'm
of all the
fucking burning
councils
up.
are counting overnight.
And then I need
Some
to
of the
pee, and
ones
it's crazy.
that we're going to be keeping an eye on.
And I've made
with
myself a
arrangements
cup of soup
in
and
terms
a cup of
which
tea.
of the main parties were defending which council. Under the Conservative, Reading is their most marginal council. They have a majority of three there. Redditch, I beg your pardon. Redditch is in the West Midlands, and that is being heavily targeted by Labour. Rushmore, which is in Hampshire, now they've been Conservative since the start of the century, since the year 2000, but Labour has been nibbling away at Conservative support there, and Labour got 5 seats there last year, so we'll be watching Rushmore carefully as well. And Harlow in Essex, the Conservatives took this from Labour. Can Labour take the fight back this time round? Under the Labour column, Oldham is the most marginal Labour council, and we'll be watching Oldham with a lot of interest, because we're waiting to see whether the leadership's policy on Gaza is going to have some effect there. You'll remember that in neighbouring Rochdale in the by-election just a few weeks ago, Labour lost a lot of support and went on to lose the by-election. It was thought largely because of
You fucking shit. You can't even run a club, can you? Because you fucked up buildings and your roofs fell down or something. I see on the news, and I thought that was happening like fucking. Look, it's a cop, the little bastards, you know what I mean?
Quite a fight on their hands to hang on to Hull. Winchester, Eastleigh and Gosport, they're all in Hampshire, and Gosport is the Lib Dems' most marginal council, so let's see what happens there. Now, in terms of the hung council, so these are where there's no one party in overall control. This might be the most exciting, because most of the councils tonight are up in thirds, which means it's only 1 in 3 seats that's being counted. That means it's quite difficult for a council to change hands. But of course, a hung council is by its very nature volatile. So Hartlepool, what will happen there? Labour targeting that very strongly. And of course, they lost that famous, notorious for them, by-election to the Conservatives back in 2021. They're short by 2 seats for a majority in Hartlepool. They're short by 6 in Thurrock. That's a straight Labour Conservative fight. The Conservatives are 2 seats short of a majority there. And for the Lib Dems, they're targeting Portsmouth and also Stockport in Greater Manchester. So a lot of results to come in, and we'll be bringing you them, of course, as they do. Laura.
Rita, thank you very much indeed. It's a really good reminder of just how complicated a jigsaw this is, but especially in an election year, every single council you've talked about, every single seat is so important for parties to infuse their foot soldiers to be able to get them pounding the pavements during an election year. Let's turn then to our politicians, and let's zoom into Blackpool South. So we heard from our colleague Helen Catt on the ground there that Conservative sources and Labour sources on the ground, Chris Eaton-Harris, are acknowledging that you have lost the seat. Are you ready to acknowledge that?
Well, I think it's definitely a tough seat for us to hold when you lose an MP who has disgraced themselves and was essentially thrown out by Parliament and then recalled by his constituents. You're highly unlikely to be rewarded by the electorate, and electorates do not like by-elections being put on them because of a failing like that. And so, I got to say, from the very start, I would have expected to lose Blackpool South. But we've got a really good candidate there in David Jones, and he's worked his socks off in that, demonstrate what a good Conservative MP can achieve.
And in terms of, are you ready to acknowledge what you're hearing? I know all of your phones will be buzzing through the night that actually it's pretty much.
Yeah, your floor manager told us to turn them off, but we're not going to do that, are we? So it was a good attempt, I've got to say.
I think there's real life and then there's politics, right?
And so I actually haven't had many indications other than the ones you've had as well. So I'm hearing exactly the same.
You're hearing the same thing. And Bridget Phillipson, then you're letting out an early smile.
Hopeful about Blackpool South, and we fought a really strong campaign there. It was clear, knocking on doors, and I've been up there like lots of people, that there was a real mood and appetite for change. I think some of the frustration, however, that voters have is that they're not getting a general election on the same day, because there is a mood right across the country that people really want the chance to have their say in terms of who gets to govern the country, as well as these important elections that we're talking about this evening.
And in terms, though, of the size of the change, can you give us any indication? Because in by-elections in recent months, Labour has been getting swings, huge swings, you know, of over 20% in recent by-elections. Is that the kind of level you'll be expecting or hoping for?
Well, those were amongst the biggest swings we've ever had in England, so it will be quite something. No, we're not in that kind of, I don't think we've been that kind of ballpark to be either, because the swings that we had in some of those by-elections earlier this year have been amongst the biggest in the post-war period. So they really were quite extraordinary results in very traditional Conservative seats. Now, Blackpool South Hall, it was Labour held until 2019 when we lost it.
Rubbish.
It
Agreed.
has
Yeah,
for the majority
it's
of the time
terrible.
it's existed as a seat. MP. So if we're making progress there, if we're taking Blackpool South tonight, I really hope that we do. That puts us on a really firm footing going into the general election.
Compare the 1920s with the 2020s.
Black rappers, what they do is they actually make you cry. Yeah? It's so sad. It's fucking terrible. It's fucking oh my fucking god. I mean, the way they rap, it's fucking terrible. Really bad. Fucking, like, oh, it's like a piano and tune. Like, you know, it's like oh fucking hell, mate. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Are you going to carry on? And then I end up turning the radio off because it's fucking scary. Well, it's not scary. It's fucking fucked up.
In the kinds of places we will need to
you get depressed, you get upset, you fucking nearly in tears because of their fucking rapping.
About the numbers of seats, more about the places where we're making progress.
Although sometimes when politicians say less about the numbers, what they're really saying is we're not that sure about making really hefty gains. But Manira, for the Lib Dems,
and football can fuck off and say it.
So this time
all
last
the
year,
people
we were
watching
also
football are
last year,
fucked up.
and the Lib Dems had a really successful time. This year, what do you think the prospects are?
Yeah, we made spectacular gains this time last year, but we've also got to up for election this year, and actually the sort of mix of seats that are up for election this year are really in those red wall territories. They are largely Conservative Labour fights, and we're expecting to see Labour make great gains. We are hoping to consolidate and actually make gains in the blue wall, the areas that we're targeting for the general election later this year. A lot of those won't be coming in until tomorrow. You think about Dominic Raab's backyard in Easter and Walton, Elmbridge, and John Redwood's backyard in Wokingham, places like Tunbridge Wells, which we hope to make gains in, potentially take control of. All of those will be coming in tomorrow, and we'll be looking very, very closely at those because we'll be very keen to make gains in those areas where we hope to take Conservative seats at the general.
Do you have a sense yet tonight? I mean, I know I'm sure you were all on the doors today. You'll all have been talking to colleagues and activists in the last few days. Do you have a sense yet that you're able to make a big stride forward in the way that you did last year? Because we're, you know, maybe only a couple of months from a general election. Surely you have to be showing that you can punch through.
Yeah, we certainly do hope to make gains in those areas that we're looking to gain at the general election. At this stage, it's far too early to give you an indication, Laura, because most of those areas aren't counting until tomorrow. It's a lot of those sort of Labour-dominated areas that are counting overnight.
Sure. Well, you've all said it, and it is true that we are very, very early in the night, but we're better to hear than from on the ground. We're going to take you to two different counts. First of all, to Harlow, and my colleague Simon Dedman is there for us tonight. Simon, thanks so much for joining us. Now, Harlow's really the kind of place where Labour needs to be showing progress, isn't it? Tell us what's been going on there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this place has been a classic bellwether, Laura, for 40 years. Whoever's won this seat at Westminster has gone on to take the keys to 10 Downing Street. And our mood here between the Conservatives and Labour is that it is looking pretty close. The vote verification is still underway. Quite a few wards looking particularly very tight. And both parties saying that one of the key places to watch is going to be this area called Latin Bush, where Labour needs to retake those seats if they're going to be within a chance of retaking this council, which the Conservatives won a majority in 2021 when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister and living the vaccine dream as it was for the party in those sets of local elections. And since then, the Conservatives have been able to hold on here in Harlow. But now Labour really feels that it's their chance. And Keir Starmer even said that he sees Harlow as one of his real targets in Essex.
And what's been the chat among voters, you know, as you've been out and about talking to people, what issues have been coming up Has it been about the national picture? Or, as often in these elections, there's sometimes a local issue that's really been driving people around the twist, and that's what shift votes.
You cannot get away from the national political scene on the ground here, but actually housing is a massive issue locally. The lack of social housing, people struggling to get on the housing ladder, leaving Harlow, moving further northwards because they can't afford a home here. That's a big issue, as is regeneration. There are quite a lot of people I found who haven't made up their minds who to vote for in the past few weeks. I mean, a lot of people who are going to be turning out here are making up their minds quite late in the day. We haven't got a turnout figure yet. It has traditionally been quite low here in the local elections. Last year, it was just 25% of voters who turned out on the day.
Okay, Simon, thanks so much. We'll be back with you later on. That's interesting to note. That's one of those places where there's a well-known MP standing down. Rob Halfon is a government minister and well-known MP for many years. He's one of the many incumbents, to use the jargon, who's saying goodbye at the general election. And that may well have a big effect whenever we get to that poll. Let's go north to Oldham and speak to Shelley Phelps. Now, Shelley, that's part of the world where Labour's got quite a specific worry about how some voters might have been reacting, hasn't it?
Hi, Laura, that's right. So they're just verifying the votes at the moment behind me. Counting hasn't actually started yet, so we're not going to have any results in for a while. But as you say, this is an interesting one because Labour has a majority here of just one, and they're in a pretty precarious position. Now, recently, two councillors quit the party over its stance on Gaza, including one who is standing as an independent. And actually, for the Conservatives as well, three of their councillors, they suspended them when they attended a pro-Palestinian march on Armistice Day. And so we are looking here to see what the effect of the Israel-Gaza war might be on Labour's chances of success. This is a very diverse area. According to the most recent consensus, just under a quarter of people identified as Muslim. And speaking to Labour campaigners, people that have arrived here already, they are nervous. They tell me the mood is one of concern about whether they are going to lose control of the council. In terms of the Westminster picture, you've got three Labour MPs covering here. A little bit of the borough falls into the Labour Deputy Leader Angela Rayner's constituency. She's been campaigning here in recent days. And just a moment ago, as Rita was referring to, just recently next door in neighbouring Rochdale, we had George Galloway's win here for his Workers' Party of Britain, a big shock by-election win. And of course, he has pledged that one of the things his party wants to do is to oust Angela Rayner.
And the other question around Angela Rayner that has been hard for her to escape about her own personal affairs and tax cuts some years ago, is that something that you've heard come up at all?
Yeah, that's interesting, actually. And it's not something that anyone has mentioned to me. I think speaking to Labour campaigners, the predominant issue that they seem to be worried about is some of their voters who are perhaps angry at the party over their stance on Gaza, that they didn't call for a ceasefire quickly enough, or that they're more focused at, the other sort of campaign themes and issues that you're picking up on is around local issues, as you would expect, bins, potholes, housing, rents. But also speaking to some voters today, you're right that the national stuff does play into this, because people were talking to me about the national picture. And there was that sense among some people, the apathy that they just feel that nobody is kind of on their side or going to make a difference.
Shelley, thanks so much, and give us a nudge when we start to get results through from there. Thank you very much to you for now in Oldham. Let's go then to Hartlepool. Now, as we were talking to Chris about a while ago, that's a really vital place for Labour to show that they can grab votes back. Huge Conservative success there in 2021. We can talk to Dave McMillan, who's there for us tonight. Labour got smiles on their faces, or are they looking nervous?
No, I think Labour are fairly confident that they will be making a return to power here in Hartlepool in the council at the very least. As has already been alluded to, the last few years have been miserable for Labour here. It was a Labour stronghold for many, many years, but they lost that by-election in 2021. Chris Mason mentioned the giant inflatable Boris Johnson that was doing the rounds, almost haunting the Labour Party at that time. A couple of years before, they even lost control of the council before a vote had been cast. You didn't fight within the party. but they are on the way back. Last year, they got within a couple of votes of taking the council, and the electoral maths is very much in their favour this year. Another thing that's interesting in Hartlepool is reform. Actually, I want to have a happy birthday for somebody going on behind me. Another thing that's interesting in Hartlepool, though, apart from the birthday wishes, is that Reform are standing in all 12 wards. It's a very important target for them. Richard Tyson's got a huge office in the town, so it'll be interesting to see how they go on. For the Conservatives, they would dearly like to hold on to the leadership of Hartlepool Council, which they currently share with Independents. But the real test for them will come tomorrow with the Tees Valley mayoral election. They, of course, will be desperate to see Ben Houchen hold on now.
And in terms of that Ben Houchen race, I mean, there's an interesting thing that's gone on there. We've had in the last couple of days a lot of Conservative spin about how it would be a huge victory for them to be able to hold on to him. They seem to be quite confident that they'll be able to do that, although, as you say, we wouldn't get that result for a couple of days, in fact. But just talk to us about the context there. I mean, when he was chosen first time round, he had almost a sort of North Korean scale of the vote.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, last time it was something like 73% of the vote that Ben Houchen had. I think at one point it was described as the single greatest personal mandate anyone had ever had in a British election. So he's a hugely important figure for the Conservatives, and he has had a huge impact on the local political landscape. The vibe seems to be that he probably will hang on to the election. There was a poll out a couple of weeks ago that had Labour's Chris McEwen and the Conservative Ben Houchen neck and neck. Another poll came out this week which suggested that Ben Houchen would hold 7 points ahead. It certainly seems that most of the vibe is that he will hold on, and it will be a hugely significant thing for the Conservatives if he does, because he's a hugely influential figure in the party, and of course he was influential in then breaking through the red wall before Boris Johnson in 2019. Ben Houchen, of course, had done it already in 2017.
Dave, thank you very much indeed for now. In Hartlepool, we'll be back with you a bit later in the night as we get a sense of what is happening there in the northeast of England. Right, let's stand back a bit, look at the big picture, because these results, as they come in, will of course be vital to preparing a picture of the run up to the general election. But they also take place in, of course, a historical context of the extraordinary political events that we have been through, that we've all lived through in the last few years. And Rita, you've got that context there, and you can explain how these local results mirror it, really.
Absolutely, Laura. And what I've got here, as you can see, is results going back 20 years. And these are the share of support of each of the main parties based on the results of the local elections. And by that, I mean, we are able to extrapolate from local election results, which don't happen all over the country, but we can work out using data from key wards where we track patterns over time. We can work out how the whole country would have voted if everyone had been voting. So let me take you right the way back to the beginning, and you can see that during the Labour years under Blair and Brown, it's the blue line that's in the ascendancy. It's the Conservatives, because, well, people do, it is one of those things that people do tend to want to give the government a kicking during mid-term. You can see there's a change once David Cameron's in power.
Well, you're going to let me go and
Red
kick
Line starts
fucking
to dominate. Not everywhere,
Dr.
there are
Courtney's
blips
head
in
in.
certain places. Here in 2015,
Knock him out and
it
all
was
that.
the Conservatives who did better. 2017 under Theresa May, remember she had a fantastic night, which then caused her to call a general election where she promptly lost her majority. Then you can see again Conservatives doing very well in 2021, but then they've been on the slide since then. So in 2023, the share of the vote for the main parties was, as you can see, Labour on 35%, Conservatives on 26%, the Lib Dems on 20%, and others on 19%. And by the end of this evening, or sometime during the course of the night, we should be able to track that line to see what will be happening in 2024. So based on about a third of the results overnight, overall, we should be able to see how that share of the vote will be changing as if the whole country had been voting. So please stay with us.
Rita, thank you very much indeed. So local elections are not the same as the national elections, but you've just shown us how they are a really important kind of tracker of where things are going. I just also want to explain to the eagle-eyed among you, you might have noticed there is a Prime Minister missing in that enormous chart. You can see we go Cameron, May, Johnson, Sunak. Now, you will all know that Liz Truss was in charge for some time. However, we are not poking fun at how short her time in office was, there were no local elections contested during her time in Downing Street. That's the reason she's not on your chart, isn't it, Rita?
Absolutely, exactly. We haven't forgotten. There is a reason.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of people who are wondering about voting Conservative maybe haven't forgotten either about Liz Truss. And Chris Heaton-Harris, you know, we've seen from how the change of vote shares have changed and your polling position for a long time now. You are in quite a predicament, aren't you?
Well, that makes the mayoral election in Teesside even more interesting, doesn't it? Because supposedly we are massively behind in the polls. We were behind in the early polls in Teesside, and now supposedly we're in place. So even in the course of an election campaign where Labour have thrown the kitchen sink at it, I don't know how many times Keir Starmer's been up to Teesside, 6, 7, 8. Ben Houchen, who is an amazingly good mayor, who has delivered for the people of Teesside on has had all sorts of personal attacks, political attacks, and a huge Labour campaign. And it would be, I'd say, if we're on these sorts of numbers that you're suggesting, it would be quite a surprise for us to do well in Teesside.
Well, he got more than 70% of the vote last time. But hold that thought for a second, because I want to bring you, I think we can show you our first couple of results coming in, perhaps from Sunderland, but maybe they're not quite ready. Bridget, that's your part of the world. You'll have to hurry them up because we were hoping to bring you them just in the next couple of minutes. But Chris Heaton-Harris, you say it would be amazing if you managed to hold on to Ben Houchen, but he did get more than 70% of the vote last time. And he himself said during the campaign, there are lots of people who speak to me and say they'll vote for me, but they probably won't vote Conservative at the general election. If he hold on, it's despite your national party, not because of it, isn't it?
Because I'm with the National Party. He's standing as a Conservative mayor. I'm pretty sure had he stood for any other party or indeed as an independent, he would not do as well. We've had loads of MPs campaigning for Ben, and I'm really, he's a really good mayor. He deserves to be elected on his own right because he's delivered massively for the people of Teesside. But this, I think, leads into the point that
I looked after all the families from Somerset. Do you give a fuck? I don't think
you
so.
have the opportunity then to talk to voters about persuading them to vote for you, and that's what he's done.
Even though he's been spelling out to voters that people are going to back him, but they're not going to vote for the rest of it.
He will. In 2019, that was the first time we had some of these seats in Teesside. Before 2019, every seat within that Teesside mayoralty was Labour. That's quite something.
Okay, let's not get bogged down also in a contest that we're not going to get the result from until tomorrow afternoon. Let's talk to you, Bridget Phillipson. I mean, maybe Chris Heaton-Harris has a point. Actually, if Labour's poll lead is real and credible, you really ought to be sweeping the board everywhere.
So I'll deal specifically with Tees Valley and then move on to kind of the wider dynamics of the evening. I mean, Ben Houchen has run a mile from the Conservative branding during this contest, and as we've been discussing, secured an enormous share of the vote back in 2021. It would require a 23% swing for us to take that. I mean, that is huge. I am confident we will make progress, but I heard a lot of people on the doors in Teesside saying exactly what Ben Houchen has been saying, and I'm confident that we will make progress come the general election on Teesside. We've just seen there in Hartlepool, again, an area where we've made real progress last time around, and I'm confident we'll make progress again this evening. And I think that does demonstrate the scale of the change that we've seen under Keir Starmer from where we were back in 2021, losing that by-election, enormous challenge. And we do have the Blackpool South by-election this evening, which is the most obvious comparator where it comes to parliamentary results.
And
the mayoral contests are a different kind of dynamic for a range of reasons, and I would apply that across the country.
But I'm sure if you do well, and you'll be very quick to hail them as some, enormous victory. Just to say to you, we're just hearing that Blackpool South might come actually sooner than we think. I just had a communication with somebody suggesting that they might actually nearly finish.
I've got lots of some trainers, so I can bands
that's
and that.
very early in the night, but I just wanted to
I've
flag
got
that for there in case you suddenly have to jump away. But Bridget Phillipson, I'm just listening to you. You're using a lot of political phrases like showing considerable progress and showing that we've made an advance. Will you give us an idea of what would be a reasonable benchmark? So some of the number crunching is suggesting gaining around 300 would be decent for Labour, given the pattern of where the seats are coming up.
It's the areas and not the numbers. So it's making progress in the kind of key places that we need to demonstrate we're making advances for the general election. So where that aligns with our parliamentary seats that we will need in order to secure that majority. And you know what I've heard right across the country, and I've travelled the kind of the length and breadth of England in recent weeks and months, is that there's a real need and appetite to change. I've spoken to so many lifelong Conservative voters who've just had enough. They're not prepared to vote Conservative. They're sick of the chaos. The very fact that we're having the Blackpool South by-election this evening, I think, demonstrates just the chaos, the sleaze, and you know, people just want to turn a corner and they want, you know, Britain to have a better future ahead of us.
Okay, well, we can now show you our first set of results, so we can start filling in the blanks of some of our political conversations. Here are some of the early results from Sunderland. They haven't finished counting, but there are enough results to say that Labour will hold the council. Now, that's not a surprise in and of itself. They've got 39 seats, the Lib Dems on 8, the Tories back on 7. Let's look at the change of seats. Well, it looks like no seats have changed hands, but the share, there it is, 54% to Labour, only 5% for the Lib Dems, 9% for the Conservatives. And look there in the turquoise, REF, that's the Reform Party. Now, if you're a Politico, you'll know the Reform Party is what emerged out of the remains of the Brexit Party, and they are working very hard to try to make a dent. They're not standing everywhere. They are standing in that by-election, but they're not standing everywhere in the country. But look at this change in the share. Now, Labour up by 5%, so that is distinct, but not overwhelming. The Tories down by 16% in Sunderland. Independents down by 11%, but look at that again. The Reform Party there in turquoise up by 19%. So Reform gaining more in share than the Conservatives are losing. Interesting, isn't it? But only 4 wards in. So we've got the result, but we don't have the breakdown of every single seat that's happened there in Sunderland. So to help us decode that at this early part of the night, let's bring in Professor Sir John Curtice. John, looking at these first straws in the political wind tonight, what does that make you think?
Well, Sunderland, of course, in parliamentary elections is often early, and we do have to remember that Sunderland does have its own particular characteristics. Above all, this is a very Eurosceptic part of the country. It's also somewhere that did well in local elections in the past. And we've now seen Reform outhold the Conservatives in each of the ward results that we've got in from Sunderland so far. As you've just seen in the summary, the Conservative vote is well done on 2021 on this time last year. So at least in this early result, we should bear, and the Conservatives do have reason to be concerned about what's going to happen in Eurosceptic parts of the country where Reform do stand. And Sunderland was one of the very few places where Reform are fighting all the wards. But still, early signs at least suggest, as we've been anticipating, it's going to be a difficult night for the Conservatives. One of the stories that we're going to be tracking is to what extent do they particularly suffer where Reform are standing. Labour making progress, but modest progress, but after all, Sunderland is already very strongly Labour, so perhaps we should expect too much in the way of further progress for Labour here.
And John, if the national polls are essentially giving us a true picture, what kind of increases should we be seeing from the Labour Party tonight? Give us some context on that.
Well, the trouble is the Labour Party doesn't tend to do as well in local elections as it does in Indian polls at a particular point in time. It's partly because the Liberal Democrats do better. But I think, given that the Labour Party is at least where it was 12 months ago, given that last year's local election performance was somewhat modest by the standards of what we might have expected, I think Labour would like at least to be a point or two up on where they were last year. But that, frankly, translates into something like a 10-point increase on where they were in 2021. So those are the kind of figures that you should be looking out for. But I think, to be honest, I think now, given how much the Conservative decline in Sunderland seems to be tied to the presence and the strength of Reform, the $64,000 question now is what's going to happen in the majority of wards where Reform are not present. Are the results in Sunderland going to be exceptionally bad for the Conservatives, or because elsewhere where the Reform aren't standing, some of the voters they've lost are going to vote for them anyway when they find Reform on the ballot paper? Or will voters still stay away from putting an X on the Conservative against the Conservative candidate, even if we form president? That's one of the questions, a potentially vital question, to which we don't yet know the answer.
Okay, John, stick with us. We'll be back with you a bit later. I can show you some pictures of the count getting going there in Exeter. And let's also show you this picture in Rushmore in Hampshire, where Labour is very hopeful of making progress, potentially even making a gain. Rushmore is the council where the town of Aldershot is, so that's a very military area. So that would be interesting if Labour manages to make progress there. Let's show you again the counters getting busy in Hartlepool. We've talked already about why Hartlepool is so vital and interesting. Interesting history of that seat there. Big scene of Tory victory in 2021. And then let's show you again what's going on in Blackpool South. Now there's some people standing around. Oh, I'm trying to have a closer look and see if there's any decisive action. It looks like some of the tables are empty. So maybe the counting is progressing faster than we had expected. Let's talk to one of the Conservatives who will be watching this all very closely as it comes in. Henry Hill, who is the Deputy Editor of the big popular Conservative website, Conservative Home. Thank you indeed for joining us this evening. I think you're the acting editor, actually, Henry. I'm terribly sorry I didn't mean to do that. Now, we heard there Chris Heaton-Harris trying to emphasise that there might be success for the Conservatives hanging on to the Teesside mayoralty. We won't get that result till tomorrow afternoon. But from what your contacts have been saying to you in the last few days, from what you have been hearing so far, how do you expect this election 48 hours to pan out for your party?
So I think the crucial thing in the short term will be the mayoral elections, because those, I think, have a disproportionate ability to sway the narrative that comes out of this about the Prime Minister and the party's fortunes. If they hold on to Tees Valley, that's at least not a complete wipeout. If they manage to hold on to the West Midlands, which is a longer shot, then that would be a real shot in the arm. And that, I think, will be more maybe than the councillors what's going to determine how panicky MPs are come Monday morning once the ashes have settled and we know where we stand. But I think in terms of the general election, the more important thing will probably be the councillors, because councillors, you're much more likely to see voting on national ground than you are with mayors, where you have people with a much stronger individual mandate and their individual brand because they're standing as a single person. And also because councillors are the infantry of a general election campaign. And one of the concerns that I've heard from Conservatives, and one reason that some people really were agitating for the Prime Minister to go for an election this month, is that if the Conservatives suffer heavy council losses, that's hundreds of people who probably, many of them won't be out campaigning for the party in an autumn election, nor will their friends and family who might normally campaign for them. So it will be interesting to see at the end of the weekend how much damage has been done to the Conservatives' ground machine.
And in terms of last year's performance, I mean, it was woeful for the Conservatives in the local council elections last year. They lost 1,000. And it's interesting you're saying there, if they make big losses this year again, actually, that's what MPs should be paying attention to. Has sort of Tory HQ already managed to spin them into worrying about the wrong things?
Well, it's partly the media's fault, right? The mayoral elections do have a very high profile, and there will be there will naturally be very interesting if Andy Street especially manages to hold on in the West Midlands, an area which I think we would normally say leans Labour. That will be a very interesting result. But yes, I think in terms of if you're a Conservative MP, you will have, if you're a good campaigner, you will have a personal vote, you will have a local profile, but you will be also, most of your voters will be people who turn out and tick the box by the party they want to vote for. And in that case, the local elections will, I think, be a much stronger tell of a party's performance in an area than a good performance by a Conservative mayor.
Henry Hill, thank you so much indeed for now. Chris, I just want to ask you about this point. So it's true that the narrative, to use the jargon, has become very dominated by the mayoral contest, and actually not just by any old mayoral contest, by two specifically, when there are 11 going on around the country. Do you think that MPs are then sort of looking at the wrong things?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, here? And I think you get a clash between the sort of psephology, the numbers that John Curtis and others will crunch, and what that might mean extrapolating to a general election, and then the psychology. And as Henry was saying, baked into the whole idea, the case that is made for the mayoral model, is the idea that you have these high-profile regional figures who are then quasi-national figures because they can be a sort of ambassadorial figure on the national stage for their region. It also means, though, that they can develop a political brand that is a far greater extension of their party brand than is perhaps possible if you're a council leader or an MP, which means you can make your campaigning points a little detached from your party. And we've absolutely seen the likes of Andy Street, the Conservative mayor, Conservative candidate as things stand for the West Midlands mayoralty, do just that, to wear his conservatism very, very likely. He's always done that in this role. He has particularly done it in the context of this race. That said, on the ballot paper, we should be clear, as Chris was saying a few minutes ago, it still says Conservative next to his name. But in terms of the psychology for Conservative MPs, there is no doubt they are attaching quite a lot of significance to those two contests in the Tees Valley and the West Midlands as a way, if they are able to hold them, to say, well, things might be bad if that's how it turns out in the council elections and other contests for them, but perhaps not as bad as it could have been. So there's a lot of psychology as well as spin around those races in particular.
And in a second, we're going to talk to our colleague James Pearson, who's in Redditch, which is in the Midlands, but just outside the West Midlands mayoralty area. We'll check in with him in just a sec. But is it actually the case, though, that the mayoralties actually, they're an anomaly? Because of exactly as you've been explaining, they're separate to the sort of normal run of things.
Yeah, they are really, and they're a relatively novel and new concept, aren't they? In fact, in this set of elections, there are parts of England that are electing a mayor for the very first time in the East Midlands, in York and North Yorkshire, and in large parts of the northeast of England, north of the Tees Valley area. So they are, in numerical and psephological terms, as John Curtis will tell us throughout the night, different and something of an anomaly. But in the mood making, they will be significant, without question.
Okay, well, let's take you to Greenwich then in the West Midlands. It's not in the mayor's area, Andy Street, where there's that closely fought contest, but it is in that place where there are lots and lots of seats that will be marginal at the general election. And Redditch is a council that is a Labour target. They last won it in 2016. And James, it's a straight battle between Labour and the Tories, isn't it? What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's what it's shaping up. That's what it looks like tonight. The nerves are definitely building here at the Abbey Stadium. The political parties, Labour, Conservatives, they're used to fighting council elections 3 years out of 4. They're used to going on the doorsteps. They're used to the issues coming up. But this year it's the big one because it's all out elections, all the council seats up there. And that's what I think is fueling the nerves. Labour, as you say, should be confident at taking this. That's what they've been telling me when I've been going out on the doorsteps with them in recent weeks. Tonight, though, they seem a bit nervy. We've got three councillors award being elected here, and they potentially think that voters are splitting their votes between some of the parties. They might not scoop up all the 3 councillors they could get per ward. Conservatives, they have been out trying really hard today, as has the local MP and Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party, Rachel McLean. So we'll see. They think it's too close to call at the moment. The Greens, they're hopeful of maybe taking a seat or 2, but it really is a battle between Labour and the Conservatives. And you mentioned the kind of majorities and marginals in general elections. Rachel McLean holds this seat for Conservatives in a majority of 16,000 at the moment. If Labour take this seat tonight, they will be confident they can take it in the general election in months, potentially.
Okay, James, thank you so much. We'll be back with you later in the night. An interesting battle there, and a straight fight with Tories and the Labour Party. We've got a bit more information coming in from Sunderland in terms of how things panned out with the arithmetic. You can see Labour now 41 seats, Tories with 8, same as the Lib Dems. But then in terms of seats changing hands, you can see a straight switch there, Labour gaining 1, the Tories dropping 1. Let's show you more about how the share of the vote has changed. And this is the really interesting thing there. You can see the Tories dropping by 17%, the Reform Party going up by exactly the same amount. So a straight switch there between the Tories and the Reform Party. Sunderland was a very strong sort of Levy part of the world, very strong support for the Brexit referendum, where those iconic images at the beginning of the night were from back in 2016. But very interesting to see that straight switch. And you can see why the leader of the Reform Party, Richard Tice, has tweeted this: outstanding early results in Sunderland. We expect to beat the Tories in a majority of 25 seats in Sunderland. Well, Richard Tice, we will see. We'll hope to speak to him later on in the evening. But so far, Reform are hailing their own progress in Sunderland, where they claim they will beat the Tories in 25 seats, although they haven't won a seat there yet. But in terms of that vote share, they have put on a lot, taking away from the Tories, it seems. There are some more pictures in Blackpool South, and there are definitely people now who look like they've finished their duties for the evening. We were expecting the result there, not for quite some time, but it does look as if things have progressed quite quickly. Chris, in terms of that switch from Tories to Reform directly in Sunderland, that is the kind of thing that's going to make Conservatives really nervy, isn't it?
Yeah, and so little wonder that Richard Tice was leaping onto social media within nanoseconds, even at this very early stage of seeing results from there. Of course, we can't be certain exactly where votes have come from that might have gone in Reform's direction, but there's a certain symmetry there that will alarm Conservatives. Yes, there's the particular political history, if you like, of Sunderland, which people will recall from the early results of the Brexit referendum. But in terms of that dynamic that exists in British politics at the moment, involving the Conservatives and Reform, with Reform UK absolutely insistent that they are not going to call off the dogs, that they regard the Conservatives as a spent force and want to inflict damage. Richard Tice and others will point to this result, and indeed others, if this represents something of a trend as the results come, to say that they are going to be very influential in causing the Conservatives harm. And they can do it, as we've seen in Sunderland, and they hope Reform come the general election, without themselves actually winning anywhere. If they can peel away a sufficient number of previous Conservative voters, that might in some places be the difference between the Conservative and the Labour vote. It'll be interesting through the night as well to see how well or not Reform do in Blackpool South in the parliamentary by-election.
That's right. We were hearing from Helen on the ground there that they didn't seem to be expecting to come into second place.
No.
But if they did come in second place or got very close to the Conservatives, that really would spook them. I mean, Chris Heaton-Harris, how concerned are you about the threat from Reform?
Well, firstly, it's definitely not a direct switch, and I think you might have noticed that on those figures when they flash up, I think there was an independents are down 8%, and this is Bridget's seat, so I'm not going to try and tell Bridget that in Redhill there was quite a strong UKIP presence in the past, and it's a very interesting place to do politics. I'm absolutely sure. But the one thing it does show you is that if you vote Reform, you get Labour, and it's a very straightforward equation for people at the next general election. If they want to vote Reform, they'll end up with Labour MPs, and they'll end up with the Labour government, and then they'll end up probably with everything that they didn't want to vote for based on the profile of Reform voters.
So what it actually shows us at the moment is that as things stand right now in May 2024, people are choosing the Reform Party instead of the Conservatives. And you're right, we've got no way of getting inside voters' minds and seeing if it was a direct switch, but their share increased as much as yours fell away. And people, by those statistics, early in the night, walking away from you and choosing them instead.
No, so I think it's a way more complicated picture than that, even in Sunderland. But I'm not going to prey on Bridget's seat. But the direct lesson of this already, I think the one thing you can draw is that this particular seat that has swapped hands is that Reform polled a decent chunk of the vote that made it a Labour gain.
But that is because voters are choosing them, not you. In Sunderland, so far, you are down 6 points since last year.
But at the general election, this is a very clear choice that people will be making. Here, they're electing very good councillors. I'm absolutely sure across all the political parties, people who want to do well in their communities. At the general election, you are choosing the government of the country. You're choosing your immigration policy, your taxation policy. You're choosing your education policy. And these are big choices, and a vote for Reform equals a vote for Labour.
So, Bridget Phillipson, what do you say to that? You are the Sunderland expert around this table, so perhaps you can give us a perspective.
Well, I'd happily talk about Sunderland all night, but I'm not sure your viewers will be necessarily that fascinated in the micro detail of Sunderland politics.
I'm sure we've got lots of viewers in Sunderland, and I don't want anybody to be offended by that. We can talk about Sunderland plenty.
I talk about it all night, but I'll keep my remarks a bit more broad brushed. It is Sunderland as council that we already control, And whilst the results are encouraging, and we've taken the seat from the Conservatives, which is fantastic news, we haven't seen the full sweep of the results either. I think it again goes back to the point about looking across the country as the results come in, especially for us in those areas where we need to make progress in order to form a parliamentary majority. And those are the kinds of places, we were talking about Hartlepool, Redditch, we just heard from the count there as well. I was there just last week, and what was absolutely clear was that lifelong Conservative voters are turning away from the Conservative Party and they're coming directly over to Labour because they've just had enough of all of this chaos. Everything that began with Boris Johnson, then drifting on into Liz Truss, and then here we are now. And there is a real mood and appetite for change.
But you've just said they're coming directly to Labour. Actually, in your home city, we've just seen that actually swathes of them are going to reform.
What you will often see, of course, you will see different kinds of results in areas that is already where you already have a majority for one party. So rarely would the result in Sunderland, be it at a general election or a local election, necessarily have the same carryover that you would expect in other parts of the country. But certainly where I've been campaigning, whether it's in the East Midlands, in the West Midlands, and in places like Teesside, we are getting direct lifelong Tory voters directly switching to Labour.
But then you mentioned their Teesside and the West Midlands, and you've already said, oh, well, actually, the mayoralties, they're sort of a bit of an anomaly. They're not really, they're always going to be very hard for us. But you just said yourself, you've been there. Loads of Labour politicians have been to both. You have campaigned very, very hard in those places. And from the kind of language you're giving us tonight, it sounds like you really don't think you're going to make it.
Well, of course, we fought really hard in all of the mayoralties across the country, especially in those target areas such as East Midlands, West Midlands, and Teesside. But, you were talking just earlier about the fact that these are different kinds of contests. I'm confident that we will make progress in Teesside, but the scale of the swing that would be required in order to take that mayoralty would be enormous, which is why the Conservatives want to focus in on that. But
what about the West Midlands?
It's a tough contest, and I think a lot will end up coming down to turnout. But these are different kinds of contests, and in the case of both the West Midlands and Tees Valley, the Tory incumbents have absolutely run a mile from the Tory brand because they know how damaging it is to their prospects of re-election.
Chris is shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, Rishi sent out an email to every Conservative voter pledge in the West Midlands yesterday, supporting Andy Street, and I've got to say, I've been on a few doors myself, and whilst, I think Andy might win this particular set of elections because local elections have quite a low turnout.
Well, your old friend Boris Johnson also sent out a message saying, forget Westminster, vote for Ben.
Yeah,
So,
but Boris is campaigning for fellow Conservatives, and actually, just going back to a point that Chris made, mayoral candidates do have a direct reflection on how your party does. And I pray in aid of Boris Johnson when he won the mayoralty of London under David Cameron's premiership.
They are different though, aren't they? Because the very nature of the model is one that emphasises the individual.
Yeah,
so you can stand above, you can stand a little bit above. Of course you carry a party label, but you can stand above to a greater degree than plenty of other politicians.
I think Keir Starmer, the Labour Party, the wider media would agree that Ben Houchen is a Conservative candidate, and everybody knows in Tees Valley that he's the Conservative candidate.
But he's not been particularly keen to emphasise that fact, I think it's fair to say, during the course of that contest.
Bridget, given the mountain that Labour has to climb to win the general election, shouldn't we be winning the mayoral race in the West Midlands and indeed in Tees Valley? Not long ago, the Teesside, the Tees Valley was the Labour stronghold by a million miles.
Well, as we've been talking about earlier, we had the Hartlepool by-election that we lost, whereas last year in the local elections there in Hartlepool, we did make progress. I'm confident we'll make further progress again this evening. And it is clear to me, campaigning right across Teesside, that we are making progress in those key marginal seats for the general election. But the scale of the swing required in order to take that is 23%. I mean, that is a really, really big swing that will be required. And actually winning those parliamentary seats wouldn't require that level of swing. But, the Conservatives, of course, are very keen to talk about Tees Valley in order to distract from the wider picture that we are likely to see across the country this evening, which is Labour making significant progress in areas of the country, in the north, in the south, across the Midlands, in order to win parliamentary constituencies.
The truth, though, of course, is that you would also absolutely dearly love to be showing progress and taking mayoral races and winning.
I want to win everywhere, of course I do, absolutely. Of course I want to win everywhere.
Maria, I just wondered, you're listening to those two, and mayoralties are one thing, and actually those results are not going to come until Friday, and then Saturday afternoon, so I'm going to have to wait for MBC. But are you confident though that the Lib Dems, you used to have this reputation of being a challenger party, being able to rush in when the others were in big trouble? Do you think you're actually able to show that pattern tonight?
Yeah, we've just made our first gain as well overnight.
News. Where's that then?
So
It's not telling us yet.
So in Leicestershire, where there's been a county council by-election, we've won a seat from the Tories with a 14% swing in the new parliamentary constituency of Hinckley and Bosworth, where we hope to be putting pressure on the Conservatives at the general election. And I think that's the pattern you're going to see over the next 24, 48 hours. In the areas that we're looking to put pressure on the Conservatives come the general election, we will be making progress and we will be making gains. And that's what you need to look for.
Okay, well, let's talk to Sonia Soda, who's the chief leader writer for The Observer. Sonia, we've been talking about the mayoral races already. We've been talking about the pressure specifically on the Conservatives a lot. You understand what the Labour Party extremely well. Talk us through what is a realistic expectation coming from the Labour Party tonight, what they would be disappointed by and what they would be pleased by.
Well, I think there's a bit of a spectrum for the Labour Party, and I think there's lots of different things going on, as you've already been talking about, to focus on. There's the local council results, there's these very high-profile mayoral elections, and, a sort of a Labour victory in either the West Midlands, for example, or in Tees Valley. That could sort of shift some of the narrative that we're seeing over the next 24 hours. But one of the key things to look for will be the BBC calculations on the projected national vote share based on the local election result. And, I think Labour will be looking to sort of show that lead that we're seeing in the polls is actually filtering through to election results when you're talking about the projected national vote share.
And that PNS, as we call it, we'll probably have that for you and for everybody else sometime tomorrow afternoon when we've had a chance to put enough results into our giant calculator to come up with something that's credible. Last year in the PNS, the projected national share, Labour was ahead by 9%. The national polls imply they should be a fair amount further forward than that.
Yes, they do. But what you've got to take into account when you're looking at what's going on is the fact that there are fewer seats up for grabs in terms of local election seats, so that's local councillors that we're talking about. And also a lot of the elections that are taking place at the local level are in areas where Labour are already in control of the council. So I think that's right. So a good night would be them making gains on the lead that we saw, a year ago. But I think it would be too high an expectation to think that the poll lead that we're seeing would translate itself into that vote share. So it's probably higher than 9% that they will be looking at for a good night, but lower than where the poll lead is.
Okay, Sonia, thanks so much. In the last few minutes, we can tell you that Labour has taken another ward from the Conservatives in Sunderland. So just building their lead there. Remember, they didn't have to change the council. They've been holding the council already. They didn't have to grab it from the Conservatives, but they have taken another ward from the Conservatives there in Sunderland, which at this stage is still the only council result that we have got in. Just to remind you, because Sonia was talking there about the projected national share, that's the statistic that we can come up with that tells us what would have happened if these elections had been fought everywhere in the UK. So it doesn't tell us what the general election results is going to be, but it gives us a picture, a snapshot of what the results would have been in terms of share for all of the parties if the general election these council elections had taken place in every corner of the country. That's my little health warning for you on the PNS, as we call it, which we'll have sometime tomorrow afternoon. In a second, we're going to be back in Blackpool South to check in with what's going on there. But Chris, just in terms of these vote shares, I mean, that really is what the political parties will be eager to see, potentially thrilled or horrified by.
Yes, because they can measure their current popularity, but also look back and see rate of progress or decline from last year's local elections and previous ones, and then benchmark that with how their performance is now and therefore could be at the general election, again by looking at how that compares to the kind of charts that Rita was showing us earlier on. One other thing just to quickly mention, Laura, I'm hearing from several sources that quite a lot of the counting in lots of places is taking longer than had been anticipated, courtesy of the fact that we've got so many different elections going on, which makes the job of those doing nocturnal arithmetic even more complicated. And we were talking a few minutes ago, seeing those pictures from Blackpool, where it looked like they might be approaching finishing. I hear they haven't actually started yet.
Well, get the coffee on, because it might be an even longer night than we had been anticipating. But there are plenty and plenty and plenty of things that we can talk about, because the overall political context in an election year is endlessly fascinating if you're as inclined as I am. But there's tons and tons to talk through. Just to go back to that concept of share. Last year, the gap between the two big parties was 9%. If we compare it to 1996, and you knew it was not going to be a while before we started having historical comparisons. In fact, I think you lot were already talking about the 1920s. So in 1996, that share, Labour was 16% ahead in these local elections. Do you think they feel there'll be anything like that tonight? Because it's a sort of parlour game. Often people say, oh, is it more like 1997 or is it more like another year? What's really going on here?
And that parlour game is absolutely key, isn't it? Because you do get that comparison that's made between 92 and 97, and these comparisons are never perfect. And politically, things have changed since the 1990s. The significance of parties other than the Labour and the Conservatives much greater right now. The key thing in the end is going to be, from Labour's perspective and indeed from the Conservative perspective, is does this set of data, and in particular that projected national share, point to and reflect what we're seeing in opinion polls, and point to and reflect, therefore, if you are looking at those opinion polls and looking at these so-called PNS, that there is a reasonable prospect of a change in government come the general election. And we should emphasise that. I know it's the likes of you and me say the whole time. Yes, we've had this whole stack of opinion polls to come to an end now, suggesting Labour a country mile ahead, but they have one heck of a mountain to overcome to even sneak over the line with the tiniest of majorities. Keir Starmer has to perform better in terms of a swing than Tony Blair managed in 1997. So that is the scale of the challenge that Labour face. And that's why looking at that number, whenever we get it in the middle of what is now this afternoon, Friday afternoon, that will be a key move maker. Even though, as we know, there are lots and lots of points to come beyond that point throughout the weekend.
Okay, thanks so much, Chris. Now, I know we've talked already a lot about Blackpool South. Let's go there and talk to the candidate who's been standing to become, with the hope of being Reform's first MP, Mark Butcher. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Mark Butcher.
How do you think you've done?
It's crazy.
Thanks for having me. Well, I'm quietly confident.
Quietly confident of what?
Sorry, the question, I just need to hear the question again.
You say you're quietly confident, Mark, but quietly confident of what?
We're quietly confident of making a good showing here today in Blackpool South.
And a good showing would mean that you have made it potentially into second place behind Labour, ahead of the Conservatives?
Well, that would be a fantastic good showing. But I'm here to win it, so I just have to be honest with you and say I'm here today to win this by-election.
And from what you've heard so far, and having been out on the doorsteps, and I'm sure looking at the votes as they're being verified and beginning to be counted there tonight, what do you think is a realistic outcome? I mean, you say you're there to win it. That would be an enormous surprise, I think, to everybody. But there have been some possibility, some expectation that you might just sneak into second. So what's realistic, do you think?
Well, realistic is second place, yeah, of course. But as I say, I'm here tonight to win this by-election for the good people of Blackpool South.
And why do you think you've been able to appeal to them?
Well, because first of all, people in Blackpool are fed up. We are sick and tired of the false
I'm your family
promises
friend, man.
by the Labour Council that we've dealt with here for the last 12 years, and by the Conservative government that have just failed us in every single way. We've had 3 local MPs MPs here. From
Did
the final
RHP
to Blackpool
pianos
South
fail?
and Blackpool
I don't think
North
so.
That have all failed the good people of Blackpool, and we are completely fed up of it. I think that's why I appeal to people, because it's common sense policies for common sense people with Reform UK.
Hi, Marcus. Chris Mason here. Evening to you. I wonder when you've been out and about knocking on the doors and talking to people in Blackpool, those who have said that they'd be willing to support you, where they've said their political support's been in the past. Are you attracting former Conservative voters in the main or Labour voters? Where do you think your vote's coming from?
We're collecting votes from both sides of the party. I've spoken today to many Labour supporters who actually voted for me, but particularly in the Conservative heartlands, that's where we're having the most impact. And the story on the door, people are talking, they are coming out in their droves.
And what do you say to the critique? We've heard it from Chris Harris, Conservative Cabinet Minister, this evening, that a vote for reform from the general election is effectively a vote to put Keir Starmer in Downing Street. Is that something you'd be comfortable with?
Not at all. Well, he would say that, wouldn't he? And that depends from which side of the spectrum you're from. Well, I don't think a vote for Reform UK here in Blackpool is a vote for Labour or Conservative. A vote for Reform UK is a vote for reform. And that we're the only party that's committed to change, and that's what's attractive for people here in Blackpool South. We are fed up, and we've had enough.
Mark Richard, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back with you. We'll certainly be back in Blackpool South. Thank you for joining us. And the enthusiastic Lib Dem activist who was trying to get in the shot there behind you, Mark, did very well not to be distracted. Chris Heaton-Harris, he says people are totally fed up. What would you say to that?
I think people, appetite, local elections and indeed by-elections always do have much lower turnouts, and that demonstrates a type of apathy which you could read across as being fed up. And yes, I do think people want to see politicians delivering on the promises they have made. That is why, Rishi made 5 commitments when he came in. I think we can safely say that the pledge on halving inflation has happened, because we've gone from over 11% to just over 3%. But one of the most important ones in that was stopping the boats. We haven't been able to stop the boats yet. We've got this Rwanda policy that Labour and the Lib Dems constantly vote against, which is now obviously having a deterrent effect or perceived deterrent effect amongst those coming. So we will, I think, we will start to see delivery on that and on all of our pledges as well.
Well, you mentioned there a deterrent effect of your Rwanda policy. In your role as Northern Ireland Secretary, as we've got you here, Ireland and the UK have been having, as we understand, some quite tricky discussions about what to do about people who appear to have been going from Northern Ireland into Ireland in the south. What are you going to do about it?
Well, firstly, again, this is a perceived deterrent effect. It is obviously working, and I believe there's been interviews in the press of people who said they've gone to Ireland to claim asylum there because of our Rwanda policy. There is actually a common travel area which is extremely important across Ireland and Northern Ireland, which means there is no border. There is no border because of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. There is no border, and should be no border because of the Windsor Framework. And so we need to work to make sure. I had a very good conversation with the Taoiseach, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland, yesterday about trying to make sure that the common travel areas, exterior borders, are protected.
But the Irish government has said there's an agreement with the UK that could allow them to return asylum seekers to the UK, and the UK said it has no legal obligation to do that. So, what are you going to do about it? I mean, there seems to be a standoff here.
There is no legal obligation, and indeed, all the time that this agreement's been going, I think only one asylum seeker has gone in any direction. But that's the point here, is that we need to work with our colleagues in Ireland to make sure that the common travel area, its external borders, are protected.
I just want to say also, you said the deterrent effect is clearly working. In fact, anyone who was watching the news earlier today will have seen that 711 migrants crossed the Channel yesterday. That's the highest daily total so far this year. And the total for this year is more than 8,000 people. That's an increase of a third on the equivalent period of last year.
Yeah,
so if the deterrent effect is working, how does that stack up with
Well,
a
I mean,
record
obviously,
number
the
of
deterrent
people
effect
coming?
is working because there are people who are choosing to go elsewhere rather than try and come to the United Kingdom. The point
hang
is,
on, if they've made it to Northern Ireland and into Ireland, they've crossed the channel to get to the UK.
yeah,
And if the deterrent effect is meant to be stopping people crossing the channel, which is the dangerous journey that you and the Prime Minister say you want to bring that to an end, the highest number so far this year came yesterday.
yeah, which
It's
is why
not
we need to
working,
make
is it?
sure that we see planes go to Rwanda with people who come here illegally on, and actually, what we want to make sure is that we have the strongest policy in this space, and there is a perceived view that one, this is a deterrent, and two, that Labour, if they came in, wouldn't do anything in this space, and there'd be just a kind of amnesty that allows people to stay. So you've got a draw in one way and a deterrent in another.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that issue, I'm sure, through the night, because it's something that's very important to lots of voters, very important, I'm sure, also to a lot of you watching here tonight. Let's, though, Rita, go in behind one of the results that we're getting through. In Newcastle, they're still counting, but we can have a look at some of the numbers that are interesting.
They really are. I mean, the night is young, and so, of course, we pore over what we have, but this is an interesting set of figures. So they're still counting in Newcastle. You can see we've got 3 seats in, but this is the shape of change since the last time these seats were voted on. It's the change since 2021, which is the last time that these seats were up. Now, all 3 seats are Labour holds, but you can see that the Labour vote share has just gone up by 1%, 1 percentage point each 21. Conservatives massively down at minus 10%. And look who's benefited, the Lib Dems and the Greens. Now, one of these 3 seats is an award called South Jesmond, which is quite a studenty area. Is that a factor in the shape of this? So we'll be watching Newcastle very closely. It's a Labour council. It's been Labour since 2011. It was Lib Dem before then. We'll come back to this once we've got some more of those seats in. Now, if you want to know more about what's going on tonight, you can, of course, go to the BBC website and you'll get all sorts of information about the results, analysis as well. And you can put your postcode in and find out what's going on in your own council. So you can find it at this address, but also, of course, on the news app.
Bridget, thanks. Rita, thanks very much. Bridget, that's not far from your patch, Newcastle. You can see there from those early results, actually, potentially it's a student vote, potentially whoever knows what's happening, but people are choosing the Greens and not going over to you.
I mean, there's always been that kind of dimension in Newcastle and that kind of volatility there. But I would just say alongside that, it's becoming clear to us this evening that we will gain Hartlepool tonight, which would be a brilliant result for us. So I think, at one level we can talk about one result in Newcastle, but actually in Hartlepool, particularly after that devastating result in 2021, would demonstrate really massive growth.
It was a must-win, though, wasn't it? Getting back Hartlepool.
Well, we did really well in the local elections last year, and it would demonstrate that we are on track to form the next government.
Okay,
we're making those kind of strides forward.
Okay, thank you for bringing us that snippet of news. Bridget and Munira, we're going to say goodbye to you in just a few minutes' time as we hurtle towards the 1 o'clock news. Just before we do, though, we've talked a lot about the Midlands and the north of England. Let's go to the south of England now and talk to Peter Henley, who's the political editor for BBC South. Now, you're in the council area of Rushmore. We've mentioned it briefly tonight, Peter, but tell us why it's important and what do you think is going to happen?
This is a Labour target in the south of England, Aldershot, home of the British Army. People here usually very loyal. They've had a Conservative MP in this constituency since 1918. Continuously Conservative. This council for 50 years led by Conservatives. And Labour are smiling tonight. And the Conservatives not at all happy. There's a good chance of change on this council in the south of England. And that will be very interesting because under Corbyn's leadership, the Labour vote went down. Under Keir Starmer, in a military area, it's looking a lot better for them.
And Peter, that's the Tory-Labour battle. What about the Tory-Lib Dem battle in your part of the country?
Away from here, there's the Blue Wall. Dorset Council, which is counting tomorrow, is where Ed Davy's been visiting and a lot of campaigning going on. Again, a very Conservative area, but all the seats are up. and so a lot to play for the Liberal Democrats there. Wokingham in Berkshire is another council that they run, but they'd like to have overall control, and Portsmouth, a similar target for them. I'd say also there's some four reform candidates here. That might have hit the Conservative vote here at Rushmore. But another point about this, I think, which is a fascinating council, which is that Jeremy Hunt is the neighbouring constituency in North West Surrey, and on the other side, Michael Gove in Surrey Heath. So they'll be looking closely at Labour's progress here.
Peter, thank you so much. It's always good to see people scurrying around in the background with ballot boxes looking purposeful. There haven't been that many results through tonight. We hear it is taking longer than it might have done because these results are such a complicated jigsaw as we try to unpick what's going on through the night. But we will be bringing you the results as they come in. In a second, we're going to go to the news, but we're going to thank Bridget Phillipson and Munir Wilson for the Lib Dems who have been with us here in the first time of the programme. Let's remind you of the totals so far. Not much on our giant scoreboard there, but you can see in our tower behind me, Labour on 16 seats, having gained 3, the Lib Dems on 3, and the Tories having lost 3. So in wins and losses, we're still therefore in single figures, a long way to go. Plenty of interesting things already starting to emerge. Now then, let's check in with the news with Regina Bajanathan.
Thanks, Laura. Votes are being counted in the local elections in parts of England in the last major test of public opinion before the general election. Labour have said they hope the results will signify real progress and have retained control of Sunderland Council in the first result declared. The Conservatives have acknowledged they're expecting a difficult evening. The outcome of the by-election in Blackpool South is expected overnight, as well as results from around a third of the councils involved. Here's our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus with the latest.
Up for grabs in these elections, 2,500 council seats, 11 mayoral jobs, and here in Blackpool South, 1 Westminster seat. It's one of the consequential battles tonight. Labour hopeful they can take it off the Conservatives.
Well, the first result we'll look for is the Blackpool by-election, which is the only result where Rishi Sunak and the government are really on the ballot paper. And if we can gain that, that will show real progress on the way to the coming general election.
But Labour have other targets too. Rushmore in Hampshire, a Southern Conservative council. The Conservative minister here at the count, his party braced for losses of seats won back when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister.
The last time most of these seats were fought was in 2021, where we had effectively a vaccine bounce as we rolled out the COVID vaccine. That was our best set of local elections since 2008. So that's a very high base. So compared to that, it is going to be difficult to achieve on that.
In Hull, an alarm and an evacuation. Whether Conservatives think these elections signal trouble ahead for them will depend on the scale of any losses. In Stockport, where they're counting in a car park, Liberal Democrats could make gains from Labour. What they're most focused on are the places they face off with Conservatives.
Across the country, we've heard that people are absolutely fed up of the Conservatives. And across the blue wall, lifelong Conservatives are switching to the Liberal Democrats, so we're very optimistic. People want to cast a verdict on the Conservatives' appalling record on the NHS and care, on the fact they've allowed the water companies to pump their sewage into our rivers, and the cost of living crisis.
Hartlepool is one place Conservatives are looking to. Labour may gain control of the council, but the mayoral vote should be different. That isn't being counted tonight, but what will emerge in the coming hours will paint a picture of how voters are feeling right across the country. David Grammaticus, BBC News.
In other news, John Swinney looks set to become Scotland's next First Minister after his main potential rival, Kate Forbes, said she wouldn't be standing for the leadership of the SNP and instead gave him her support. Mr. Swinney's the only candidate to put himself forward, but nominations are open until next week. At a news conference, he said he wanted to unite the party.
My message is crisp and simple. I'm stepping forward to bring the SNP together, to deliver economic growth and social justice, to deliver the very best future for everyone in a modern, dynamic diverse Scotland. I want to unite the SNP and unite Scotland for independence.
John Swinney there. A man's appeared in court charged with the murder of the schoolboy Daniel Anjorin in northeast London. Daniel, who was 14, was on his way to school when he was fatally stabbed in Hainault on Tuesday. Marcus Monzo, who's 36, also faces several other charges, including 2 counts of attempted murder. President Biden's broken his silence on the nationwide pro-Palestinian protests which have been taking place at universities across the United States. He was speaking after riot police moved in to dismantle a pro-Palestinian camp at the University of California in Los Angeles. At least 200 people were arrested in the raid. Mr. Biden must be respected. Anti-war protests have spread to about 50 campus sites. While most have been peaceful, tensions have been high at a number of universities in the past few days. The foreign secretaries met with President Zelensky in Kyiv to discuss the military equipment being sent to Ukraine by the UK. Lord Cameron said it would include precision-guided bombs and air defence missiles, which could be used by Ukraine against targets inside Russia. Take That have become the latest act to move shows away from the troubled Co-op Live Arena in Manchester, which has been plagued by delays to its opening. For the third time on Wednesday night, its doors remained closed due to technical problems, with fans already queuing up outside. The venue said it would be taking a short pause and would open on May the 14th. Well, a reminder that you can follow all of the election results overnight on the BBC News website or on the app. You can also see who's won and where using our postcode checker. You can find that at bbc.co.uk.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Now it's time to return to the team with elections 2024.
A very warm welcome back to Election Night on the BBC 2024. We've got a complicated and fascinating jigsaw of council, mayoral, and all sorts of other elections going on that you've been voting on today. And the results are starting to come in tonight, the days where the overall picture becomes clear. With us for the next while here in the studio, panel of top politicians. We're still joined by Chris Heaton-Harris, the Northern Ireland Secretary. Jonathan Reynolds, the Shadow Business Secretary for the Labour Party, has just joined us, and Sarah Olney, the Liberal Democrats Treasury spokesperson. A very warm welcome to you all. Let's show you what is going on so far. We don't have that many results at this stage, but there we go. The Conservatives have lost 4 council seats. Labour has gained 5, and no change so far for the Liberal Democrats. There are 107 councils up for grabs that you've been voting on today, but we'll only have 37 results in overnight. What we do hope to have, though, before not too long, is the result of the Blackpool South by-election. It came up for grabs, and Labour very much hopes that they will take it because the former Conservative MP quit in disgrace. One of the interesting things there, and we were just hearing from the Reform UK candidate, is how well they have done. How much of the Conservative vote have they managed to eat into? He suggested potentially they might get the Tories into second place. That would be a big deal and would spook Conservative MPs. But let's see what happens, and we'll be back in Blackpool South before too long. You can see some of the counters sitting around, but we think the count has not quite got underway. Let's take you then to Exeter in the southwest. People concentrating hard on their clipboards. That's what we like to see. That is the kind of place where Labour will want to show that they are doing okay. The Greens have been eating into their majority in the last few years. You can see a Green there concentrating hard on what's happening. We'll bring you that result as we have it. Let's then go to Plymouth. Now, Labour took that last year after splits in the Conservative group. There was a huge local row about trees in the city. All politics is local, they say. But it's also a very interesting place in the context of what happens on the council, because right now, the 2 Westminster seats are held by one Conservative, Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister, and Luke Pollard, who is the Shadow Defence one of the shadow defence team, and that will be very tightly fought in the general election. So we'll be keeping a close eye on what happens at Plymouth, not just because of the importance of the local council, but because of the context too. And there is Rushmore, and that's the council in Hampshire. And as we were hearing from Peter Henley on the ground there a few minutes ago, just before the news, Labour is hopeful of taking that council. It would matter not just because it's Labour taking a council in the south of England, which is notable in and of itself, given what's happened in the last few years, but also because it has the town of Aldershot, which is the home of much of the British military. And if you think of the context of the last few years, how hard Keir Starmer has worked to try to say that Labour is a party that can be trusted with the country's security, it would be interesting to see that happen in that part of the world. Now then, let's go to Bolton. Now that's been a Labour minority council. They're short of 4 seats. At the moment, there's a mixture of Labour and Conservative seats in Bolton. And that is one of those places where we'll be looking out also for what happens to the votes from Muslim constituents. Now, you might think, why are people picking out one particular group? But we know that that has been particularly of interest because there's been a lot of unhappiness, particularly among the Muslim community, but also with some other Labour voters over Keir Starmer's position on the conflict in Gaza and his refusal to call for an immediate ceasefire. So that's why we're picking out that particular group of voters, and we'll see if there is a discernible trend there overnight. Let's then go to Grimsby. This is like an A to Z of the country. Grimsby up on the coast of the east of England. Very Levy area, Conservative MPs there, but Labour hoping very much to make progress on the Council of North East Lincolnshire. And I'm sure before too long we'll be talking to our colleague Tim Iredale there on the ground. The Tories have to defend nearly all of the seats that are being contested to hold on. Right now, 2 Tory MPs. The council has been held by the Tories since 2012. But North East Lincolnshire is somewhere that is, or should be, in theory, in Labour's sights to show progress there, if indeed the national polls are to be believed. Somewhere where Labour should be feeling good, though, in that same vein, is Redditch. Now, Redditch in the Midlands, just outside the West Midlands mayoralty area. We've already been talking a lot about the mayors, but Redditch is the kind of part of the country, again, where Labour really ought to be making convincing gains. And Redditch, we understand, we think it's on their target list for the night. Somewhere that has definitely been on their target, and we think, we were hearing from Bridget Phillipson that they believe they've taken that council, is Hartlepool. My colleague David McMillan is there for us. David, are Labour confirming that on the ground to you?
Yes, they are. They are officially claiming victory here in Hartlepool. Well, we don't have the official result yet. In fact, it seems like it's going to be quite some way off. We had hoped we could get the declaration of the one. That might be slipping to about 2 o'clock. But Labour do believe they have done enough to win Hartlepool Council. They were confident they would be able to do so. The maths was very much in their favour. They were only defending 2 of the 12 seats. They only needed 2 games on top of that to take a majority in the council. And they certainly believe that that's what they've done. In a statement, a Labour Party spokesperson said, winning back Hartlepool Council is a groundbreaking moment after the disappointing results we saw here in 2021. So Labour certainly claiming victory. As I say, we don't have an official result yet. It might be a good hour or so before we hear that. If Labour are right, that if they have won here in Hartlepool, as they say they have, it would mean that former teacher Brenda Harrison would be the next leader of Hartlepool Council, and she'd be the first woman to lead this council.
Thank you very much indeed there. So Labour confirming on the ground, a statement from a spokesperson, that they have taken Hartlepool Council. Now, we've been talking just there about what's happening in the North East. Rita, so let's go to a different part of the country. Where can you show us what's been going on?
Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire. So
We've
Tory
got-
stronghold should
Absolutely.
be theoretically.
Well, and it still is, but some interesting stuff is going on. Let me show you just where it is. For those of you who don't know, it come leaping out at you. There you go. This is Broxbourne in Hertfordshire. It is very true blue. It's been Conservative for the last 50 years, and it still is. The Conservatives couldn't lose this council tonight. They've just counted all the seats. They needed 16 seats for the winning person. As you can see, the Conservatives have got 27, but it's interesting to see what has happened to the share of the vote, because look at that, down 13 percentage points since 3 years ago, which is the last time that these seats were counted. And look who's benefited. Labour up by 5%, the Greens up by 9%. So really interesting to see the Conservatives going backwards in one of their heartlands. A little earlier, we were talking about Newcastle. I promised to update you as more results were coming in. So we've now got 6 seats counted here, and they're still counting, as you can see. And let's just take a look at the share of the vote. Interesting, isn't it? Labour down a smidge, Conservatives down 8%, and it's the Greens and the Liberal Democrats who again are benefiting. And I can tell you the Greens have taken a ward off Labour as well within that. So we'll keep an eye on everything that's going on. I'm being told that the Lib Dems have also taken 2 seats as well off Labour. So we'll keep coming back, and I'll keep bringing you more. Laura.
Thanks, Rita. That's really interesting. And I'm just hearing where the Lib Dems and the Greens have taken place, particularly where the Greens have had made progress in Newcastle, is, we understand, an area with a high Muslim population. Now, Chris, we were just saying a few minutes ago, the reason why we're picking out that it might sound a bit strange to some people's ears, but it's the reason. How concerned is Labour HQ about
They're nervous about it, and not least because tonight and the coming days might offer a greater picture than afforded so far because of the scale and range of electoral contests that we will get results from. The extent to which that they are losing support amongst people, particularly in areas where there is a significant Muslim population, has not liked Keir Starmer's attitude towards the conflict in the Middle East. In the view of some within the Labour Party, there's been a desire that they would have a bolder position on calling for a ceasefire sooner. Keir Starmer's argument is that that would not be right. And so Labour will be very conscious of keeping an eye on that, because in the way that we've talked already tonight about the threat the Conservatives face from reform and the fear from their perspective that whilst reform might not win many seats, they could take significant numbers of votes from them that allow Labour to win it. The fear for Labour would be that that could have a similar impact on them. Now, on the whole, these seats tend to be in areas where Labour, certainly in parliamentary terms, performs very, very well. And therefore, the scope for them to lose votes and still hold on to seats is significant. But it'd be really interesting, just on a very live, hugely competitive topic that for some people is very, very important in determining how they might vote. Let's see as the night goes on if the likes of that result that we just saw in the Elsick ward in Newcastle plays out around the country.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because traditionally, of course, there have been some moments where it has made a very big difference, but traditionally, foreign policy is not often something that shifts significant numbers of votes in the UK.
Quite. And yet, here we have something going on in the Middle East in the last 6 or 7 months that has been hugely dominating in terms of headlines, hugely polarizing, angering for many people, where there's every prospect that that conflict is going to remain salient and newsworthy in the months in the countdown to the general election. Just a month or so back, I was in Rochdale covering the by-election, another area in Greater Manchester with a significant Muslim population. And yes, there is that sense, isn't there, that so often it's all about the domestic when it comes to elections. My goodness, covering that by-election, it was very, very abundantly clear. And yes, an atypical just in one-on-one, there are similarities out there.
Well, let's put that then to Jonathan Reynolds. Welcome to you and Sarah joining us and Chris here in the studio. Was Keir Starmer's initial approach to the conflict in Israel actually too strident or not sympathetic enough to the concerns of some of your Muslim voters?
Well, I think it was the right stance, but there's no doubt it's had some problems for us. That can be the case in politics. I think you've always got to caveat that by saying, any community in this country is not a monolithic one. There's diversity of views within that community. You shouldn't just treat it as one group of people with one common view. But yeah, there's been a harder element to that. We've seen that in this campaign, particularly with, I think, younger British Muslim voters. But we will take that on board and work harder to win that trust and faith of those people back. And I wouldn't necessarily say, however, you then look back and say, should we have had a different stance on that? This is a very difficult conflict, and there are frankly limitations on what any British politician can do to bring this horrendous situation to a close. But yeah, it's been a difficult part of the campaign.
And nobody would deny the complexity and the sensitivity of the issues involved. But you have seen over time that Keir Starmer's approach has perhaps come closer to people in the party who were unhappy with his language, his use of language, particularly in one interview at the beginning when he talked about Israel's right to self-defense and also some of its tactics. Do you think you should do more, not just to work with, as you said, you'll work hard with voters who are disaffected by it, but actually maybe to show some acknowledgement to them that he acknowledges he really upset some people?
As it stands today, is the right one, which is to call for an immediate ceasefire, to say humanitarian aid has to get into Gaza, that we want to see this conflict come to an end, but there are two sides to a conflict, and both have to agree to a ceasefire, and we, if only we could bring those two sides to a ceasefire, that is what we would want to do.
Well, all you got to do is get a goodie bag from.
You mentioned a specific interview.
If they all have a goodie bag each, you know, I'm sure everything will be fine.
There are not easy positions on a conflict which is so long running, so polarized, so difficult. I understand how strongly people feel. I imagine all of us feel very strongly about that conflict.
And how concerned are you about losing significant numbers of votes tonight because of what's happened?
Well, I mean, we want to see across the whole of the United Kingdom, not just success in the contest tonight, but progress towards Labour winning support in the areas of the country we have to win in order to form a government. So every voter in those areas, every voter in these contests is important to us. And I think when we get the aggregate results, when we've got the full picture, we will see that progress being made, but that is the test.
Okay, and we should remind people, as we say, the full set of results will take some time. I'll just remind you of some of that technology. We'll get a lot of council results tonight. We'll get the Blackpool South by-election tonight. We might possibly get one police and crime commissioner result tonight, but a lot of them will come in then tomorrow. The big mayoral result in Tees Valley will be tomorrow afternoon. The West Midlands mayoral result will be Saturday afternoon. And then if you're still with me by then, the London mayoral result, I think, will actually be on Saturday night. So this is an election weekend of glorious political nerdery rather than election night when it's all going to come in thick and fast. Sarah, do you think, if we looked at, Eureka was showing us some of the result in Newcastle, do you think you've been able to profit because of some of the difficulties we've just been talking about with Jonathan?
I don't really want to sort of think about it in those terms, because obviously what's going on in the Middle East right now is horrific, and lots of people in this country feel incredibly strongly about it. Even just earlier today, I was trying to get the vote out in my own seat in Richmond Park, and there was a lady there who told me that this was the most important issue to her, and that would be how she was casting her vote. So it is something that has moved so many people, and it's not really surprising when you see some of the horrific pictures on our screens. And the Liberal Democrats, we very early on we were calling for an immediate bilateral ceasefire. We wanted to see aid getting in. We wanted to get hostages out. But critically, that being the first step on the road towards a lasting peace, and that's always been our position. And it's something I think lots of people have welcomed. They've welcomed our leadership on this. Our Foreign Affairs spokesperson, Layla Moran, in particular, has been very, very prominent on this issue because, of course, she has Palestinian heritage and she has family in Gaza. So I think, a lot of people have welcomed the Liberal Democrat stance on this, but it's such a serious issue. Everything Jonathan was just saying there about it's a very, very complex conflict. I don't really want to start talking about a few council seat gains in Newcastle in that context.
Sure.
Although obviously very pleased to see them.
Very sensitive and very complicated. But also voters do want to hear what their politicians believe and what their politicians think the solutions are, and then sometimes they have very strong reactions to them. But for Liberal Democrats here around the country, aside from that issue, what's been coming up on the doorsteps?
By and large, it's actually the more bread and butter things. It's about not being able to get an appointment with your GP. It's about not being able to see a dentist. Lots of people extremely concerned about the quality of their local environment, particularly, as you know, sewage in rivers is something that really, really upsets a lot of people. So those are the sorts of things. It is about their local environment and their local services. But time and time again, I'm hearing from Conservative voters in my seat in particular, but elsewhere, that they are sick to death of the Conservatives, that the Conservatives are not listening to their concerns, that the Conservatives, are just taking them for fools in many ways. And I think that we will see significant fall in Conservative vote share.
Okay, well, let's talk on exactly that, because we can show you from our numbers so far what's been going on with the vote share that we're able to calculate by collecting statistics in different pockets of the country. So this is the change since 2021, the last time these seats were up. And you can see there, the Tories down by 15%, Labour up by 4%, which is, distinct but not convincing. And they had a bad year in 2021, the Labour Party, and the Tories had a very good year. You can see the smaller parties there, the Lib Dems up by 1%, the Greens up by 5%, the Reform Party, which back then was the Brexit Party, up by 8%, and the independents there, you often get lots of hardworking individuals standing in the councils off their own back. However, let's look then at the change since last year. Now, this is really interesting. This has been a terrible year for the Conservatives in all sorts of ways, theoretically a good year for the party in all sorts of ways, with very significant national poll leads. But look there, vote share down by 0.4% since last year. The Conservatives down by 3%, and the Lib Dems down by 2% too, and the Greens benefiting by 2%. And the Reform Party, REF there in the turquoise, gaining by 4%. Now, it is 1:26 in the morning. This is our first stab at what the change in the share of the vote is going to look like. So it is early days, as I say, but these are calculations that are put together very carefully. And as things stand, it looks like since last year, 2023, maybe there hasn't been very much change at all. And that is what our early analysis is suggesting, that where there's no Reform candidate standing, there doesn't seem to have been that much movement between the Conservatives and the Labour Party since last year. So it may well be that the two main parties are kind of as you were by the end of this election weekend. Let's see. One of the issues for voters, of course, as we've been hearing from our politicians, and as you all know, of course, is what's going on in people's wallets. The economy, which has struggled so much, everybody's been feeling hard up because of the cost of inflation. We know inflation has been slowing down, which the government is very happy to remind us of, as it was one of Rishi Sunak's key targets. But what is stacking up for the weeks and months ahead? Faisal Islam is joining us from the newsroom. Faisal, and you couldn't help yourself, stay up with us during election night. It's great to have you with us. Let's look ahead first about what might be coming down the tracks.
Yeah, morning, Laura. I think it is morning, isn't it?
A goodie bag.
I think when whatever the numbers you guys are crunching in terms of the political impact, both for the public in terms of general election, but also in terms of the argument Downing Street might have to make with their own MPs if these results disappoint, obviously the economic context is large. Particularly in the next few days, actually, you've heard a lot from both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor about an economic turnaround. And some of those numbers, well, haven't quite been there yet. We do get a crucial set of numbers really in the next few days. We have on next Friday, it is highly likely that the brief recession at the end of next year will be called as officially over, that the economy will be shown to have grown over the first quarter of this year. That's the official end to what was a brief, mild technical recession. The day before that, on the Thursday, we'll get from the Bank of England perhaps a sort of pathway or a glide path for interest rate cuts at some point over the course of the year. And then in a couple of weeks' time, we should see the inflation rate, you just described it, come down pretty close to the Bank of England's target of 2%.
Will I be famous? Come on, Zoe. Yeah, you want it. Come on, fuck it out. What's the matter with you?
They reflect what you've just said, which is people perhaps don't notice those growth rates. They don't notice the GDP numbers. They notice that the price level is much higher than it was 2 or 3 years ago, and they feel that squeeze. But in Downing Street, we've been looking at the consumer confidence numbers. They still, in general, look pretty bad. But one sub-measure of consumer confidence, which is people's idea of their kind of personal wealth over the next 12 months, has just about
gone positive to +2, dizzy heights of +2. And they feel that that is a little bit of light in terms of where the public might feel about their public finances and where they may feel perhaps for a general election in autumn.
Just give us, though, a sense of the context, Faisal. You know, everybody knows that they have had a hard time. You go to the supermarket.
I've had a hard time. Fucking hell.
Wages have been
Sectioned
rising
to
now,
fucking
but
pieces.
they
I mean,
haven't
what the
for
fuck?
such a long time for many people. In terms of the big
You think
picture,
it's fucking funny? I mean, what the fuck? I
we
mean,
just
fuck
lived
me.
through, if you like, the economic
Through an unprecedented squeeze and it's caused by double-digit inflation. It's just ahead of inflation is rising again. You would notice a problem here for this election. I've just been in America where you get the same problem for President Biden, where actually the economy is growing really fast, say that they don't feel it. So this is the big challenge. You will hear a lot, I think, about economic turnaround this month, and you'll hear a lot from Downing Street communicating to their MPs, just hold on. We've got some data just around the corner that might help make the argument to the public that 3 years of rolling crisis, much of which have come from around the world, some of which was domestically generated, that we can start to draw a line under that. Now, that will be highly disputed, I'm sure, by some of the people sat next to you, that there isn't a turnaround, that people have suffered, that they continue to suffer, and that they just don't feel it. The key kind of testing ground and fighting ground in the election about whether people feel any sense of turnaround, you'll be hearing a lot, I think, from both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor in the coming 48 hours.
Faisal, thank you. Well, let's get straight to that then. Chris, is that the plan?
Well, yeah, what can I say? I mean, it's not Superman, it's not Spider-Man, it's not Batman. It's the real Stone Raver. Yeah, your family friend. Yeah. Retired piano salesman called the Piano Man. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh my God. Yeah, seriously, I'm not messing around. I'm being serious.
About foreign affairs, because that's just not the case, is it? Because in local elections in the last decade, it's been a reflection of how well UKIP are going to do in lots of seats up and down the country, and in Newcastle and Sunderland, and in my seat, where could UKIP do really well in those things. So I think there's each of those results we've had so far demonstrates something slightly different. And actually, if you were to, I mean, I've just been getting some messages in from good Conservative activists in Newcastle who are not having the best of nights, but neither is Labour. Because I think one of the lessons we're going to learn from tonight is you should never write off the Green Party in these situations. I think they're going to have a very strong showing. So there's a lot of things for major parties to learn from these elections, and if we don't learn, then we will be punished by the electorate.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, so we have to continue on the trajectory of delivering, so people can believe that we will do what we will say, and that they'll be better off in the long run. But we also have to make pledges that set out. And trying to have a grown-up debate about immigration without going into extremes is a very
so I go into extremes. I don't know really. I mean, I'm not sure.
You
think that's been happening?
No, not yet. But I think it's. I think it's very important that the major political parties reflect on language in this space.
Who are you thinking of?
Language.
Well, I mean, I'm actually thinking of Wes Street.
What do you mean to say?
Frank, who I think was disgraced a couple of days ago when he called the Conservative candidate
F you?
with it.
Yeah, go on, fuck you. Go on.
The mainstream.
Jonathan, do you want to respond to that?
Well, first of all, I think it's genuinely remarkable to have a major party candidate for a position like Mayor of London who has, for instance, praised Enoch Powell. I mean, to me, I just can't fathom, Chris, the decisions the Conservative Party made around this candidate selection. But that is for you. We will see the results. You support Boris Johnson. I mean, we can keep. They still do. I know that's Rishi's problem, isn't it, in many ways? But I mean, look, on the point on the economy that if he gets to vote, the point was making there. I mean, look, in the next election, be worse off than they were at the last election. That's the context they will look at that in. They will look at their public services where the NHS has red publicity lists, where their train to work doesn't arrive, where their kids' school might have been closed at the start of the term for the concrete issue. The sense that nothing is working in Conservative Britain, and it's not 2 or 3 years, it's 14 years. You can't get away from the fact you've been in power for 14 years. That is the record you will be judged upon. And I think, in all the places I've been to on the campaign trail, I'm heartened to see just how many Conservative supporters, former Conservative supporters are coming to Labour. But to be honest, the scale of the dissatisfaction of Conservative voters, because some will go to Reform, some will go to Green, as you've said, that is a very significant driver of how these contests are going to go. And again, you have to say, I think, that smaller parties tend to do better in local elections. 1997 or when you do those comparisons.
But we can compare it to last year and to 2021. And so far tonight, you're saying the scale of dissatisfaction with the Conservatives is so enormous, you can feel it everywhere you go. But the scale of the change in share since last year, so far, is tiny. That's not a great endorsement for you.
Flaw for the Conservative Party, surely. I mean, last year, their own expectation management was to pretend they thought they could lose as many as 1,000 seats.
I'm talking about the change in your share.
I know, but the Conservative Party, we're not in midterms anymore. This is election year. Surely we expect to see the Conservative Party doing better than last year.
Well,
It can't do worse. I mean, come
the
on.
Labour Party.
They are the same. Is Labour winning seats from the Conservative Party that we've never held before? I mean,
Sounds like a massive peddling back on expectation management from Labour, but from where we were 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, which just demonstrates actually how much things can change in the course of an election.
You went to Rushmore, I think, there when you do your rounds. There's never been a majority Labour administration there. You're saying that happened tonight. So I think, let's be clear at the scale of what we're seeing here. Look at those seats, Wellingborough, places like that Labour is winning by elections, and of course we'll see in Blackpool South a really
Well, Labour are also losing seats to Greens and Independents in South Tyneside. Wonderful part of the world, just near Newcastle. Now there's no danger that they'll lose the council, but we are seeing Labour not gaining in places where, if you really are on course for a massive majority, you should be taking.
But let's not talk about massive majorities. Where Labour has to come from even to be competitive in the next general election is a most extraordinary measure. The fact we're talking about Labour doing that is testament to what Labour has done in the last few years, and we're very proud of that. But wherever we have seen a Labour and Conservative head-to-head, which will be the choice of the general election, I think we could be heartened by that. And yes, there will be some contests tonight. I don't think, if you look at the scale of what would be required to win the Tees Valley, I think you talked about before, that is very, very hard. But what we would want to see...
And Bridget Phillipson has managed that expectation for our viewers already.
A Redcar, a Stockton, a Hartlepool would be a Labour MP at the next election.
Okay.
That would be the test.
Okay, well, let's go to one of those places. You've conveniently teed that up for us. Let's go to Bolton, which has been run as a Labour minority council. The boundary changes there this year in terms of the council, but Bolton North East and Bolton West are Conservative held at the moment in terms of the Westminster constituency, and they should both be Labour targets when we get to the general election. So, Kevin Fitzpatrick has been looking very closely for us at what's been going on there so far tonight. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Well, Labour need to gain 3 councillors tonight to take full control of this authority. They've been running it as a minority administration for the past year. In the few years before that, it was a minority administration led by the Conservatives with support from some of the hyper-local parties around here. And Labour had such a good year last year when the councillors were all out that they're defending 11 seats out of the 20 tonight. And they say that's been their focus, to defend and to retain those seats. They are potentially hoping to make some gains, though, and if they do, those would likely come from the Conservatives. And if they do pick up those seats from the Conservatives, then the Tories here are saying that would be a severe blow and a real indication of a poor night in terms of prospects wider, because they are Conservative strongholds. But it is being talked about tonight, like these two of the council seats where Labour have never held them, that they could potentially take them. Beyond that, the Workers' Party of Britain have a couple of candidates here. George Galloway, clearly talking the talk in Rochdale and in the boroughs around here. There's no real expectation that they're going to have a big impact. But in the last decade or so, hyper-local parties, mainly on the edge of this borough, have had an increasing impact. They've been the kingmakers in the last few years with the Conservatives. and they're certainly going to play their part as well, tapping into that sense of frustration that we found in this area, that there's a feeling that the people on the outside of the borough feel that all the money and the focus tends to be on the town centre and around there. So no dramatic changes expected tonight. Labour could take full control, and if they do, that would be considered a really successful night for them.
And just to go back to then the threat from the Workers' Party of Great Britain and George Galloway's supporters, how much do you feel, Kevin, observing these things, how much change do you think that has made to the picture, the overall picture where you are?
Well, if you look at Bolton, it seems to have had little impact at all, but just down the road in Rochdale, clearly that's where George Galloway won that eventful by-election back in January. He's fielding 13 candidates in local elections there and talking up his chances of sweeping change through the town hall, as he's kept saying. The reality is, though, the expectation on the ground is that potentially pick up between 2 and 6 seats there in the areas around the town centre, with a large proportion of Muslim voters in those wards. Next door in Oldham, though, the issue of Gaza, not necessarily George Galloway, but the issue of Gaza could see Labour lose control of that council. It's on a knife edge there. We had half an hour before nominations came in, 2 Labour councillors defected to an independent group where Gaza is their big focus. And Labour there just needs to lose 1 councillor tonight and they would lose control of that council, although they would be, by some stretch, still the largest party. So this is an issue which is playing its part here in Greater Manchester, over in East Lancashire, in Pendle and Burnley. Already in the last few months, Labour lost control of those councils when a whole swathe of Labour councillors defected to become independents over the issue of Gaza. So it's certainly going to play its part, but where we're going to see the results come on that are going to be in the counts later on.
Kevin, thank you so much. We'll be back with you later in the night. Fascinating to hear how those enormous international issues have been playing into very local political contests already. Let's take you then to Grimsby, where the Council of North East Lincolnshire is being fought. Why so? Well, Labour hope to make progress there, but the area is currently split between 2 Conservative MPs, and Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes will be a Labour target when we get to that general election, whenever that is. Our man there for us is Tim Iredale, our political editor in that part of the world. Great to talk to you, Tim. What's going on there tonight then?
Laura, I can tell you there are some furrowed Conservative brows here in Grimsby tonight. I think it is fair to say that in the past few minutes, the Tories have suffered 2 losses to Labour. Now, going into these elections, the Conservatives have a sizable majority in control of North East Lincolnshire Council, but the Tories are defending 11 out of the 12 seats up for grabs tonight, and they're not looking confident at retaining many of those seats. So we fully expect that more seats will go from the Tories to Labour, and the Conservatives could lose control of the council. It is still likely they will be the largest party here, but North East Lincolnshire could go hung. And the context of all this is that Grimsby, where I am right now, is the classic Red Wall constituency. It was won by the Tories back in 2019 after decades of Labour control, 1945.
Tim, and what have the issues been when you've been out and about chatting to people? I mean, what would have been shifting votes?
Lots of issues, but I've just spoken to the sitting Conservative MP for Great Grimsby, Leah Nietzsche, and she says it's all about levelling up. Voters are frustrated that they're not seeing the economic changes that they voted for back in 2019. Now, she argues that there has been some investment here in Grimsby and neighbouring Cleethorpes, but nowhere near enough, perhaps, to persuade people to stay loyal to the Conservatives in these local elections. So levelling up has played out big here. There are lots of empty shops here in Grimsby, and the local MP, local Tory MP, admits that the pace of those changes just haven't happened quick enough.
Tim, thank you very much indeed. Really interesting to hear that. We'll be back with you later in the night, but thank you for that so far. Now, it is 1:44, and we can give you some more results of the councils that have been coming through so far. South Tyneside has been held by the Labour Party. not a surprise, but we've been hearing the Greens are taking some seats off them, and we will be speaking to the Greens later on in the evening, or the morning, I should say. Newcastle has been held by the Labour Party. We'll hear more from Rita on that in just a second. Chorley, a Labour hold. That's Speaker Hoyle's part of the world. That was never in doubt. Rochford in Essex, though, that stayed a hung council. So maybe later on we'll have a look in detail at how some of the seats changed hands there or did not. But Rochford in Essex has stayed in no overall control. Sunderland held by Labour. Again, not a surprise, but interesting to look underneath the results. And Broxbourne, as Rita was telling us a bit earlier, is True Blue, a Conservative hold, but with a big falling away in terms of the Tory share. But Rita, let's go inside what's been happening in Newcastle, because Labour's held it, but it's not all looking that pretty for them.
Absolutely. We've been taking a forensic look at Newcastle, haven't we? And, well, it's a Labour hold, as you can see, although they are still counting. But interesting, the figures behind the overall result, because as you can see, Labour has lost 2 seats, and the Greens have picked up 2 seats. Lib Dems have picked up 1, and the Independents have lost 1. Now let's have a look at what's happened to the vote share. This is again is the change in since the last time these seats were fought 3 years ago. Labour's vote up a little bit, but it's the Greens who are the main beneficiaries here. The Conservatives down by 8 percentage points, but the Greens have had a good night in Newcastle. And I can tell you, although the night is young, or it's early in the morning, we've still got a lot of results to go. But the Greens at the moment, based on results here and elsewhere, are on course for having their best local election night so far. Their previous record was in 2019. At the moment, based on the results, it looks as if they could be going even better than that. So that'll be good news for them. And I know you're talking to them fairly soon, Laura.
We will be, yeah. Interesting there, Rita, because they had a good year last year too, so they'll be delighted if they can consolidate that and make further gains on that tonight. Chris, just in terms of seeing what's happening in undergrowth, if you like, with the smaller parties taking ground at the expense of Labour in some places, does that surprise you?
It's interesting, isn't it? Just pick up on the point about the Greens. The Greens have been doing consistently well in local elections for the last 4 or 5 years, and it looks like, we are still in the very thinnest of thin pickings, aren't we, in terms of overall results. But certainly,
Don't do it down.
No, exactly. They seem to be doing well again. We've seen as well, haven't we, in these early indications, how well it would appear Reform are doing as well. Now, that's not wildly atypical in local elections that smaller parties might do relatively well. But I think what's always intriguing is how well they do, given that they don't get anywhere near as much publicity, particularly as Labour and the Conservatives. And I guess people are voting knowing that they are not selecting who's going to be a national government. They are selecting a local representative. What's interesting is so far the sort of summary thought is that yes, there is early evidence that the Conservatives might be struggling in places and that Labour are doing relatively well, but not necessarily making a huge leap forward, Labour, from where they were this time last year, which given where the opinion polls have been in the last 6-7 months, maybe you would expect that to have been the case. As I say, it's remarkably early though, isn't it?
It's very early, and also I want to remind you about the chronology of the next few days. We are going to be getting more and more council results as we are spending time together towards 6 a.m, but there's going to be the lion's share of them will be tomorrow, mayoral contest, Friday, Saturday, and all the way through till Saturday night. But we are, before too long, we hope, going to be able to bring you the result of the Blackpool South by-election, which in and of itself is a very, very important result. That will also give us lots of information that will help create the overall picture of all of this. But the chronology of these elections for councils, for police and crime commissioners, for mayors is not just quite lengthy, but also quite complicated. So, in terms of having grand conclusions at this stage, we should be holding our horses. But there is, Jonathan Reynolds, under these results that we have already, really interesting. And are you disappointed to see some of what you've seen, whether it's in South Town, South seats going to the Greens there, or Greens and Lib Dems benefiting from Labour?
No, to be honest, partly because of the size of the sample. But if you think about Newcastle, graph for sure. I mean, if you have a situation where your vote share's gone up and you've lost seats, it's about the other votes moving around with the other parties. So we don't know very much. I'll go back to the fact that, first of all, if we had a repeat of what we saw last year, there's no rallying in the Conservative vote as we get closer to a general election in the election year. well, that would be very promising for Labour. And again, when we get the kind of data which will...
What can I say? I mean, this is me. Dr. Happy. Happy every day. Yeah, every day. From 52, if you're feeling blue, come join me and have a joint of weed. What's right? Good idea? Is that good idea? That's fucking, do you know what I mean? Seriously, fucking hell. Yeah. Crazy. She's gonna have to tell them kids they can't smoke weed. I mean, they're too young. You know what I mean? That's fucking funny. That's cool. Yeah. Three minutes past 2 in the morning. Oh my God.
Into to the sound of DJ Clarky. Oh yes. Touches his control. Come on now.
Come on now. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. for a cup of tea and a cup of soup, yeah. Cup of tea and a soup, soup, yeah. Oh. a little bit of tea on my coffee table. That's a pain. That's all right. Oh, that was lucky actually, because there's my weed. Oh my God. Oh. 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 I think it's trying to put the telly back on again. Got 2 fans on me. I said, it'll be that way. Yeah, that's right. One that's right, one that's right. Oh. I think I need to shave my head again. I can see the white hair.
One more thing as well, though, it's not true to say
but
it's
Jonathan
just
briefly,
conservative
and then
unsustainable.
I mean, that's just that you wouldn't see Labour winning Selby or Wellingborough or what we've seen
Those
like in Hartlepool or
by-elections.
Thurrock. If it was just Conservative or staying at home, that wouldn't have happened.
Mark, just final word to you. I know you're a close ally of Rishi Sunak. You said there only 2 people have got a chance to be Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer. Are you confident that when all of this for the local elections is said and done, that all of your colleagues are going to still think that, and none of them are going to say, you know what, actually, the choice between Prime Minister for the country at the general election should be Keir Starmer and Conservative ?
No, I think the Conservative Parliamentary Party is going to be very clear that changing leaders is not a sensible idea. I think colleagues liked what the Prime Minister's been setting out. I think they're going to get behind the Prime Minister. Yes, they have. There's been huge support for our defence announcement, for example, and our welfare announcement. And actually, colleagues were rallying behind the party to get that Rwanda legislation on the statute book so we can start putting that deterrence in place and deal with the commitment to stop the votes coming to the UK. And they'll notice that the only other party that can get into government is opposed to that every step of the way. And we now see wants to have an amnesty for illegal migrants.
Again, that's
and that is
712
very
people
clear.
arrived the day
And we know the deterrent is working because the Irish government have made it clear that they're already seeing an impact from it. And that is what we're going to do to stop those people traffickers.
Okay, well, we had a discussion already with your colleague Chris Heaton-Harris about whether lots of people arriving across the channel yesterday really showed that there was a deterrent effect. But we will now say thank you and goodbye to you, Mark Harper, and you, Jonathan Reynolds, for Labour. Susan, don't go anywhere. You're staying with us. You don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll bring you the latest titles on our giant tower. Labour's gained 31 seats now, putting them to 137. The Liberal Democrats gaining 8 on 43. Labour there, 137, having gained 31. And the Tories having lost 64, putting them on 35. Independents gaining 18 to 29, doing well so far tonight. Residents Association there, that's what RA stands for, with 5 seats, not having gained any, but the Greens having gained 7, perhaps on course for a very good performance with their own 10 seats so far. So, lots more to digest after the news with Virginie Spidey-Nathan.
Thanks very much, Laura. Now results are being declared in the local elections in parts of England in the last significant test of public opinion before the general election. In the last hour, Labour have taken control of 2 councils, Hartlepool and Thurrock in Essex. They've held others, including South Tyneside, Plymouth and Ipswich. The Conservatives have lost control of North East Lincolnshire, but they have held on to Broxbourne. Counting's underway for the parliamentary by-election in Blackpool South, as well as 35 councils overnight. Our political correspondent Damien Grammaticus has more.
Up for grabs in these elections, 2,500 council seats, 11 mayoral jobs, and here in Blackpool South, 1 Westminster seat. It's one of the consequential battles tonight. Labour hopeful they can take it off the Conservatives. And the first council of the night to change hands, Hartlepool.
Q&A at the please. Labour cooperative party 649 votes.
The Conservatives lost 6 councillors here. Labour gained back control. The win is a symbolic one for them, clawing back lost ground.
We have worked so hard to get the trust of the people in Hartlepool back to Labour, and I think that's probably what's done it tonight.
But there are warning signs for Labour too. This is Oldham. In some areas with substantial numbers of Muslim voters, Labour are struggling to hold on to support. Rushmore in Hampshire, a Southern Conservative council and another Labour target. The Conservative minister here at the count, his party braced for losses of seats won back when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister.
The last time most of these seats were fought was in 2021, where we had effectively a vaccine bounce as we rolled out the COVID vaccine. That was our best set of local elections since 2008. So that's a very high. It is going to be difficult to achieve all that.
In Hull, an alarm and an evacuation. Whether Conservatives think these elections signal trouble ahead for them will depend on the scale of any losses. In Stockport, where they're counting in a car park, Liberal Democrats could make gains from Labour. What they're most focused on are the places they face off with Conservatives.
Across the country, we've heard that are absolutely fed up of the Conservatives. And across the blue wall, lifelong Conservatives are switching to the Liberal Democrats, so we're very optimistic. People want to cast a verdict on the Conservatives' appalling record on the NHS and care, on the fact they've allowed the water companies to pump their sewage into our rivers, and the cost of living crisis.
In Grimsby, Conservatives are facing a tough night too. They've controlled North East Lincolnshire Council since 2019 and may see support eroding here. It's exactly the sort of place Labour will be targeting at the general election. Grammaticus, BBC News.
Now to the United States, and President Biden has urged pro-Palestinian protesters on university campuses to uphold the rule of law. There have been further clashes between police and demonstrators in a number of cities, including Portland in Oregon and in Washington, D.C. Earlier, riot police dismantled a camp at the University of California in Los Angeles. The protests against the war in Gaza have spread to around 50 campus sites, with more than 2,000 people arrested across America in the past fortnight.
Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduation. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law.
A man has appeared in court charged with the murder of the schoolboy Daniel Angerin in northeast London. Daniel, who was 14, was on his way to school when he was fatally stabbed in Hainault on Tuesday. Marcus Monzo, who's 36, also faces several other charges, including 2 counts of attempted murder. To Brazil, where a hydroelectric dam's collapsed after days of heavy rains that have killed at least 31 people. At least 60 people are missing and 15,000 have been forced to leave their homes since the storms began on Saturday. At least 500,000 people are without power and clean water across the state of Rio Grande do Sul. The extreme weather has been caused by a rare combination of hotter than average temperatures, high humidity and strong winds. Apple has seen its biggest fall in sales in more than a year. The tech giant saw a sharp drop in demand for its most important product, the iPhone, with sales of the device dropped by 10% from January to March compared with the previous year. Executives said the results were distorted by COVID-related supply disruptions, which led to unusually strong sales during the same period last year. The King and Queen have been presented with the official document recording their coronation almost a year after the service at Westminster Abbey. For at least 700 years, monarchs have been given a coronation roll with a handwritten official record of their crowning. For the first time, the manuscript will not use any animal skin. King Charles said the 21-metre-long roll goes on for miles, while Queen Camilla said she would need my specs to read it. Well, a reminder that you can follow all the election results overnight on the BBC News website, or of course on the app. You can also see who's won and where using our postcode checker. You can find that at bbc.co.uk/news or on the app. Now it's time to return to Laura and the team and elections 2024.
And a warm welcome back to Election Night 2024 on the BBC. There will, of course, in 2024 be a different kind of general election, but what we have tonight and in the next couple of days, a really complicated jigsaw of all sorts of different things. There are mayoral contests, there's a by-election in Blackpool South, we should have the result there before too long. There are also police and crime commissioner elections and council elections across England. Let's show you what's happened so far in those council elections. Here is the state of the party stand. You can see there the Conservatives have lost 71 seats so far. On current trend, that's looking pretty bad, like they're losing about 2/3 of the seats they've been defending. Labour so far have gained 37. The Liberal Democrats have gained 7. So those are the tallies so far for the main parties. Although we have seen also some really interesting things happening with the smaller parties so far tonight. Let's say hello to two new guests, Jonathan and Jonathan. Well, this is going to be easy in a way. Jonathan Cullis from the Conservative Party, a deputy chair, I believe. Deputy chair, not vice chair. I'm getting that right. It's early in the morning. And Jonathan Ashworth, who is the Shadow Paymaster General. So I think you call yourself Labour's attack dog, really. We're allowed to say that, aren't we?
If you want to call me that, that's fine.
Yeah,
I like to think of myself more as a pussycat.
Oh, pussy. Oh, okay. All right. So maybe a few scratches and not biting. Anyway, we'll chat to you three in a minute. Susan Kramer for the Lib Dems is still with us, I am pleased to say. Right, let's give you what has been quite a dramatic result. We've been able to confirm the numbers during the news. The Labour Party has gained Rushmore Council from the Conservatives. You can see there they've got 21 seats to the Tories 15, the Lib Dems with 3. Let's look at how seats have changed hands. Labour has gained 7 seats, the Tories losing 8, and the Lib Dems gaining 1 seat. The change in the share, you can see there, Labour on 48%, Tories on 37%, and the change in that, if we can show you that, Labour gaining 16%, the Tories losing 17%. And I wonder if a bit later we can show you actually the swing there in that council, because that's really interesting. And Rushmore, we will be on the ground there before too long, but I can tell you that's really interesting, and Labour is cock-a-hoop about that, because not just it's in Hampshire, south of England, maybe not their natural territory, but they've never held that council before. And also it is the home of Aldershot, which of course is the home of much of the British military. And given how Labour has tried to show they've changed as the Corbyn years in the last few years, I expect that they will be shouting about the Rushmore result from the rooftops. Let's show you another result that Labour will be pleased about, where the Tories have lost control of North East Lincolnshire Council. Grimsby, the big town there. And you can see what's happened. The Tories lost 8 seats, Labour gained 6, and the Tories have been knocked off controlling that council. Currently, that area is split between 2 Conservative MPs. One of them will be a target for the Labour Party at the general election whenever we get there. So Labour will be pleased to have knocked the Tories out of control there. And let's check in then again with Tim Iredale, my colleague who's in Grimsby for us tonight. You were saying earlier, Tim, that Labour were looking pretty chipper about what they were able to do. Why do you think the result ended up as it is?
Yeah, you know, Laura, I think before a single vote had been counted here tonight, the Conservatives were looking pretty glum. They knew they were onto a loser here in North East Lincolnshire. Before these elections, the Tories had quite a sizable majority on this council, but it's gone now. The Tories are still the largest party, but it is a hung council because Labour made gains tonight, 6 council seats gained at the Tories' expense. Now, this is a classic red wall constituency, the parliamentary constituency of Great Grimsby, was won by the Tories at the last general election in 2019 under Boris Johnson's leadership, of course, after decades of Labour dominance. So this will be a big blow to the Tories losing control of the council here, so close to another general election.
And it looks like they're packing up already, Tim. Once they got going very quickly. Do you think then that this is likely to translate for the Labour Party? I mean, was this about the national mood or was it about local issues?
Very much about local issues, according to both Conservatives and Labour activists. Now, the two Tory MPs who cover this council area, Leah Nietzsche and Martin Vickers, both say that voters haven't seen the economic change they voted for back in 2019. Remember that phrase, levelling up. There has been some levelling up of this area, according to local Tories, but it's not enough. And that's why
I'm on the level
here tonight. Now, Labour
you
say they
little
are
devil.
hopeful of
I'm on the level.
forward the progress they've
yeah.
made now. But remember, the turnout was very low in this council election, just 22%, Laura.
Tim, thank you so much. We'll be back with you later in the night with news of the other things that are happening in your patch. But thank you very much for bringing us up to date with why Labour has managed to knock the Conservatives out of control in North East Lincolnshire, a really interesting part of the country. Let's talk then to Professor Sir John Curtice about these results we've been hearing. John, we're just talking about Rushmore being taken by Labour, Labour knocking the Tories out of control in North East Lincolnshire. Give us the context of the kinds of scale of Tory losses we're seeing so far.
Well, let me just first of all say just a little bit specifically about Rushmore, because this is where we need to get a little bit into the weeds of these elections.
We love the weeds.
As you'll be aware, Laura, in most of the councils, it's only 1 in 3 of the seats that are up for election on yesterday. But Rushmore was one of those councils where the ward boundaries have been redrawn, and therefore, as a result, all the seats were up for grabs. So that made it more likely there would be a change of control. And it's one of the Tories' misfortune in these local elections that these ward boundary changes have occurred primarily in councils they're trying to control. So that's point one. This was therefore more likely to go. Secondly, actually, if you look at what happened in Rushmore last year, you will already have seen evidence of the strong swing to Labour, and that indeed Labour won a majority of the seats that were up for election in the one-third contest in Rushmore last year. So basically what Labour needed to do to win Rushmore was to do as well as they did last year, and they have evidently done at least as well as that. So nothing to downplay the significance of Labour's success, but it's a success, as it were, that's been brewing for quite a while, and it's been facilitated by the work of the Boundary Commission.
They certainly look pretty happy about it. We're just showing some pictures of the Labour activists in Rushmore. There they are, all waving their hands in the air, although one of them at the front looks so happy, not quite sure what to do with himself. I think, actually, let's just show those pictures in all their glory while we continue chatting, John. In terms of the overall picture from what we're seeing, how bad is this looking for the Conservatives?
It's not beginning to look very good for the Conservatives, I think one has to say. I mean, anyway, it's still early, things can still change, but put it like this, there are two things that perhaps the Conservatives would prefer to avoid, that as we sit here at just after 3 o'clock in the morning, we cannot rule out as perhaps something that we will find out is the case in 12 to 18 hours' time. One, the Conservatives end up losing 500 seats, which is, as it were, the worst scenario it would take for them. And two, that the performance in these local elections, when we kind of add up the votes, is probably going to end up being a little bit worse than it was last year. Put those two things together, the broad message to local ballot boxes will be that Rishi Sunak's principal political project, which is to try to narrow the lead on Labour, has not really made much progress. It's what the polls have been telling us. It's now increasingly looking at that is what the local ballot boxes are going to tell us too. Now, Labour at that point may want a big smile on their face, and there is plenty for Labour to be happy about, but in effect it looks as though we're talking about Labour doing more or less as well as they did last year, which is not bad, and it's roughly what the opinion polls were saying. But it's still the case that Labour are not in these local elections heading to the kind of really dramatic local election performances that they managed to achieve under Tony Blair before the 1997 general election. we're still in a very different world for that. Not least, of course, because, for example, the success of the Greens, which is also notable in these elections, I think that sometimes has been hurting Labour. So nothing to like the same extent that Reform have been hurting the Conservatives, where Reform has stood, though Reform haven't stood in most of the contests. Finally, on the Liberal Democrats, well, they're up on 2021. It's helping to make them gains, but actually, so far, they're down a bit on last year, though I think they will say straight away for a lot of places where we really have an interest are only voting next year. But we are, I think, going to end up in a picture where big headline Conservatives in at least a bigger hole as they were 12 months ago. It's what the polls have been saying. There doesn't seem to be anything in this so far to contradict that message. And to that extent, at least, these results at least don't look as though they're going to provide that much solace to go down to.
John, thank you very much for now. And in a couple of minutes, we'll pick up on those points that you were making about the Liberal Democrats making, having a modest night, which might not be the kind of thing that they want to see in the run-up to the general election. Let's start, though, Jonathan Bellis, with what John was telling us there. He was painting a picture where it looks like we're on course to lose very heavily, maybe 500 seats or more, which was the bottom end of expectations. Your local election performance might be worse than last. And that's pretty dire, isn't it, when you're now in the run-up to a general election, the country now in a general election, and it looks like you might have gone backwards.
Well, you appreciate, Laura, that first of all, we've got a multitude of results coming across all the way through until Sunday, really. So we'll have a much clearer picture on what we see before us. But of course, we also accept this is a very challenging set of local elections. Obviously, people have had the pandemic that had a huge impact, as we know, on society, on the wider economy in the UK. And then, of course, Vladimir Putin's illegal and immoral war in Ukraine, which had a huge spike in energy prices. But what the Prime Minister did during that time is introduce a furlough scheme to make sure that people were getting their wages whilst also able to stay at home, protect lives and help save the NHS, as well as the energy scheme, and particularly for Stoke-on-Trent ceramic manufacturers getting 40% of their bills covered, which literally meant that the kilns could keep on firing. Yes, we need to get that message across much more. We have 5 clear pledges the Prime Minister must deliver on. We understand the importance of delivery, and we are making good progress, particularly with inflation that was 11.1% when he took office, now down to 3.2%. And on the stop the votes question, we now see clear blue water between the Conservative and Labour Party, where this week Labour have reaffirmed that they would cancel the round of flights and indeed now have a migrant amnesty into this country with what they announced only yesterday, which essentially means that 90,000 plus people will have a right to remain here indefinitely.
Well, we'll pick that up with Jonathan Ashworth. The previous Labour guest denied that was the case, but you've given us a lot to discuss then. You say people have done this partly because of the pandemic, but your previous colleagues who sat in that seat have all said, well, actually, the last time this happened, we were in the pandemic, we had the vaccine bounce, we were much more popular then.
Well, of course, it was specifically with 2021. It was the fact that we were coming out of the second lockdown. About 60%, I think, of the population had their first jab. So it was well documented that there was a vaccine boost, and there was a high watermark with those elections. We were well above expectations in terms of what we achieved. Sir John Curtis himself has said that numerous times in the lead up to
maybe
these
that's
elections.
because you had a different leader.
No, not at all. At the end of the day, what the reality was is that we had, obviously, as I say, that vaccine boost, which is a very big boost at that time to us electorally. Obviously, we're coming off as well. Let's not forget a big set of results in 2019 where people like myself got elected for the first time in the Red Wall. But of course, what happened in 2021 is different to what's happened in 2024. We've had war in Ukraine, we've had unrest in the Middle East, and of course, we've had the impact on energy spikes prices as well.
The point, though, here, Jonathan Vice, is it not, is that we might be just a couple of months for a general election, or perhaps 4 months away from a general election. My mental arithmetic isn't up to much at 24 minutes past 3 in the morning, but we are in the run-up to a general election. Everybody watching knows that. Everyone in the country knows that. And from the evidence we have so far, of appreciating it's going early, it seems that Rishi Sunak's hope of appealing to the country and turning things around is going nowhere.
Well, I disagree with that, because actually what the Prime Minister's done with inflation...
That's what votes so far tonight are
what we've seen with inflation is that it's now got down to 3.2% from that 11.1%. We've seen the Prime Minister therefore have the ability to not only continue investing in public services, about 160 billion now a year going into the NHS, increase from 2021 of 49 billion to schools up to 60 billion by 24-25, and at the same time cutting taxes for working people. So on the average, £900 a year, better off.
What are you going to change if you hope that people will appreciate what you've set out? You said he must deliver on them. You must communicate what you're doing better.
Well, we've doubled down on what is the people's priorities, which is the 5 pledges that the Prime Minister has clearly laid out.
What does that mean?
Well, that
Doubling
means
down on the
delivery
5
means
pledges.
making sure that we do see that growth in the economy. And we've seen that with the package of what we've introduced in the last 2 budgets, that there is a very clear trajectory towards that growth. Ultimately, of course, we're still coming out of a global shock, as I say, led by the illegal war in Ukraine by Vladimir Putin, which had a huge impact on energy prices, as well as the cost of COVID. You know, £500 billion has been spent across that pandemic and this current energy price spike by the government, something that is unprecedented, something we have supported. And bearing in mind that when Labour talk about change, Labour is saying they're going to copy and paste something that Rachel Reeves is very fond of, our fiscal rules. As I say, they're saying they're going to allow an amnesty for all migrants who've come here illegally, and ultimately they're also going to, and they can't make things add up. For example, like they've said in the past in 2021, they would like to scrap business rates. They've gone silent on that. They haven't explained how they're going to fund that or what they're going to change it to, because Labour simply doesn't have a plan.
Okay, we'll talk to Labour in just a second. Jonathan Ashworth is waiting patiently there, but I want to talk about something John Curtis told us about the Liberal Democrats. He suggested they're having quite a modest night, which in the run-up to a general election is perhaps not the kind of thing that they should be expecting. Their vote is on average up by a couple of points on 2021. But so far tonight, it's actually down compared with 2023. We can show you that vote share there. Tories down by 13% since 2021, very significant. The Lib Dems up 2 since then. But let's just show you the change since last year, 2023. The Lib Dems actually down by 3%. Let's bring in Sean Kemp, who used to work in the coalition with the Liberal Democrats, Lib Dem former special advisor, who still monitors all these things very closely. Sean, thank you for waiting patiently to speak with us in the early hours of the morning. If you were still working at Lib Dem HQ, would you be happy with what you've seen so far?
I'm going to be woefully predictable and say what John Curtis said that Lib Dems would say, which is I don't think they thought this would be as big a winning round of local elections as the last one was. So I think at the moment they're fine watching what's coming in. There's a bunch of seats that are probably going to come in tomorrow, well, you know, later on today now, I should say, like places like Wokingham, Tunbridge Wells, and Dorset, where they're going to be paying close attention to those because they're what they see as sort of key battleground areas for the general election. So I don't think they're looking at this and going, oh, we're worried it's not quite as great as last year, because last year was really off the scale great and way beyond what I think a lot of people expected for them. So I think they're okay with this. And I think if they can make some gains in the right areas, they'll be pretty fine with that.
What should they be doing differently, though? Because fine with that is not exactly the kind of thing that a party that really feels like it's on the march and on the way to significant progress, they wouldn't want to have a sentiment like that, would they?
If I was spinning for them, I would go, well, these are a smashing set of results and they're going to knock it out of the park in general election. But I'm trying to be a bit more balanced. I think
yeah, you're not spinning for them, you're telling the truth to our viewers.
I think they'll be perfect. I honestly think they'll be perfectly happy if they come out of this round and they can see in the seats that they know they're going to be targeting the general election, that they're doing quite well. There's 2 challenges I think they've got. One is just resource. You know, they're still, in a sense, down on the amount of campaigners and so on they once had at their absolute peak. And the other one, I think, actually, just seeing the Greens pick up a lot of people may be disenchanted with Labour, who maybe think Labour aren't left-wing enough or are angry about the Middle East, I think are now going to the Greens. And that sort of constituency of protest vote, or however you want to describe them, that's kind of gone for Lib Dems. So some of those votes have been really picking up. I suspect they're not picking up now. So that's maybe a reason why you're not seeing them get the kind of votes that managed to about. But I'm looking at this set of results.
My cheese getting cold as well.
Why is that then, if votes that in a different era would have gone to the Lib Dems are actually now going to the Greens? How do you explain that? Is it the leadership? Is it a lack of difference?
I think there's a couple of reasons. One is still the long tail of coalition. And the other one is just a strategic one about where you look where the Liberal Democrats have to target their resources and where they're going to win. I think 19 of their top 20 target seats are Conservative held. Like there's the value for them is trying to target Lib Dems and Labour voters in those seats. They're not really, nor should they be interested in chasing some of the voters who might currently be going to the Greens, because that's not going to try to get them the seats they're going to need to win at a general election.
Sean, thank you so much for hanging us on. Really interesting to talk to you about that. Sean, making that point there that the Lib Dems really are now facing to Conservative seats much more strongly than they are to Labour seats. Interesting, let's look at our analysis of the numbers so far that we've seen, where the Conservatives are first and the Lib Dems are second. You can see there what's happening. The Tories have fallen away significantly, minus 13% so far since 2021. The Lib Dems just up 1%. Susan, it's interesting, you've represented, been involved in the party for a long time. Is it now the case that the Lib Dems are overwhelmingly going after disaffected Tories?
Well, I think you may just find, as you start to see the Hull result, that we've just held Hull, which is against Labour. But so, you know, don't write us off as a party that fights Labour. We do, but we do where we've been able to build that base strength. But I think at the moment the sense of pressure is we have got to get a change of government at the general election. That is something so driving and urgent. That is one of the reasons where we're very much focused on working with Conservatives who feel that the Conservative Party is no longer their party.
Well,
and if I just let me look at some of the results that have come through there. So, you know, I've been keeping half an eye on the seats, the constituencies of Cheadle and Hazel Grove. So now that falls within Stockport as a council. But it looks like the Conservative vote has completely collapsed there. In those two seats, we've taken the seat of Hart in Hampshire. We haven't taken it. We've become the largest party, overtaking the Conservatives.
I think we need to to our results system. I think we can confirm
we're now the largest party. That's in Essex. I just gently remind John Curtis, who I think is wonderful, and I'm a great admirer, but I do remember in the last election results at this time that he was making the same kind of comments about the Liberal Democrats. And then when we finally got to the end of the whole play and the weekend when all the results came out, we had won over 400 games, more than any other party. I'm not saying we're going to do that same kind of momentum today. It's fewer seats, they're in different places and whatever else. But I'm suggesting to John we might be in a rather better position than that which I think he's suggesting.
Well, we can confirm some of the things that you were telling us with your incredible data on your phone. We've confirmed that the Lib Dems have held Hull Council and also that Hart Council in Hampshire is hung. So that is indeed what Susan was telling us, and the Lib Dems have indeed become the largest party in Hart Council in Hampshire. So she's trying to strike a more optimistic note than John Curtis was suggesting about the Lib Dems, quite rightly reminding us that there is a long way to go. And this is a really, really complicated jigsaw that we're putting together, isn't it, Chris?
It is.
The overall state of the party so far, the Labour have put on 39 councillors, taking them to 166. Lib Dems have gained 7, taking them up to 52. We can show you the numbers as they've been coming in there, the overall tallies. But what's your sense of how the parties are feeling at this point at 3:34 privately, rather than the more diplomatic things perhaps we have to hear in the studio?
Well, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, I think, as far as my WhatsApps are concerned, the most sort of the highest ranking on the excitometer since we started talking at what it was 20 to midnight has come from Labour folk around that result in Rushmore in Hampshire. So Labour have taken control there from the Conservatives. It's a council they've never held before. One senior source texting me saying, I can't think of a bigger example of voters seeing us, that's a reference to the Labour Party, as a changed party. Another texter pointing out that that's a better advance than the party managed under Tony Blair. So let's be clear, in the next few days, every party will seize on particular results that allow them to make a particular argument. But from Labour's perspective, that has tried in the last couple of years under Keir Starmer to regain the trust of particularly those communities with significant military footprints and older shocks, that party, Hampshire, absolutely has that. They are seizing on that result to say that shows that their party has changed. As I say, in terms of sentiment and excitability, that's the most striking result I've seen so far in the response to the
And when the parties do, as
Oh, yeah.
here tonight, when the parties
to say, aha, we have to look at the map, we have to look at the geography, as the journalists and concentrate on the numbers.
Yeah.
Are they right?
Broadly speaking, yes, when they're doing their mapping, particularly as far as how things might be at the general election. And the pain to point out, of course, when people like me are banging on about the general election, these results are important for their own sake, irrespective of what it might be in a general election. Newly elected or re-elected councillors are controlling millions of votes and deciding so much that we rely on data and we just out of our front door. But geography matters because the input that parties have in different parts of the country matters when we look at the first place.
Got no batteries.
Westminster, where you have to accumulate a significant number of voters in a relatively tight geographic area to win the seat. So particularly, for instance, for the Liberal Democrats, you look at how they lie on how they poll in a national opinion poll is relatively useless as a guide to how they might perform. They have to calculate concentrated geographically there, but it's voting particularly, but very exclusively against the Conservatives in the south of England for the general election. It's interesting hearing from Liberal Democrats out on the ground, like they hope when more results they're keen on during the day on Friday come through, that they're making gains against Conservatives in the south of England, the places like Oxfordshire and Hampshire. But absolutely nothing there.
People are elected in the next couple of days, and tonight we'll be making decisions for all of us, whatever happens in the next general election. The council is also so important to foot soldiers up in Suffolk and below to fight the pain.
And that's what complexities are really sensible, not just numbers of soldiers and maybe pounders, but also the extent to which you have fuel in the tank because you've had a good set of local elections that empowers you to do a little bit more drawn on the economy.
Where's the whistles that
Chris, thanks for now. I'm just going to chuck in the pictures of what's going on in Blackpool South. Remember, that's one of the really significant contests in this first slew of results. You see this two sanctions up there. Wait a bit of time for folks to verify before the count got going. Our expectation on the ground for current candidates is that Labour and will take that seat. The competition there, this is highly conservative. I'm just about to say the competition there seems to be really tight between the Tories and Reform for second place. But I don't know if those slight conservatives showing through that they are actually more confident now than they were a couple of hours ago about being able to hold Reform off and sort of get the bronze medal there. But the result of that will certainly be significant when it comes in. Not just if Labour can confirm it has taken another Westminster seat, but also in part of what's happened to split between the Reform vote and the Conservative vote there in Blackpool. The turnout there of 32%, which for a local election, is kind of bigger than you expect. Let's then talk to you. Great. Now, we've been talking about these part. Welcome to the programme. Gain seats in Newcastle, South Tyneside, Exeter, Plymouth, Peterborough. It's shaping up to be a pretty good night for you. And why do you think you're seeing those things you've already got? This is sort of come on the back of several successive years of more than quadruples our number of green councils across England and Wales in the last 4 local elections. And we're going into this one not taking any votes for granted, of course, but having a realistic expectation of further gains and making a record number of people. I think it's people are coming to us, to be honest. And our experience with people on the doorstep is that they already know that they really like the public policies. And the reason that they were previously hesitating about whether to vote for us was about offering whether we were willing to get elected. Whereas now, having seen in the last few years, they will have often seen moving councils being elected in their area before. They have that confidence that if they want green policies, they can vote green and they will get green council
working hard to get all year round. And I think that's what we're seeing in Newcastle, for example, where we've just got our first two councillors, where I think parts of the middle community are switching the vote from Labour to the heart of what's going on. But what Khaled, one of our newly elected councillors, was saying to your colleagues on Radio 4 just earlier is that really the whole community is feeling a bit left behind and not well looked after by its councillors.
In terms of the next names that you'd like to see, and where do you feel hopeful? Maybe in Bristol, perhaps, where I know that you do well. You hope to stand an MP in Bristol, Bristol, so other places where you might see progress.
That's right, yeah. My home city of Bristol, we already have 24 Green councillors. That makes us the largest party by one. We're not currently part of the administration because Bristol has had a directly elected mayor who's Labour. But that role finishes at this election. Bristol switches to the community system, which encourages more cross-party working, and that's something that we're really supportive because we don't want anyone having a monopoly of the idea to work together. But given that we're going into those local elections already as the largest party, and we're hoping to get a few more seats, there's a reasonable chance that we'll be part of the administration, and that will make it the first core cities, so that's the first of the large cities in the UK to have the
And realistically, for you to be able to build on that success, you hope for an actually primary consistency Bristol with Labour MPs have got pretty convincing majorities. I think your plans are up against
I'm standing in a brand new constituency, New Boundaries, and although the previous constituency Bristol West was already a constant one for even more so with the boundary changes, we did those changes at roughly half the Labour majority on their own, not accounting for the fact that voters' opinions, leadership of the Labour Party has changed, a number of other factors locally and nationally. And simply my experience speaking to voters on the doorstep, really sick of this Conservative government and the way they run this country, the ground on the line. To vote and elect to do something.
Okay, Frank, Danny, thanks very much indeed for joining us here on the programme tonight, and it'll be interesting to see what more progress the Green Party can make in the coming days as we get the full picture of results. Always interesting to hear directly from the smaller parties, but one of the big things we've been talking about in the last 10 minutes or so is Labour's victory in Rushmore, taking control of that council at Hampshire for the first time. And it's a really interesting one, isn't it? You can see actually, goodness me, the scale of how steeply Labour goes up there. Very much so, Laura, and also the fact that the boundary changes in the back of May to the results for Labour. If you have a look, we are 2024, this is the result of on 48%, the Conservatives on 37%. But you can see that actually last year, Labour overtook the Conservatives in terms of share of the vote, but that really didn't translate. Labour won 5 seats last year, around nibbling into the Conservative majority. They managed to gain the council. And it's just look at the historical season. It goes back to 2002. Really, the high water mark being there in 2021 under Boris Johnson. Then they started to, like I say, the red line crosses the blue just between 22 and 2023. And a little word here for the Liberal Democrats as well, who, as you can see, have lost support from last year and then from 2 years ago as well. So that just goes again to underline the so far slightly lacklustre performance by the Lib Dems, although as has been pointed out, the night is still young, and not just the night, but the election might change over the next few hours. Even councils to watch, as I showed you right at the beginning of the night, feels like quite a long time ago now, and the ones in the council are the ones that have changed. Rushmore, this is talking about, obviously, is a Labour gain. North East Lincolnshire was Conservative, it's now no Liberal
control and long right over here under the charges that were hung. We've got Hartlepool, a Labour Day, and Thurrock, a Labour Day. We'll come back to this screen with a lot and see what else. Rita, thank you very much indeed. As we see them all kind of spin round and the colours begin to be filled in. What if this carries on as on track? Conservatives are losing more than 60% of their seats that they've been defending so far. We are starting to turn. There is still a long way to go. The trend at this stage is Tories are losing more than 60% of the seats they are defending. That would take them beyond what had been set as their worst expectations of losing around 500 seats. So that's what the Conservatives are on track for at the moment. What's the change? But that is the change that we are seeing. And Labour looking at maybe not huge numbers of seats, but picking up in some key parts of the country. Labour, Jonathan Ashworth, you must be delighted by that as well.
Yes, I mean, that is a remarkable I think we would win the Aldershot constituency on this set of results. I think my understanding is, I think it sounds like the people who texted us, the same people who are texting me, some of this, and it is a stunning result tonight. From a place where it has never been Labour, and we've put in Labour in the earlier, but we're also taking back Hartlepool County is very, very important, given that we got to Hartlepool 50 years ago. Thurrock, that's the constituency of Thurrock, we lost in 2010. And we've been always wanting to get that one back, so that's a very, very good result. Taking gains in Peterborough, another marginal target seat for us. Making stunning results in Plymouth. Johnny Mercer is in trouble. Is really in trouble there in Plymouth. So, look, Grimsby, I've never seen that in election 2019, that we're very confident Melanie On can take back to the next general election. So, it is early, very early in the night. It's going to be early in the weekend, I should say. But
Early in the night.
early in the weekend for the results, so it's late. Early in the morning. But these are the trends so far to show that there is some momentum there. And I think failing the Conservatives, people are fed up. People do think climate change. There is enough of this chaos, scandal, paying more for everything, paying more for shops, paying more rent bills. Can't get an NHS appointment, can't see a GP when they want to see one, can't get dentists for looking money.
That's bad.
Yes, yes, yes. Anything about me, it doesn't matter time. You make it move your body all around. Jump up, keep it up, you need it. Move your body and dance the right away. Well, massive shout out to the one like Nicky, one like Emily, the one like Johnny. Shout out to the MC Sharky. MC Sharky, can you go to the stage, please? MC Sharky, the stage. Come on. Let me see those hands in the air, just like that. You just let me know you're here. Tasmania. Oh, yeah. Come on. Yeah, action stations. Here we go. Party's in the house. Party's in the house. Party's in the house. Yeah. Right. Whistle through after three. 1, 2, 3. Hold on to your happiness, this one's gonna be fierce. It's the sound of clocking. Here we go. Oh, hey, here we go. Oh, dancing the big old. Let's go, Taco. Clocking style. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Outside of security, nice job, thank you. Outside of Tasmania crew. Thank you to the Red Cross. Yes, thank you. Thank you to everybody, each and every one of you. Wakey. Come on. Oh no. Oh my God, I wanna rock, see that everyone around, everybody fucking feel the musical genius. Feel the musical genius. Mr. Clarky, tap down. Let's go. Come on. What you say, put your body on. What you say, put your body on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1. Follow up in the park with the new guy, Mr. Clark. Well, keep your money close and jump and tear your head up. Mr. Clark. What's going on? We've lost the plot. Outside gather jammers. Yes, yes. What a mess. Yeah. Where is the noise for the DJ Clarky? No, what a pile of bollocks, you fucking bunch of fucking lightweights. Right, where is the noise for Clarky? That bloke's a nutter. Right, Tasmania will return on Friday the 26th of April on all nights at 10 till 7 with Mr. Hyde, Dougal, Sy, Randall, Slipknot, Vibes, Brisk, Druid and Hixie. Right, your Tasmania crew come here every time and play the fucking house down. So I want everybody after 3 to make some noise for the promoters and everybody who was involved in tonight. 1, 2, 3! One, two. You can do a little bit better than that. You can do a little bit better than that. 1, 2, 3. Right. Who wants one more from DJ Clarky? Oh, yes. Yes, mate. DJ Clarky. Right, don't forget, 26th of April, next house. Be there. Oh, beware. Oh, no. I was calling the people just to call it the nation. I was a future new generation. Just like in town with the hot sensation. Yeah, let's go. Good night and God bless. I hope you were the best. Mr. Tasmania saying thank you. Yes, you were dancing through. Oh, yes. Right, it's time to enter the sound of DJ Clarky. Whistle, make some noise for the Clarky. Alrighty then, let's go. Sound of the Clarky with the sharking rips alongside. Let's go. Entering the new sound dimension. Yeah! Clarky. Right. Tasmania, after three, please. 1, 2, 3. Clarky. We're dancing wall to wall. Wall to wall. Wall to wall. And this one goes out to Sean and Tracy. Nice to see you. I was looking, again. Oh my God, he must be tripping. Clarky's tripping. Bring on the vibe. Electric the cheap zone. Clarky's in the house. Yeah, once again, Tasmania kicks and Hastings winner. Your wicked Hastings winner. Make some noise. Clarky. now. They'll get up now. Press me down. Look at magical musical sound. Party. It's time to party. Come on. Here's the part. With the DJ, this is the card. Well, keep your body rocking. A little tear your head apart. It's the card. Sound the keyboard. Oh yeah! We are cruising sound. Right, get those hands in the air, Tasmania. Wave them around, come on. Show DJ Clarkin, you are rushing. Maximum performance every time. Yes, to this track dedicated to Tracy. Come on, DJ, you can take it, give it to me. Give it to me, give it to me. Give it to me, give it to me. Yeah! DJ Clarky, show you the way. You have it back again. No chance from our team. Just hands. To the side of Clarky. Let's go. Show me the way. We are in Techno Heaven, Tasmania. Here we go. Lift off. Free calling, rip roaring, hardcoring. Free calling, rip roaring. Keep soaring. We're still through! As we instigate, as we activate, as we just gyrate, as we motivate your mind. Motivate your mind. Every time. DJ Clarky leading us. Let's rock! Come on, hey, it's here! Go, go, go! Clarky's here! Coming crystal clear! Go, go, go! Hey, hey! Just the dance tonight of the way! Of the way, of the way! Just make my way! Are you ready? Let's go! go. Clarky, Tango. Let's go. Outside Jamie, outside Simon. This one's yours. A new level of sound. DJ Clarky. Yes, baby. Hold on. Make some noise if you can hear the kick drum. Right. Hold on to your habits. This one's gonna be finished. Clarky. Right, if you want it harder, make some noise! Mr. Clark! Mr. Clark! We'll turn your head apart! Feel the noise! Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. And the wicked man that you find it from the record in the time and the shocking from the right and the people all the time. To the radio noise baseline. Clarky. As we enter your mind, every time. Now feel that rush. Go and drink the side of the genius. Tasmania, how do you feel? Right. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Hastings, clear. Let's put it out here. Fierce. It's a suicide ride. It's a suicide ride. It's a hardcore terrified. It's Clarky, that's right. One time. Oh my God! Santa's Widow Green! Into the DJ Clarky! Are you ready? It's time for the Vegas! I'm gonna make a throw and not everyone's go. Yeah! Coffee! Taking over the party! Right, every time AC's playing and kicking, so make some noise! DJ Clarky, bring on that vibe! Come on, come on! Bang, 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 bang! Bang, bang, bang! He went above the load, Hastings here! Here he comes! He's got you on the run! Come on! Quick on! Come on, DJ Clarky, speed it up! Let's get stuck in mental! From Dark Central! Yeah! Wakey, wakey, rise and shine! And this one goes out to Glenn, to Ryan, to Peter, yes, just for you! Also, it's to the stadium group! Like a bolt of lightning, it's all frightening. It's your brain that we're igniting. And you go to the empty rims inside. Woo! Woo! DJ Clarky. Okay, change your mind. Come on. What? Let's go! Big shot goes out to Claire. Fat Glenn all through the place. Time to go wild. Big shot down for DJ Clarky from Kevin Davis from the get-through. How you feeling? Check that out tomorrow. Happy birthday. 20 seconds. Come on. Are you ready for the hardcore? Okay, party crew in the place. You know what time it is. Time to get busy. Come on. Just keep your body rocking till the early hours. 7 o'clock, non-stop. Clock is in control. Okay, stopping crew, welcome to the Techno Vibe. You are now in tune to the UK's finest. Clocking. Right out to the football, right out to the whistle first. Right to the stopping curve. Money Crusoe, on! Woo! Money Crusoe, place you can dance how you want to, as long as you're feeling okay. One DJ, take it away. We want to see everybody on the place dancing. How you feeling? How you feeling? Drink cheeks for Summer Coffee. Push it down with the techno vibe. Money Cruise, get on it. Okay, jump and trim the place, increase the pace just a little bit. Jump a little higher. Do you like the sound of the hardcore? Coming at you. One DJ, clean away. They have the Regan Park crew from Southampton. Look up, Jackass, the price before he's in the place. Going out to the alien Trevor from Southampton. All you have to do is dance. Monica, just go with the flow. Just keep your body moving. We want to see everybody moving. Rock it. Monica, go on. With some limitation, you know what to do if you understand your DJ. Bring on the noise. Where's the noise? Woo-hoo! Big shout out to the party gonna play who are still rocking. Come on. Move it, use it. Keep your body moving. Woo-hoo! Shout out to Matt James and the boys in the place.
This was good. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, the music's finished. Oh shit. Oh, that's crazy. Fuck's sake. 7 minutes to 5 in the morning. Oh, fuck it. Oh, the film is ended. Fuck me on Facebook. Facebook's ended. Oh well. That's right. I'll share it. Shut it down. Ugh. 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 Hell. Oh. 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 Oh, yeah. Well, Okay.
A vegetarian since the invasion, she never seen the word bombs. She never seen the word bombs. Blown up to 96 for future. She never seen an AK in the yellow day goes away. The t-shirts slowly turned over history books. I got wheels, I got gutter spray, and a hefty sense of worth. Half of me is the gasoline, but the other half's the sun. So I wait for a holiday, but it's not my fears. To go away on a summer's day, it never seems so clear. This is BBC Radio 1. it all just like you should. Sip that juice, drink it all, that sweet, that good. I'll give you all of this good, good. I'll give you all of this good, good. Fill it up, bounce up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bounce up, drink it up. Yeah, I still got juice for the boys in the club, boys in the club, boys in the club. I got a lot of juice, so please bring the bottle, please bring the bottle, please bring the bottle. Fill it up, bounce up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bounce up, drink it up. Hey, I still got juice for the boys in the club, boys in the club, boys in the club. Sip that juice, drink it all just like you should. Sip that juice, drink it all, that sweet, that good. Sip that juice, drink it all just like you should. Boys in the club. Please bring the bottle. Fill it up, bounce up, quick, quick, drink it up. Fill it up, bounce up, drink it up. Hey, I still got juice for the boys in the club, boys in the club, boys in the club.
Shabanology on BBC Radio 1. It's Smash, hanging out with you all the way until 7 a.m. Still to come, I've got some Adi Alexander on the way. You've just gotten up and you're feeling dizzy. Some rudimental. So nice to just hear from so many of you, giving me a warm welcome as well. I'm just here, man. Waking up with you, keeping you company. Next up, I've got some nice R&B vibes to slow it down for you. In my corner, this is Elmeen. Keep me up, set me down, right from wrong, hold my ground. Sad to see so many years, but in its splendor found the side to set my face. I ran out, let you down, held on down, broke my faith. If you could feel, could I ever be a special person? Show you I can give love and devotion. I need to know if I could feel, afraid to hold the life I know is broken. Take back all the notes I know are true. This love it goes I hear in your tone how I feel. My dreams are dragged despite of my home, how I feel. Nights I pray my days keep on till the same. I apologize for leaving, I know that if I curse my ways, won't mean you might stay. Foolish to believe I'm more to call back. I need to know if you can feel. Could I ever be a special person? Show you I can give love and devotion. I need to know, yeah, if I could feel. All the blessings, all the notes I know I chose. This love it goes I hear in your tone how I feel. My dreams are dragged despite of my home, how I feel. If I know that it would have been done. And I know that I would hold you back tonight. If I know, my baby, I promise I will hold you back. BBC Radio 1. Yeah. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now. Baby, up the half and she the whole thing slow down. Baby, we took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did it be at when they say they doing all this and all that? Tired of beefing you bums, you can't even pay me enough to react. Been waking up in the crib, and sometimes I don't even know what I'm at. Please don't pay that songs in this party, I can't even listen to that. Anytime that I'm running with somebody, it must be a victory lap. Hey, shawty come sit on my lap. Hey, they saying Drizzy just snap. This in between us is not like a store, this isn't a closable gap. Hey, I see some attack and don't end up making it back. I know that they at the crib going crazy down bad. What they had didn't last, damn baby. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now. Baby, up the half and she the whole thing and slow down. Baby, we took a trip, now we on your block and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did these be at when they say they doing all this and all that? I'm in the trenches, relax. Can you not put that little boy in the club? Cause we do not listen to Rex. We in Atlanta, I got her wigs. You telling me Tay's the best. Blended, you act like a killer, but you only one from a. I'm like the baby, I'm not just a rapper. You play with me, you gon' get stretched. Bring Drake to the hood, surround Drake world. Even though I got the case, I'ma do what it takes. And I never been embraced, and the money's hard to make. So I bet they on their face right now. I know that they at the crib going crazy down bad. What they had didn't last, damn baby. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now. Baby, up the half and she the whole thing and slow down. Baby, we took a trip, now we on your block and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where did these be at when they say they doing all this and all that? Well, he tell the story that's not with. No, they be lying 100%. Moved out of the rest and forgot about the bed. Now they just call me to tell me come get it. Boy, off and I don't want no credit. If it was me, they wouldn't regret it. That we were dead and now they want it. Yeah. Heart is still beating, my still eating. Thank y'all, they look like the garden eating. Still so good, still in the sea. And shawty came back and said she didn't mean it. It's hard to believe it. I know that they at the crib going crazy down bad. What they had didn't last, damn baby. Sometimes we laugh, sometimes we cry, but I guess you know now. Baby, up the half and she the whole thing and slow down. Baby, we took a trip, now we on your block and it's like a ghost town. Baby, where they be at when they say they doing all this and all that? Still to come on Radio 1 at 7. Radio 1 Breakfast with Greg James. Right now, it's Early Breakfast with Matt Bengali. Radio 1 Weekend.
I can't believe this. First day on the job, and they've given me the biggest responsibility, right? To tell you all about how you can win tickets to Radio 1's big weekend in Luton. I am so excited for it. I can't wait to see you there. We're coming to Stockwood Park with the likes of Coldplay, Ray, Chase and Status, Charlie XCX, and so many more. I mean, Chase and Status live, can you imagine? It's going to be unreal. And this is your opportunity right now to join us, dance, party along, sing your heart out to all your favorite stars. We've got loads of tickets for you to win for Big Weekend, and today we are going to be giving away away tickets. Because it's Friday! It's the big party day of the week, right? And if you want your chance to win your way there, all you gotta do is just listen out for a specific song. Today's one is Mabel, Don't Call Me Up. When that song plays, it is your cue to call in and try and win those tickets. So listen out for Mabel, Don't Call Me Up, and it could be any time throughout the whole of today on Radio 1. So keep us with you and take us with your pocket on BBC Sounds.
Weekend.
BBC.
Stuck in Sunday, slipping on my head on a Monday morning. Tired of all my mind games. I play along, and everybody knows that's the way that the weekend goes. Trying to phase out, ready to reload. Lose yourself in the green and gold. And everybody knows when you're boiling about to blow. Either way, I'm ready to reload. Lose yourself in the green and gold. Lose yourself in the green and gold. I've been here since Friday, floating up and down where life got apart. This will be the one place where we belong, and everybody knows that's the way that the weekend goes. Trying to phase out, ready to reload. Lose yourself in the green and gold. And everybody knows when you're boiling about to blow. Either way, I'm ready to reload. Lose yourself in the green and gold.
Phase out, reload, nearly overload. We're sitting on the phone and know what's getting overthrown. We're stepping out into the night that even though it's cold. You know it's cold, cause them never think how we're better. Them not think how we're hotter. We have to do it proper like a real London. Top boy, top girl, top team, top. Why you think what it now matter like a rat, them have to say.
And everybody knows that's the way that the weekend goes. Trying to phase out, ready to reload. Lose yourself in the green and gold. And everybody knows when you're boiling about to blow. Either way, I'm ready to reload. Lose yourself in the green and gold. Lose yourself in the green and gold. BBC
Radio 1.
There's a place where we break the line. Make it a circle redefined. Beautiful gardens, eternal flowers. You know the way, so take me there. Won't you make me dance on your kisses? Will you take my hand and spin me round and round until the moment never ends? Make me dance on your kisses. Will you take my hand and spin me? Take me back to the beginning again. Pulling me close, I feel stillness in the air. Time is frozen, all memories lost. So won't you make me beautiful kisses? Will you take my hand and spin me round and round until the moment never ends? Make me beautiful kisses. Will you take my hand and spin me? Won't you make me dizzy from your kisses? Will you take my hand and spin it round and round until the moment never ends? Make me will you take my hand and spin it
This is BBC Radio.
I keep working. She was a bad bad, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm Rick. Crash at my place, baby, I'm Rick. Needless to say, I'm keeping her check. She was a bad bad, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm Rick. Crash at my place, baby, I'm Rick. Thinking in a bad way, losing your grip. Screaming at my face, baby, don't trip. Someone took a big L, I don't know how that felt. Looking at you sideways, party on tilt. Ooh, certain things you just can't refuse. She wanna ride me like a cruise, and I'm not trying to lose. Then you're left in the dust, unless I stuck by you. You're a sunflower. I think your love would be too much, or you'd be left in the dust, unless I stuck by you. You're the sunflower. You're the sunflower.
Every time I'm leaving on you, you don't make it easy, no. Wish I could be there for you. Give me a reason to. Every time I'm walking out, I can hear you telling me to turn around. Fighting for my trust and you won't back down. Even if we gotta risk it all right now. I know you're scared of the unknown. You don't wanna be alone. I know I always come and go, but it's out of my control. And you'll be left in the dust unless I stuck by you. You're the sunflower. I think your life would be too much, or you'll be left in the dust unless I stuck by you. You're the sunflower. You're the sunflower.
If you're a bit of a nerd like me, when you hear this one, you just can't help but think about Spider-Man. It's Smash, morning. The time has just turned past 6 a.m. I'm waking you up today, and I want to know, what is the most outrageous thing that's happened to you this week? You can drop me a message on WhatsApp, 03700 100 100. And here's Becky Hill, Outside of Love.
I don't really understand it, and you don't want to talk about it. So where do we go now? What are we doing? I can't stand the silence so deafening. That look in your eye hits differently. You've come to the point where you don't love me no more, and I can't give you more anymore. How do we make it better? Should we accept that I'm not enough? I thought we said forever. It's only outside love. Can we reignite the fire? Or should we admit we're giving it all? I know I don't know why I'm falling. You were happy, even if that means without me. How long have you felt this? I've been clueless. I can't understand the silence so deafening. When I'm with you, I just feel lonely. There's thoughts in your head that you don't tell me no more. And I can't give you more anymore. How do we make it better? Should we admit that I'm not in love? I thought we said forever is all. The outside love, can we reignite the fire? Or should we admit we give it up? Right now I don't know why I fall. The outside love, on the outside
I think it's impossible for Becky Hill to make a bad song. You're on Radio 1 Early Breakfast with me, Smash Bengali, and if you've never come across me before, my claim to fame is I was on a reality TV show, cast your mind back to lockdown time on Channel 4, The Circle, which is one of the most craziest reality TV shows there are. You can basically pretend to be whoever you want, and I chose to be my 63-year-old uncle, Uncle Saeed. Fooled the entire house into thinking I was 63 years old. They just didn't want to vote me off. They were like, oh, he's so cute, he's 60, we can't vote him off. And of course, I was there behind it all. And one of my favorite parts of the show was the whole nation coming together to really back the term that I came up with, which was what the bloody. Whenever something outrageous would happen on the show, I'd be like, what the bloody, what? And this morning, I want to celebrate your what the bloody moment. Let me know what the most outrageous thing that has happened to you is. For me, it has got to be my alarm not going off on my iPhone. I don't know if you've heard about this. BBC News are all over it, and I love the headline. Apple working to fix alarming iPhone issue. Oh, love the pun. Come on, that is big shout out to Chris Valance. He needs to increase his balance and get paid more. Big up to that newsreader, man. But yeah, what is your most outrageous moment? Let me know. 03700 100 100.
Bite my tongue, bite my time, wearing a warning sign. Wait till the world is mine. Visions I vandalize, cold in my kingdom size. Fell for these ocean eyes. You should see me in a crowd. I'm gonna win, there's nothing to hide. Watch me make them bow one by one, one by. You should see me in a crowd. Your silence is my favorite sound. Watch me make them bow one by one, one by. Count my cards, watch them fall. Blood on a marble wall. I like the way you scream. Tell me which one is worse, living or dying first. Sleeping inside a hearse. I don't see. You say, come over, baby. I think you're pretty. I'm okay. I'm not your baby. If you think I'm pretty, you should see me in the crowd. I'm gonna run this nothing down. Watch me make them bow one by Silence is my what you think about one life, one Radio 1 Breakfast
With Greg James.
coming up this morning.
Internet sensation and star of BBC Three's I Kissed a Girl, Charlie Marlowe is on to play Sexy or Not Sexy. Listen from 8. BBC.
It won't be quite as warm for most of us, but there'll be some sunshine out there in a few spots. This is the picture this morning in Western Isles. So from clear skies, not so much of Western Scotland will have another warm and sunny day, but for most of us, we've got warm clouds we had yesterday, bringing those temperatures down. And there's some rain in the we won't all see it. We've got a really slow-moving frontal system, bringing a lot of cloud and patchy rain to central parts of England, South Wales.
You are lovely. Oh my God.
Later in the day.
Yes, oh yes. Come here, baby.
Ireland as well. Best of the sunshine will be across central and northern Scotland, where we could see temperatures 21 degrees or so.
21 degrees, oh my God.
As well later on in the day, but temperatures for some of us about 10 degrees cooler than they were yesterday. For Suffolk, for instance, where we had 23 yesterday, just 13 today. But certainly the warmest weather will be across the west of Scotland, 21 degrees or so. Into this evening overnight, we've got
Summer fun, happy forever.
Here in the south could be the odd mist and fog patch around, and also to the west of Scotland. But for most of us, frost-free, fair amount of cloud around once again. So this frontal system is still with us tomorrow, but it's going to be easing away. It is again very slow moving, so it's bringing more cloud to parts of Northern Ireland, Scotland, Northern England, and North Wales. More sunshine though either side of that, and temperatures.
What's her name?
About 12.
I don't know what her name is.
Lagra, Charlie.
Sarah, thanks so much.
See ya.
Let's take a look at the paper, shall we? The Telegraph reports that the UK government has asked Ireland if it wants to join the Rwanda deal. It comes as the two countries argue about asylum seekers relocating from the UK. The Mirror is leading on talks being held by FA Cup bosses.
I got weed, oh yes indeed. I don't know what to do, smoke a little. Should I save some and have it later? What do you think? Come on, tell me.
45 people arrested during that demonstration. And The Guardian has this image from another protest, this time in the US. This is from the pro-Palestine demonstration held at University of California following days of similar actions all across the country. President Biden in its headlines saying, "Order must
So it's 19 minutes past 6. Let's bring you up to date with other news that's coming through. Take That has become the latest act to move concerts from the troubled Co-op Live Arena, which has paused holding events due to technical issues.
Its rival, the AO Arena, will now host the band's 5 upcoming Manchester dates, as well as gigs by Keane and US rapper Boogie with the Hoodie. Our reporter Graham Satchell has more.
I used to like Robbie Williams, actually, he's pretty cool, actually.
The new Co-op Live Arena in Manchester. Those shows next week will be staged at a rival venue instead.
I think everybody in Manchester really has been excited for it, and then when
Look at Co-op Live. It all fell down.
The Co-op Arena is meant to be one of the best music venues in the world. So far, it's left the streets of Manchester echoing with disappointment, anger, and frustration.
Come on, Co-op.
Just comes over and then tells us, he's like, cancelled, yeah. And everyone thought he was joking, and then tons of people just started leaving the queue.
People are crying, kicking off and everything. And the kid and the security guards crying, and everyone's dead upset. We've basically in camp, we've been waiting for months for it.
It's hard to imagine a more disastrous start. Shows by the comedian Peter Kay and US rock band The Black Keys have been cancelled. This weekend's gigs by Olivia Rodrigo have also been called off. American rapper A Boogie with the Hoodie show will now take place at the AO Arena instead. The £365 million venue has been plagued by technical and safety issues. It's rapidly becoming a problem for the reputation of Manchester.
Well, Manchester is taking some flack over this as well. We want to be seen as a modern progressive city competing with not only London but other great European cities, and not being able to open a venue like this in this way is becoming embarrassing.
Co-op Live's owners have apologised for the disruption and say the venue will be taking what it calls a short pause. The first gig is now scheduled for the 14th of May. Liam Gallagher, the former Oasis frontman who's scheduled to play the Co-op Arena in June, joked on social media he'd gig in Lidl if the venue wasn't ready by then. Graham Satchell, BBC.
The Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, has said the UK will give at least £1 billion worth of aid to Ukraine every year.
Yeah, they go to Lidl's, because that's my brother works for Lidl's. He's on the tills in something
Lord
sort
Cameron also said that Ukraine has a
Yeah,
right
for
to
Lidl's,
use
yeah.
British weapons to strike
Oasis.
inside Russia.
You rock, man.
In terms of what the Ukrainians do, in our view, it is their decision about how to use these weapons. They're defending their country. They were illegally invaded by Putin, and they must take those steps. We don't.
What is it,
discuss
bro?
any,
Let me think. I like Brian and Oasis, yeah. I do.
clear. Russia
And
has
the
launched
Beatles,
an attack
yeah.
into Ukraine, and Ukraine absolutely has the right
Dire
to strike
Straits.
back at Russia.
Money for nothing, then your
Dam
chicks
has
for
collapsed
free.
in southern Brazil
Oh,
after
yeah.
torrential rain and flooding killed 31 people. At least 60 people are now missing. 15,000 have been forced to leave their homes since the storms began on Saturday.
Yeah.
The extreme weather has been caused by hotter than average temperatures, high humidity, and strong winds.
Apple has announced that demand for its flagship product, the iPhone, dropped sharply in the first 3 months of the year. Sales for the iPhone were down 10% compared with the same period last year. The tech firm also reported an overall drop in its quarterly revenue.
President Biden has said protests at universities in America over the conflict in Gaza have not caused him to rethink US policy towards Israel.
At least 200 people were arrested after police dismantled a pro-Palestinian camp at the University of California in Los Angeles. There have also been clashes in Dallas and New York City. Our North America correspondent David Willis has more.
At one of America's most prestigious universities, they were clearing away boards that had formed the barricades to a sprawling encampment that had been in place a week. It was broken up by riot police, hundreds of whom swarmed the campus shortly before dawn. A dramatic show of force which saw officers firing rubber bullets and stun grenades to push through the lines of protesters. More than 200 arrests were made, prompting President Biden, who had yet to comment on the protests, to plead for a return to law and order.
Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduation. None of this is a peaceful protest.
Asked if the protests would prompt him to reconsider his policies in the Middle East, the president replied no. But in an election year,
I got it in writing, right?
backing
Woody
of
for
Israel
president.
has left him
Yeah.
at odds with progressive voters aghast
That made
at the
everyone
rising
laugh. It
death
was quite
toll
funny,
in
really.
Gaza. Protests have spread to more than 130 colleges and universities nationwide, and more than 2,000 people have been arrested in the last 2 weeks alone. But this is a movement that is sweeping the country, and as one encampment is cleared, others emerge. Arrests have been made at other colleges and universities as officials weigh the demand for law and order, with competing calls for freedom of speech.
Just get on to 7 and get some bloody gifts given around, you know, so everyone can be happy.
25 minutes past 6 is the time. Still to come. That's Rakus, the orangutan. The first wild animal spotted using a medicinal plant to treat an injury. So scientists have seen him in Indonesia apply paste to a wound he had. And 1 month later, that wound had fully healed. So this is quite extraordinary, seeing wild animals using medicinal plants or plants that they believe are medicinal to heal their wounds. So we're going to talk to an ape specialist at 10 to 8 about just the intelligence involved in these magnificent creatures.
They are amazing creatures, aren't they?
So beautiful.
That's coming up later in time now to get the news, travel, and the weather. Wait.
Hello, I'm Anne Gadgill with the news in the south, and we start with the local elections. Labour says it's won what it's calling an historic victory by taking control of the council in Hampshire. It's the first time in its history Rushden Council, which runs services in Aldershot and Farnborough, has been taken by Labour, again from the Conservatives. Well, here are those results in more detail. You can see the Conservatives lost 8 seats, with 7 going to Labour and 1 to the Lib Dems. In Fareham, the whole council was up for election, and the Conservatives have retained control, but it's with a reduced majority, losing 4 seats to the Lib Dems and 1 to Labour. There haven't been any other significant changes of control in the other councils, which have declared so far. Former Conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson was turned away from his local polling station in Oxfordshire after forgetting to bring acceptable photo ID. The rules requiring photo ID to vote were introduced by Mr Johnson's government in 2022. He did return with acceptable ID. Separately, in Gosport, a number of former service personnel tried to use their veterans ID card, but were turned away because they aren't accepted for elections.
Obviously, Gosport, across the harbour from Portsmouth, big military town. We've got an awful lot of service people. Obviously, it might have been a lot easier and enfranchised those voters if it had been on the list. But obviously, the government published this list back in 2022. They decided not to review it after the 23 polls, but have said that they will review it after the 24 polls. So we'll just see if they do add it to the list in the end.
Some other news. A Basingstoke man's been charged with murder after a fatal stabbing on Monday. Officers were called to Braddock Court. The victim, a man in his 40s who's not yet been named, was pronounced dead. Samuel de Wolf from Windham Way in the town is due before magistrates later this morning. Southampton's newest cruise liner will set off on its maiden voyage later today. Cunard's Queen Anne is the company's first new ship in 14 years. She'll head towards Lisbon at just after 9 o'clock this evening following a firework display. Cunard says cruise bookings are up 25% on last year. Let's get the weather now with Dan.
Hello, good morning. Our weather generally improving throughout today. Cloudy damp start for many, but the cloud will clear, becoming dry and a bit brighter for most later. But very slow moving band of cloud and rain, particularly for northern areas, just drifting off away from us. Behind it, becoming dry, a bit brighter, some sunny spells, still a chance perhaps of an isolated shower. And temperatures a bit down on yesterday's numbers, 12 to 14, perhaps 15 Celsius, with a light or moderate west or southwesterly wind. Tonight, the cloud continuing to clear, break up, and it will be a bit colder than it was last night with clearer skies. Temperatures down towards 3, 4, 5 Celsius. Tomorrow, though, much drier, brighter day, spells of sunshine. Just a chance of a few showers for more southeastern areas, but largely dry with some sunshine. Temperatures up to around 17 Celsius.
I'll be back in half an hour. I'll see you then.
Hello, you're watching Breakfast with Charlie States and Naga Monchetti.
Time now, just come up to 6:30. So, local election counts are, of course, continuing. The first wave of results in England have come in already.
Now, meanwhile, Labour has won the Blackpool South by-election, taking the seat from the Conservatives. Now, Rita Chakrabarti has been looking at the results in more detail.
In a night of big results, this one stood out. Blackpool South, the only by-election of the night, triggered by the resignation of the Conservative MP, and it was a resounding Labour victory. Labour's Chris Webb won it with a majority of 7,600. And I just want to show you the swing from Conservative to Labour. That is a whopping 26%. And I can tell you that this was the third largest drop in Conservative support in any by-election since the war. So a really thumping victory there for the Labour Party. In terms of local council results, these are some of the most eye-catching. Redditch in the West Midlands, that was Conservative. It's a Labour gain from the Conservatives. the Conservatives had a 3-seat majority on this council, and that's been translated into a 15-seat majority for Labour. And you can see here the figures speaking for themselves. Labour gaining 10 seats, the Conservatives losing 11, and 1 seat going to the Greens. So a really interesting result there. I want to take you next to Rushmore. Rushmore is in Hampshire. This had been Conservative since the start of the century, and it had never been Labour, but this is also a Labour gain from the Conservatives. You can see Labour picked up 7 seats, the Conservatives lost 8 seats, and the Lib Dems gained 1. So that has become a Labour council, and Labour have a majority of 3 seats there in Rushmore. And one more council I want to bring you, and that is Hartlepool, which had been a hung council. There was no one party in charge, and that is a Labour gain. Labour picking up 8 seats, the Conservatives losing 6, and the Independents losing 6 as well. And this was a notorious by-election, Westminster by-election defeat for Labour in 2021. So this goes quite some way for them in terms of being able to hold their heads up high again in Hartlepool. Much more on the election results. All the stories are on the website for you. You can put in your postcode and find out what's happened in your own area. That's the address, and of course you can also use the BBC News app.
So we know council will be taking place at 35 councils in England overnight. Let's get an update from Grimsby and Harlow.
Well, despite the national opinion polls being pretty difficult for the Conservatives, they've managed to keep their majority here in Harlow, but it's been cut to just 1. And Labour missed out on taking control of this council by just 55 votes. It came down to 1 ward. And this was a council area that Sir Keir Starmer had visited on the eve of poll. And he had told the BBC locally that this was one of Labour's real targets in this local elections. They did manage to win a large majority on Thurrock, and they've become the largest party in Southend, which is in no overall control. So Labour have made gains in Essex, which they need to if they want to do well in the general election. But they have come up short in this seat, which has been a bellwether in general elections for 40 years.
Well, it's been a night of Conservative losses here in North East Lincolnshire. Going into these elections, the Tories had a sizable majority on this council, but it's now gone after Labour gained 6 seats at the Conservatives' expense. There'll be many eyes on this area because it covers the parliamentary constituency of Great Grimsby, which was won by the Conservatives at the last general election in 2019, under Boris Johnson, of course, after decades of Labour control. Now, one of the local Tory MPs for this area, for Great Grimsby, told me the reason why he believes voters have turned away from the party in these local elections is because they haven't seen levelling up in action. They haven't seen the kind of economic progress they were promised back in 2019. So that's a real worry for the Tories going into the upcoming general election.
So there's been a lot going on overnight. Let's go to Lincoln, where our reporter Jessica Lane is. Jessica, good morning to you. So what's happened where you are? Labour's held the council.
That's right, yes, Naga. Yeah, so I'm outside the Bishop Grosthurst University here in Lincoln. And the reason I'm outside is because this is where all the action has been going on until about half an hour ago, when everyone was very delighted to finish and pack up and go home after a very busy night, because they've been doing the counting here in Lincoln. And counting here in Lincoln was for the City of Lincoln Council and also for the Police and Crime Commissioner. Now, that's the person whose job it is to make sure that we have an efficient and an effective police service. The PCC candidate here for the Conservatives was Mark Jones, and he retained that role this year. And we spoke to him when his result was announced at about 3:45 this morning.
Well, I think elections always ebb and flow, and the last PCC election, it's fair to say the Conservatives did better than they would have expected to. So it's inevitable that that will go back the other way. But what's really important is that people get the opportunity to elect their local councillors, their local police and crime commissioners, and get that representation. So here in Lincolnshire, I'm glad that they've chosen me to do that, and I'm obviously committed to doing the best job I can.
Oh.
So the Conservative candidate did hold that role of the Police and Crime Commissioner, but on the City of Lincoln Council, it was a different story. Now, a third of the seats on the City of Lincoln Council were up for election this year. So there are 11 wards. Each ward has 3 councillors, and 1 seat from each ward was up for election. And the story here tonight is that it was a real success for Labour. They gained 4 seats from the Conservatives, although they did lose 1 to the Liberal Democrats. The Conservatives lost 4 seats and held 1, and that one was held with just a handful of votes. And there was actually an audible gasp in the room when those results were read out. And I spoke to Eddie Strengle. He's been a Conservative councillor on the City of Lincoln Council for more than 30 years, and he is one of those councillors who lost his seat last night.
I'm trying to be magnanimous about it in the sense that I'm not calling sour grapes or anything, but I think Reform took quite a few, and I would like to think, well, not like to think, but they were mainly Conservative voters in the past, disaffected. I know that on the street, when I'm talking to known Conservative supporters, and I've had them today as well, said that they just will not vote at all. They're not going to vote against me, but they will not vote at all, and that is disappointing. And I think the national politics scene has ruined us in Lincoln City, but I think it's replicated throughout the country, to be fair.
So disappointment for the Conservatives, as we were hearing there, but not really a surprise, because Labour's majority on the City of Lincoln Council was never really under threat with just a third of those votes. However, lots of people in the hall tonight and lots of people around the country, as we've been hearing, are talking about whether this is a bit of a hint about how things might go in the general election. So I also spoke to Hamish Falconer. Now, he is Lincoln's parliamentary candidate in the general election for the Labour Party.
Well, nobody's voted for the general election yet, so I'm very cautious. I will be asking for each and every vote. Who have voted for local things here, they'll be voting for national things when general election comes. But this, I think, is a sign that people in Lincoln really are looking to the Labour Party to try and bring the change that people want to see.
So, as I said, lots of people here talking about whether this is going to be any kind of guide to what is going to happen in the general election, when, of course, everyone across the country will have their chance to go out and have their say.
Jessica, thanks so much for that. Really interesting learning how the night has progressed there in Lincoln. So Jessica Lane reporting. Thanks, Jessica.
What we need to do now is speak to the nation's #1 number cruncher. That's Professor Sir John Curtice about how things are shaking up. John, very good morning to you. First question to you about your welfare. You've been up all night. Are you okay?
Well, I'm still managing to sit on this stool. If I nod off, you'll know why.
Okay, I won't take it personally. John, so for those people joining BBC Breakfast, just coming to 6:40 on the Friday morning, what do they need to know this morning? How do you sum things up?
Well, I think the principal message they need to take away is that the constant message of the opinion polls that the Conservative Party is struggling to narrow the gap on Labour, and that Labour still seem to be way ahead across the country. These local ballot boxes suggest that that broad message is still correct. Now, of course, it's true the Conservatives were defending a very high baseline, so we inevitably were thinking about how big the losses will be. Would they just be ones that suggest at least there was progress on last year, or whether it would suggest that there wasn't much progress at all? And unfortunately for them, the answer is the latter. Indeed, actually, on the detailed voting figures we've got so far, we've only got around a third of them. If anything, it looks as though the Conservative vote is down a bit on the local elections last year, and that that together with the Blackpool South by-election, which was the third biggest swing from Conservative to Labour in post-war electoral history. We've now had 5 parliamentary by-elections with swings of over 20% from Conservative to Labour. You put all this together and you have to say, bearing in mind a lot of the results still to be counted, but unless they come up with something markedly different, the message to the Conservative Party is going to be you are still in a very deep electoral hole.
And John, just focusing a little bit more, again, for people who are just joining us this morning, Blackpool South, that result declared, I think it was just after 5 o'clock, wasn't it, this morning?
Yeah.
And just take us through the significance of the swing there. You mentioned it enters the record books in a way the Conservatives wouldn't like, but there are other elements to that vote which have interest in relation to reform, for example.
Yes,
just take us through that.
And indeed, what we're going to talk about is also relevant to the local election. So basically, the Reform Party got nearly 17% of the vote. They almost took second place from the Conservatives. And it seems pretty clear that, you know, what is also, by the way, the third biggest fall in Conservative support ever in a by-election, that was, at least in part, occasioned by Reform's progress. This is Reform's best performance in a parliamentary by-election yet, although one has to say it's still not on a par with the kinds of by-election performances that UKIP, the previous standard bearer of the Eurosceptic cause, were gaining in the 2010 to 2015 Parliament. If we also look at what happened in the local elections, now Reform didn't fight most of the council seats, but where they did, the fall in the Conservative vote was markedly higher than where they did not. So again, one of the other messages of the opinion polls more recently, which is a rise of Reform and a rise that's particularly damaging the Conservatives, that also is confirmed by the local ballot boxes.
And give us some context, John, because we're talking about local elections, the one of course, a new MP. But to what extent does this translate into general election, which will be coming in the relatively near future?
Well, what local elections do is they give you a vision in real votes of where the country is at now. So, in other words, what we can say is the country still seems to be minded to vote in far more numbers for Labour than for the Conservatives. That hasn't really changed in the last 12 months. And therefore, unless things change between now and the general election, which might still be 6 months away, the Conservatives do seem to be heading for defeat. But local elections are not predictive. And it may be that despite the fact that the Conservatives have made so little progress so far, things do change in the next 6 months. But the point is, unless things change, these local results affirm the message of the opinion polls, which is at the moment, the Conservatives are on course for defeat.
John, always good to catch up with you on these mornings. John Curtis, still awake, is, I think, the headline on that story. John, thank you very much. Hope you get to sleep soon.
And still on his stool.
I know.
Which he did warn us about.
And he does. I mean, as we said, he's number one number cruncher.
Yes.
It's just the detail, which we will endeavour to take you through this morning, because as John said, not a huge number of the council results in as yet. That takes a longer period of time, through Friday into Saturday as well.
All the results expected to be declared by late Saturday evening. Now, you can, of course, follow all of those results, reactions and analysis for councils, mayoral, police and crime commissioner elections on BBC News Online and the app, and on BBC television, radio, and special podcasts.
Mike's with us on the sofa now.
Sport
Good
is
morning.
the results business, isn't it?
It is, and sometimes it's a shocking result, one you're not expecting, really. It's been a great season for Aston Villa. They were hoping to cap it off with a little trip to Athens later this month, being the only British team in a European final. It seems a bit less likely now, unfortunately, after last night. A bit of head-scratching going on, yeah, very much so. Yeah, I don't think many of us expected this. Aston Villa's hopes of that first European final would be since, 1982. Hanging by a bit of a thread now after they were stunned by the Greek side Olympiakos in the first leg of their Europa Conference League semi-final, losing 4-2 at home at Villa Park. Joe Wilson was watching.
At Villa Park, they wanted to create a dramatic occasion. Well, they got one, but the football was beyond anyone's control. Ayoub El Kabi's hat-trick for Olympiakos began with an onside goal, proved by VAR. Still, Villa tried to play the offside game. Once more, they were punished. If Unai Emery felt the tie was slipping away, Ollie Watkins responded with precision. 2-1 at half-time. King of finishes. Prince of Wales. Could Moussa Diaby score from there? Yeah. 2-2. Villa had the initiative, then lost it. Douglas Luiz raised his arm in a way that enabled the referee to say penalty. And here comes 3-2. Villa's luck. Watch it fly from Konza's back into the net. 4-2. Some clumsy defending then gave Villa another chance. A penalty. Douglas Luiz, after lengthy delay, after picking his spot, he missed it. Everything that could have gone wrong basically did, was the verdict of Villa's captain. After a night of frustrations, one thing is still certain. There is a second leg. And as hard as it may seem for Aston Villa, now is not the time to slow down. Joe Wilson, BBC News, at Villa Park.
It's not a bad night for Villa in Europe, but their chances of finishing in the top 4 of the Premier League this season have improved after Tottenham lost 2-0 against London rivals Chelsea last night at Stamford Bridge. The second goal summed up Spurs' night, a cracking free kick from Cole Palmer. Cannons off the bar, up for grabs, and it's Nicholas Jackson who gets to the rebound ahead of the defenders. It leaves Spurs 7 points behind Villa with just one game in hand. And Spurs' defeat also means Liverpool are now guaranteed Champions League football next season. Chelsea are now eyeing a top 6 finish, trying to catch Manchester United. Now, the world of cricket has been paying tributes to one of its young stars after the tragic news that Worcestershire spin bowler Josh Baker has died at the age of 20. Well, Baker has played twice in the county championship this season, the last time against Durham just last month. And he was playing in a county second 11 fixture this week, taking 3 wickets on Wednesday. The club has not said how Baker died. Former England bowler Ashley Giles, who is chief executive at Warwickshire, said in a club statement, the news of Josh's passing has left us all devastated. Josh was much more than a teammate. He was an integral part of our cricket family. We will all miss him terribly. On to Rugby League, and Wigan Warriors have climbed above Catalan's Dragons in the Super League table after beating them 30 points to 8 last night. The defending champions scored 5 tries with Abbas Miski 6 of the season, putting the icing on the cake. Wigan are second only behind St Helens and 1 point difference. We're at the semi-final stage in the World Snooker Championship at the Crucible. There's quite a battle going on between Jack Jones and Stuart Bingham. Jones went 3 frames to 0 down before fighting back against the former champion. They'll return to the table this afternoon with the match balance at 4-4. Kyra Wilson is also level with David Gilbert in the other semi-final. They'll resume at 10 this morning with the score. And that one also tied at 4 frames 4. Now in golf, England's Matt Wallace leads the way at the Byron Nelson PGA Tour event in Texas after the opening round, but all eyes were on another Englishman, 16-year-old Chris Kim, who we heard from yesterday on Breakfast. Just a week before his GCSEs even back home, he stunned his seniors by chipping in an eagle on the 18th. Wasn't fazed at all by the occasion, and he finished the day on 3 under par. Just 5 shots behind Wallace, and ahead of players like Robert McIntyre, who played for Europe at the Ryder Cup. Age is no barrier. If you're good enough, you've got the talent, and you're confident enough, isn't it?
Only yesterday you were saying, watch out for him.
Yeah.
You know, and the Ryder Cup is the second time you've mentioned the Ryder Cup around his name as well. But it's great to see a Brit in the lead as well.
Back next week for his exams.
And an eagle is a what?
2 under par. So if you're supposed to get the ball in the hole in 5 shots, if you get it in 3, that's an eagle. If you get it in 4, 1 under, that's a birdie.
Yeah. All good information. Just come up to 6:50 the time. So looking at the summer now, just around the corner of course, fewer people planning a holiday in the UK as high costs and bad weather putting people off. This according to the tourist board Visit Britain.
Now, Ben is at a caravan site in North Yorkshire this morning. Lovely views. I mean, I tell you what, to wake up to that, to look out of your window and wake up to that on holiday, it's no bad thing at all.
Certainly isn't. Sheep, lambs peacefully grazing in the field, sun just about coming up. It's gorgeous here. It's absolutely, utterly peaceful. And you might think, well, why deal with all that hassle of an airport and a flight and travelling abroad when you can come somewhere like this? Thing is, it seems that a lot of people are opting for the foreign holiday. Some recent research has found that in March in the UK this year, there were 340,000 short-term holiday lets available. That's 18% more than in March last year. Now, it could be that there are more properties available, or it could be that people simply aren't booking as much. Some of the reasons for that, too, that were highlighted in the research were the recent rainy weather we've been having, and also cost of living pressures deterring people. You might think cost of living pressures would mean that people would stay local. Only around a third say they're planning a UK break rather than a foreign trip in the coming months. And that can sometimes be down to the fact you can get some really cheap flights, as Simon Calder explained to us as he was about to jet off for a little break in Vienna.
There's all sorts of places I could have gone to this weekend, but frankly, if an airline is going to say, we'll fly you from Manchester to Vienna for 15 quid, that's a pretty good start. There aren't actually that many other places in the UK you can get to for 15 quid. You get here, it's exotic, it's enthralling, it's surprising, it's just beautiful, and therefore, well, I'm afraid we are pretty addicted to travelling abroad, especially at silly prices.
Well, Simon talked about the virtues of going abroad, but have a look inside this lodge. This is one of the properties they have at the caravan park. Got a fully fitted kitchen, there's an oven and a hob. You can make a full breakfast, a full fry-up in there. Let's speak to a couple of the people who've been here, for many years, on and off. 40, 50 years you've been coming? This is Brian and Angela with us. What is it that keeps you coming back?
Well, it's an easy commute from Leeds. It's easy to get here, and you have a fantastic view. And we have the Three Peaks here as well. We have Pennygate, Whernside, and Ingleborough. So great walking area.
And when people would say, well, actually, you get guaranteed better weather in the Med, Angela, what would you say to them?
Well, I'd say it's just great to come up here because you can just relax, and you can get good days and bad days, but relaxing and taking stress away from whatever your other life has got, you can just come up. It's a lifestyle, just what we like to do and we enjoy it.
Okay, well, thank you for being up so early for us to have a chat. Thank you very much to you both. Let's speak to Thomas, who's in charge of this whole park. Thomas, thanks for having us down here and letting us have a nosy around. You've seen the lodge. You've also got caravan pitches and touring caravans that come here. Has the wet weather had an impact on your bookings, though?
Wet weather hasn't had an impact on our bookings. People have just chosen to come at the right times of the year. They just pack the right clothing and away they go. They're quite hardy annuals up in Yorkshire, so they tend to come around and they just go off walking or cycling and doing what they enjoy the most. It's a beautiful part of the world to come to.
Has the fact that Easter was very early this year had a negative impact? Because obviously the weather wasn't so good, was it?
For our business model, Easter is always better if it's earlier. Simple reason is everybody gets out, they get in the holiday mode, they get in the thought process of coming away on holiday in the UK all the time. They get everything tried out and they put everything in the touring caravan, or they put everything in the car, come up to the caravan, the lodge, the static holiday home, the touring caravan, and enjoy it. And then we get a longer extended season. When Easter's early, it's brilliant. When it's later, it's very tight. We've got 3 bank holidays in the space of 5 weeks. It puts undue pressure on the staff because they're having to get up and go every day.
We've heard that cost of living pressures are affecting people's holiday decisions. What patterns are you noticing?
The only pattern we're noticing on the touring side is people are maybe not booking the top package. They're just tailoring their holiday or travel away, a weekend experience to what they can afford. They know how much it's going to cost before they come away, and they can just pack accordingly, and they're still getting the benefits of a rural or coastal environment and enjoying it all the time.
Of course, people choosing a UK break is good for businesses like yours, but you were explaining to me just before we started filming that the benefit goes more widely than that.
Yeah, I'm a big advocate of using community and making sure the local community benefits from all the holiday makers that come. We have a brilliant bakers in the village, we have a brilliant post office and fruit and veg shop, we have a brilliant butchers in the village. People enjoy walking up the street and getting the proper homemade bread and the meat and the vegetables from the. So we've got a couple of nice pubs and various other things, and it makes the life and the experience enjoyable for the whole of the customer over the weekend, and they thoroughly enjoy it.
Okay, Thomas, thank you very much. Really appreciate you having us down here. And I have to say, I was asking Thomas a little earlier if they've got a tannoy, because if you come to a holiday park, you want to greet everyone with a cheery Heidi hi, don't you, Charlie Nagger? And what's the response when you say Heidi hi?
Oh, Ben, I'm not going to do it. Hody ho, there you go, I did it. Thanks, Ben.
That lifted the spirits, didn't it? A great deal. 6:56. So if I show you a picture now, this is Blackpool. You'll know this scene very well. So there are two things really to report from Blackpool this morning. One a lot more significant than the other. You can't really see Blackpool Tower. It's shrouded in mist. That's the meteorological piece of information.
But there is a picture emerging overnight because there's been a development in Blackpool South. This is where the Labour Party's Chris Webb won the parliamentary by-election from the Conservatives with a significant majority. And it's seen as a key win. And in his victory speech, the now Labour MP for Blackpool South said, this is time now for Rishi Sunak to admit he has failed and call a general election. So the reason we're bringing you this is I'm not sure we will get analysis throughout the morning, of course, about how significant or how much of a pointer these local elections will be towards the general election, but maybe offering a clearer picture in certain parts of the country.
Right now, the news, John, the weather where you are.
Hello there, I'm Anjana Gadgil with the news in the south. Rushmore Council in Hampshire is to be run by Labour for the first time in its history. Labour says taking control of the authority which runs services in Aldershot and Farnborough is an historic win.
We've shown that Labour is very friendly to the armed forces, backs our armed forces to the hilt, and people see that the Labour trust Labour now to deliver on that.
It's always easy to try and make it about the national picture. We have relentlessly run on local issues, trying to put forward our positive image for the local area.
Elsewhere, the Conservatives keep control of Fareham Council, but with a reduced majority. The Lib Dems are now the largest party in Hart, but it remains under no overall control. The party also keeps controls of councils in Gosport and Eastleigh. Labour remain in control of Reading Borough Council. Elsewhere, no party will get a majority in Portsmouth. The Lib Dems remain the largest party there. Labour keeps control in Southampton and counting continues in Winchester. Former Conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson was turned away from his local polling station in Oxfordshire after forgetting to bring acceptable photo ID. The rules requiring photo ID to vote were introduced by Mr Johnson's government in 2022. He returned with the right ID. And in Gosport, election officials turned away a number of voters who turned up with their veterans' ID card, which isn't accepted. Gosport has the highest proportion of veterans in the country. Some other news, a Basingstoke man's been charged with murder after a fatal stabbing on Monday. Officers were called to Braddock Court. The victim, a man in his 40s, who's not yet been named, was pronounced dead. Samuel de Wolf from Winthrop Way in the town is due before magistrates later this morning. Southampton's newest cruise liner will set off on its maiden voyage later today. Cunard's Queen Anne is the company's first new ship in 14 years. She'll head towards Lisbon this evening. The company says bookings are up 25% on last year, the best for
Tracking.
Weather now with Dan.
Hello, good morning. Our weather generally improving throughout today. Cloudy damp start for many, but the cloud will clear, becoming dry and a bit brighter for most later. But very slow moving band of cloud and rain, particularly for northern areas, just drifting off away from us. Behind it, becoming dry, a bit brighter, some sunny spells, still a chance perhaps of an isolated shower. And temperatures a bit down on yesterday's numbers, 12 to 14, perhaps 15 Celsius, with a light or moderate west or southwesterly wind. Tonight, the cloud continuing to clear, break up, and it will be a bit colder than it was last night with clearer skies. Temperatures down towards 3, 4, 5 Celsius. Tomorrow, though, much drier, brighter day, spells of sunshine. Just a chance for a few showers from more southeastern areas, but largely dry with some sunshine. Temperatures up to around 17 Celsius.
So here's hoping we're going to get some decent weather for the bank holiday. I'll be back in half an hour, but now we can go back to Charlie and Naga in the Salford studio.
stay back. We are going to rock through time.
Oh, this is Sam Richardson.
No job. No peace. Just fun. Catching monsters, getting into scrapes. So I keep moving on. To see the next thing. And the next, and the next. Have you ever felt so alive?
Brand new Doctor Who starts Saturday the 11th of May on BBC One and iPlayer.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Charlie States and Naga Munchetti.
Our headlines today. Labour wins the Blackpool South by-election on a bruising night for the Conservatives and a strong performance from the Reform Party.
The people of Blackpool South have spoken for Britain. They have said to Rishi Sunak and to the Conservatives they've had enough.
That's just one outcome on a night of counting in the local elections around England. Labour is making key gains from the Conservatives.
This is a really important set of local elections. Millions of votes are still being counted around the country. What they say will dominate the political landscape as we head up to that general election.
Good morning in sport. Greek agony for Aston Villa. They now have a mountain to climb to keep their European dream alive after a big defeat at home to Olympiacos.
A fascinating insight into the life in the jungle. Rakus, the orangutan, seen treating his wounds with self-medication in a first for wild animals.
And good morning. For most of us, it's cooler than it was yesterday. We've got a lot of low cloud, drizzly rain as well, but some warm sunshine across the north of Scotland, and it'll brighten up in the south too. I'll have all the details coming up shortly.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 3rd of May. Our main story is that Labour's won the Blackpool South by-election with a convincing majority. The Conservatives came second after previously holding the seat until the MP for the party resigned after a lobbying scandal. The Reform Party came a close third.
So the first wave of results for the local elections in parts of England has also started to come through overnight. So far, the Conservative Party has lost council seats while Labour's made some key gains. Our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, has the latest.
Commonly known as Chris, Labour Party, 10,825.
Blackpool South, a little before 5 a.m, and a decisive Labour victory. They were confident of emerging winners in the by-election, but this was emphatic.
They have said to Rishi Sunak and to the Conservatives they've had enough. They've had enough for 14 years of the Conservatives being in power. They have lost trust of the British people, and Blackpool has had enough of this failed government.
The Conservatives, who had held the seat, were beaten into second place, but the shock for Tories will be that Reform very nearly pushed them into third.
They didn't get Brexit done properly, they didn't cut immigration, and people are tired and sick and tired of the Tory incompetence and lies. We're done with it. We're done with the Tories. It's time for change. It's time for reform.
And the first council of the night to change control, Hartlepool.
Q&A been 8 Labour Cooperative Party 649 votes.
The Conservatives lost 6 councillors here. Labour in charge again. The win is symbolic for them, clawing back lost ground.
Dave Thomas William, Labour Party 806.
In Rushmore in Hampshire, Labour have taken control directly from the Conservatives. Boundary changes helped here, but it's also been gaining wards from Tories. Mounting losses, an unwelcome sight for the Conservative minister at the count. And in North East Lincolnshire, more Labour cheer.
Wow.
Conservatives lost control of the council here. Grimsby is exactly the sort of place Labour will hope to win back at the general election.
Sadly, in local elections, they tend to mirror the polls at national level, and clearly, sustained to the obvious, we're far behind in the polls nationally, and people have followed through at local level.
But there are warning signs for Labour too. In Oldham, Labour lost control of the council. In areas with substantial numbers of Muslim voters, it's shed support, losing wards. And elsewhere, the Greens have been picking up votes, often at Labour's expense.
Voters are really, really sick of this Conservative government and the way they've run this country into the ground over the last 14 years, but they're not really feeling inspired by what Keir Starmer's Labour Party is offering.
In Stockport, where they processed the votes in a car park, Liberal Democrats won a couple of wards from Labour, modest advances. But the battlegrounds they care about most are yet to start tallying.
We're expecting to see gains, we're expecting to see good progress, but specifically in the areas where we hope to win parliamentary seats.
And I do hereby declare that Carol Ann Shevlin-Ney is duly elected.
So the picture emerging is one of Labour chalking up gains, Conservatives slipping back, and smaller parties winning support from both of them. David Grammaticus, BBC News.
We can take a closer look at the results breakdown in the Blackpool South by-election. Labour's Chris Webb won 10,825 votes. That's a majority of 7,607. So Conservative David Jones came in second with 3,218 votes, just 117 ahead of Reform UK's Mark Butcher.
So, put that all together, that means Labour won 59% of the vote, Conservatives won 18%, Reform UK came a close third.
So what this means is that the Labour vote rose by 21%, whilst the Conservatives fell by more than 30%. The 26% swing was the third biggest from the Conservatives to Labour at a by-election since the Second World War.
Let's go to our political correspondent, Hannah Catt, who's in Blackpool for us this morning. A little bit misty there, a little bit windy. Hannah, good morning to you. If people are reeling from all those numbers and statistics that we've just read out, tell us the tale of Blackpool South.
Well, look, it was pretty obvious from the moment we arrived last night that it was going to be Labour who was going to win this seat. But when you look at those numbers that you've just described, what it shows is the Conservatives being squeezed on both sides. As you said, their vote dropped by about 30%. A lot of that seems to have gone to Labour on that big swing, but about a third of it on those numbers seems to have gone to Reform. So it's the fact that they are losing votes in both directions, I think, is going to be a concern. And while the Conservatives avoided what would have been a complete nightmare scenario for them of being pushed into third by Reform, they only did that by that tiny margin, about 100 or so votes. And I think that too is likely to cause jitters and concerns among some Conservative MPs looking at those bare numbers this morning. Now, we have heard from a Conservative spokesman this morning who said that it was always going to be a difficult election for them, given the specific circumstances related to the previous incumbent. Labour, though, Sir Keir Starmer, calling this a seismic victory for them, and they're suggesting that this is the most important result of the night.
Yeah, Hannah, just tell us a little bit more about the campaign itself. I mean, obviously, it's a very strong win for Labour, but how hard was it fought by those other parties?
Well, there are some questions around that. So Labour did really chuck the kitchen sink at this. It certainly appears. Keir Starmer's been up here. There's been quite a lot of activity. There does seem to have been markedly less activity from the Conservatives and perhaps less money spent on it, although, you would expect that had they thought they might win it, that might have happened. And as for Reform, well, they had a slightly different approach to this. They had a local candidate here who was pretty well known, but they have been giving this a bit of a big push from them too.
Hannah, for the moment, thank you very much.
Now, 107 councils are holding elections in England. Counting will continue into the weekend. We can take a closer look at the results we do know so far. So, a short while ago, Labour had gained 52 seats. The Conservatives had lost 121. The Liberal Democrats have seen gains so far of 17 seats. Now, the Green and Independent candidates have also increased the number of council seats they hold. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Alex Forsyth. It is so lovely to have you on the show.
It is such a pleasure to be
this
here.
morning. It's so lovely with very little sleep. As
Yes.
we were talking to John Curtis earlier, and he was saying if he stayed on his stool, he'd be great. This is slightly more comfortable.
This is safer.
It is much more comfortable, shorter distance to fall. What's your overall impression, Alex? You've been following it through the night. Any surprises, or is it kind of going the way that was largely predicted?
I think the overall takeaway so far, with that caveat that there's still quite a long way to go, is that this is a bleak picture for the Conservative Party. They are at the moment losing about half of the seats that they're defending. So if that carries on through the weekend, that is a bad result for them. But in terms of picking out a couple of places which are quite illustrative of what's really going on, I think Labour, they've done well in some places they expected to, and even some places they didn't. One that's worth keeping your eye on, one that really matters as a symbol as well as the actual result, is Hartlepool in the northeast. Because if you remember, Hartlepool is very symbolic of the kind of place where just a couple of years ago the Tories were really encroaching into Labour territory, like parking their tanks on Labour's lawn and winning in places like Hartlepool for the first time in ages. Hartlepool's now gone to Labour, so that's a real sign of Labour regaining ground in some of the places that they've only recently really fallen back. And the Labour Party, as you can imagine, have been really welcoming that result. In fact, we can hear, I think, from the Labour leader now of Hartlepool Council.
We had quite a difficult time in Hartlepool going back a few years, where we actually then dropped to 6 councillors in the Labour Party, in the Labour group. And we've risen up over the years, bit by bit, and got back to actually, I think, making people realise that we are to be trusted and that we can do the job that we are now going to be doing.
That was Brenda Harrison, who's now the Labour leader of Hartlepool Council. Another one that's worth noting, though, because that one was broadly expected. One that wasn't so expected was Rushmore Council, which is in Hampshire. That covers the town of Aldershot, which is a military town, real true Tory territory for a long, long time. Labour have taken that. So some really big wins for Labour, but not jubilation across the board, because actually in the last hour, we've had the results from Oldham Council. Labour have lost control of that council. And what happened there, if you remember, was there was some real dissent within the Labour Party over its approach to the war in Gaza. And a couple of independent candidates stood on a very deliberate anti-Labour platform because of the party's handling of the war in Gaza. And they won seats from Labour. Labour lost control of that council. So overall, a really good picture for the Labour Party, but not without some problems.
Alex, a thought from you. We will be speaking to all the major parties this morning throughout the programme. As far as the Conservatives are concerned, are they able to point to anywhere and go, in that place, not so bad? As in, because they have held seats, haven't they? Obviously, there have been a lot of changes, but in some places they have held, which I guess they will point to as success.
Yeah, well, let me let you in on a little secret of how these election nights work when you cover politics like I do. The parties text you WhatsApp messages to big groups of journalists pointing to the things they're particularly pleased or proud about. And not so long ago, my phone pinged with a message from internal Conservative folk about Harlow Council, because the Conservatives held on to Harlow Council. It was a very close fight there. And the Conservatives are pointing out the fact that Keir Starmer had said he wanted to win in Harlow and he didn't. Now, it may be actually, when you look at the bigger picture, this is the Conservative Party trying to find a glimmer of light in which is otherwise a very bleak, dismal night for them. And people would point to the fact that there are always local factors at play in this set of elections. But so far, that is one of the very few things, I would say, Charlie, that the Conservative Party can point to where it's gone maybe better than they had hoped. But that doesn't take away from the fact that, broadly speaking, across the board, it is looking pretty bad for them, although we have still got, another 24, 48 hours of results to come in.
I suspect your text messages are quite interesting.
They're fascinating.
Aren't they?
I tell you, one day I'll just come on and read them all out.
That's like your last day at work, is it?
Yes, you got it. That's my sign-off.
We'll see you a little bit later.
Thanks, Alex. Let's talk now to Labour's Pat McFadden. Good morning to you, Pat McFadden. What's you're sitting here at 14 minutes past 7 after the count of many local councils, but obviously it's not finished yet. How are you feeling? What are you thinking? What are you seeing? What's the picture you're seeing?
We're feeling good. The most significant result overnight is the Blackpool South by-election, where we won a stunning victory, a 26% swing, with the Tories barely hanging on to second place. And elsewhere in the local council elections, gains like in Hartlepool in the north, which you've just been discussing, in Rushmore in the south. So we're feeling good. We fought a good positive campaign. The results are good for us overnight so far, and of course, we've got a lot more to come over the next couple of days.
And I just thought you would have heard, as you were, your camera was being set up, you would have heard me talking to our political correspondent, Alex Forsyth, who's joined us this morning. Couple of places that she mentioned, Harlow, which the Conservatives have held, and she was talking about the WhatsApp messages you get from various political advisors from all the parties, and saying that the Conservatives keen to point out that Harlow was one particular area that Keir Starmer said he wanted to win. What do you think went wrong there?
Well, look, I think we just missed out there. We're making gains across the country, and we fought a good campaign in Harlow, but what we're looking at more than anything across all these results is what is the picture in the kind of constituency that's needed to decide the general election. That's the most important thing for us over the next couple of days. And if you look at not just the Blackpool South by-election, but places like Thurrock, places like Grimsby, places like Southend East and Rochford, these are the kind of parliamentary constituencies that will be really decisive at the general election. And overnight, it shows we're doing really well in those. So we're really encouraged by what we've seen so far.
I understand.
But we know there's a lot more counting to come.
Indeed, there's plenty of counting to come. In fact, we don't expect it to all be done until Saturday evening. Even though you're getting an overall picture, there will be mistakes or things that have been overlooked. And that's kind of also part of the strategy now for any party. Oldham, Labour's lost Oldham to the council, to a pro-Gaza Independence Party, which won 5 seats and leaving Labour fall short of a majority. So Oldham Council has no overall control. Now, this was a specifically issue-led electoral issue. Do you think that more careful thinking needs to be put into place by the Labour Party if, for example, places like Oldham can go?
There's 2 things I'd say. First of all, on the Middle East issue, I do think that's been a factor in some places. I don't think there's any point in denying that. It does get raised, and I understand why people have strong feelings about that. This is an issue that does arouse strong feelings, and with what we've seen on our TV screens over the past 6 months and so many innocent people being killed, I'm not surprised that people have got strong feelings about that. But specifically with Oldham, it's perhaps something the viewers don't realise is that we've been losing seats in Oldham for a few years. We lost seats last year there and the year before. So in addition to the Middle East issue, which you mentioned, there are specific, very local factors in Oldham which have knocked it out of line with the sort of Labour gains that we've been seeing in local elections. Not just this year, but for the past few years, and long predating the last 6 months in the Middle East.
How thankful are you to Reform UK for hurting the Conservatives so far in the local elections?
I think it's just another aspect of disillusionment with the Conservative Party. Across the country, people want change. We're going to have a general election sometime later this year. These local elections are not just mid-term when the results can usually be dismissed by governments. This is on the eve of a general election. And what is the mood behind all these results? The mood is that it's time for a change. And when it comes to the general election, there's really only 2 possible outcomes in terms of who can form a government. It's either going to be 5 more years of the Conservatives or a new government with Labour. And I think that's the question more than anything that will be on voters' minds when it comes to the general election itself.
Pat McFadden from the Labour Party, thank you very much for your time with us here this morning.
Thank you.
Let's go straight to our chief political correspondent, Henry Zepman at Downing Street. Morning to you, Henry. In the rain, I can see there. You know that building behind you very well. What do you think is going on in there this morning, given what we know so far?
I don't want to resort to cliche, Charlie, but I think the rain might be a metaphor for what's happening to the Conservative Party. The mood is going to be dark, stormy and gloomy in the Conservative Party today, because while they knew it was going to be a bad set of election results, from what we've seen so far, and it is early, they are worse than most people expected. Blackpool South, the by-election parliamentary constituency, has the clearest read across to a general election, and it's the third largest swing from the Conservatives to Labour in any by-election since the Second World War. You don't need me to tell you that's not the kind of result you get if you're a government which is going to hold on to power at a general election.
Henry, what about the implications for Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister, personally?
I think it's a bit too soon to tell, but there is a debate that's been simmering pretty much since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister 18 months or so ago, because Conservative MPs can see that the polls haven't really budged. He steadied the ship after the chaos of Liz Truss, both economically and politically, but since then, people's opinions of the Conservative Party of politics seem to have been frozen. If you'd asked me yesterday, before polls closed, I'd have said the overwhelming majority of Conservative MPs think that it would be even worse if they decided to change leader yet again, that would make their political peril more severe. Frankly, not enough of them have woken up yet and responded to my WhatsApps for me to know whether that's changed, but the sense is that if any set of results would change, that it would be results like this, because they are really bad, and you can bet any amount of money that Conservative MPs who are standing again at the general election will wake up, look at what's happened, and think about what it means for their constituency and their career at the general election.
Yeah, so I think you know this full well, Henry. The Conservatives braced themselves for difficult results. Other parties, though, thought they had a lot to gain coming into this round of voting. Who's come out of this? Obviously, Labour is doing very well. Outside of Labour, who is celebrating this morning, do you think?
Good set of results so far for the Greens, who have in particular, it seems in some places, benefited from what you were just discussing with Pat McFadden, i.e. some difficulties for Labour around Gaza. This could be one of their best set of local election results in England that we've really ever seen. Reform UK is a funny one. They did the best they've ever done in any by-election in Blackpool South, but it's still not clear they're doing as well as you'd expect given where they are in national opinion polling, if that opinion polling is correct. The Lib Dems, perhaps a bit more action in the places that are counting today, but generally seem to be holding their position in making decent, though not spectacular, incursions into Tory territory in the south.
So on your behalf, Henry, I'm going to put out this message to any senior members of any parties. Message Henry, because he needs to hear from you. And well, it's 7:23, come on, it's, you know, need to get up, don't they, really? Henry, thank you very much.
They should be awake by now.
Yes, just on that, there's always that thing, we're never sure entirely who will come to the cameras, are we? And we will, of course, the senior members of the party leaders do come out, face the cameras. We will bring those pictures and those interviews.
Yeah, we are going to be talking to members of the Conservative Party throughout the programme as well. Richard Holden, who's from the Conservative Party, at 7:30. We'll be talking to the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Daisy Cooper, at 8:30. And you can follow all the results, reaction and analysis for councils, mayoral and police and crime commissioner elections.
4 minutes.
Down.
Time now, take a bit of a Sarah, tell us about the weather.
3 minutes.
Good morning to you. Well, back holiday weekend almost upon us. The weather is looking a little bit better. Yesterday, far. Today, we've got around in Anglesey at the moment, drizzly rain for some of us. But let's just take a look at the temperature difference between yesterday and today. It was the warmest day in all 4 nations. Southampton, Downham and Suffolk getting to 23 yesterday, but today only around about 13 degrees there. But for the west of Scotland, we're likely to see temperatures again around 22. So we've got a slow-moving front today. That's bringing a lot of cloud across the bulk of England and Wales. Some thunderstorms moving in around the east coast as well. So some drizzly rain, few showers, southern Scotland, Northern Ireland too. But the best of the dry weather with some longer spells of sunshine will be across the northern half of Scotland. So 22 degrees possible once again. And it will brighten up close to the south coast of England as well. But most of us, we're under the clouds only about 12 to 14. Into this evening and tonight, then we've still got the low cloud and drizzly rain just edging a little bit further northward. Clearer spells further north across Scotland and towards the south of England as well. So there could be some misty fog patches to start your Saturday. We're going to still see a bit slow-moving front with us tomorrow, same one that we've got today, just lifting a bit further north and tending to peter out, but it will bring a lot of cloud on Saturday from Northern Ireland, Wales, Northern England, Central Scotland, some outbreaks of rain underneath that cloud. Brighter spells though either side of that, a few showers in the south, and temperatures for most of us tomorrow mostly around 12 to 17. Back to you, Dave.
Sarah, thank you very much.
Now, the Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron has said the UK will give at least £3 billion worth of aid to Ukraine every year for as long as necessary. This afternoon, with President Zelensky in Kyiv.
Let's go to our Ukraine correspondent, James Waterhouse, who joins us now. Very good morning to you, James. So just take us through, would you, what's been said in terms of the sums and the reaction?
Yeah, I think, Charlie, it's not just what Lord Cameron said, it's the way he delivered it. You know, he's here to rubber stamp a sizable commitment by the UK, £3 billion a year for, in his words, as long as it takes. He describes this invasion as the biggest challenge of a generation. It will include long-range missiles like Storm Shadows, which Ukraine has used effectively on occupied Crimea to the south. It will use air defence equipment, the teams you see in towns and cities across Ukraine as they try to shoot down incoming drones launched by occupying Russian forces. But Lord Cameron was also in a hawkish mood. He said Ukraine essentially has the right to use these missiles provided to hit targets inside Russia. That is not a view shared by other Western allies. Let's listen to this.
In terms of what the Ukrainians do, in our view, it is their decision about how to use these weapons. They're defending their country. They were illegally invaded by Putin, and they must take those steps. We don't discuss any caveats that we put on those things, but let's be absolutely clear. Russia has launched an attack into Ukraine, and Ukraine absolutely has the right to strike back at Russia.
Despite, political turbulence at home, domestically, this has been a Conservative government which has tried to almost lead the way as much as it can when it's come to military aid for Ukraine. To the delight of Kyiv, it's established the UK as one of Ukraine's staunchest allies. I think this visit, and I think this sizable pledge, is an attempt by the UK to both drag other Western allies up to speed, but also to keep the likes of Germany and the US above it, to say, look, we should do as much as we can for Ukraine to keep it in the fight, because it is losing territory and fast at the moment.
James, for the moment, thank you.
It is 7:28. It means it's time to find out what's happening in terms of news, travel, weather, wherever you are, and we'll see you shortly.
Hello, I'm Anne-Janet Gangill. Labour's won what it's calling an historic victory by taking control of council in Hampshire. It's the first time Rutland Council, which runs services in Aldershot and Farnborough, has been taken by Labour again from the Conservatives. Elsewhere, the Conservatives keep control of Fareham Council, but with a reduced majority. The Lib Dems are now the largest party in Hart, but it remains under no overall control. The party also keeps control of councils in Gosport and Eastleigh. Labour remain in control of Reading Borough Council. And no party will get a majority in Portsmouth. The Lib Dems remain the largest there. Labour keeps control of Southampton, and counting continues in Winchester. Former Conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson was turned away from his local polling station in Oxfordshire after forgetting to bring acceptable photo ID. The rules on photo ID were introduced by Mr Johnson's government in 2022. He returned with the correct documents. And in Gosport, election officials turned away a number of voters who turned up with their veterans' ID cards, which isn't accepted.
Obviously, Gosport, across the harbour from Portsmouth, big military town. We've got an awful lot of service people. Obviously, it might have been a lot easier and enfranchised those voters if it had been on the list. But obviously, the government published this list back in 2022. They decided not to review it after the 23 polls, but have said that they will review it after the 24 polls. So we'll just see if they do add it to the list in the end.
In other news, a fast food delivery driver who bit a man's thumb off in a row over pizza is due to be sentenced at Winchester Crown Court. Jennifer Rocha, who's originally from Brazil, admitted causing grievous bodily harm as she delivered the pizza to Stephen Jenkinson from Aldershot in December 2022. Rocha was a substitute for another driver and wasn't directly employed by Deliveroo. Football and Oxford United are preparing for the first leg of their League One playoff semi-final against Peterborough tomorrow night. A win on the final day at Exeter saw the U's earn their place. Tickets have sold out. Let's get the weather now with Dan Downs.
Hello, good morning. Our weather generally improving throughout today. Fairly damp start for many, but the cloud will clear, becoming drier and a bit brighter for most later. But very slow moving band of cloud and rain, particularly for northern areas, just drifting off away from us. Behind it, it's pretty dry, a bit brighter, some sunny spells, still a chance perhaps of an isolated shower. And temperatures a bit down on yesterday's numbers, 12 to 14, perhaps 15 Celsius with a light or moderate west or southwesterly winds. Tonight the clouds continue to clear, break up, and it will be a bit colder than it was last night with clearer skies. Temperatures down towards 3, 4, 5 Celsius. Tomorrow though, much drier, brighter days, spells of sunshine, just a chance of a few showers from more southeastern areas, but largely dry with some sunshine, temperatures around 17 Celsius.
All eyes on the bank holiday. I'll be back with another update just before 8 o'clock, so I hope you can join me then. Let's go back now to Nadia and Charlie in Salford.
Hello, you're watching Breakfast with Charlie States and Nadia Manchetti.
So there has been a significant win for Labour overnight. They took a seat from the Conservative Party in the Blackpool South by-election.
Meanwhile, results from local elections are beginning to come in. Our political correspondent, Nick Eardley, is keeping it right on top of all the numbers. You've got a magic screen with you, Nick, to help explain the picture around England and Wales.
I do. Good morning. And we're going to try and explain what all the different results are, what they mean for the big picture, and also dive into some local areas to tell you what they might tell us as well. Let's start off with the big picture at 7:30 this morning. Here it is, 35 of 107 councils counted, and you can see the picture is emerging pretty quickly. Labour doing pretty well, the Conservatives doing badly, and it looks like they could be on course to do very badly. Lib Dems and Greens will be pretty happy with where things are so far. This is what it means in terms of councils changing hands. Labour are up 3 and the Conservatives are down 3, but this is the thing that'll be watched really closely by the main parties this morning. Look at that. The Conservative vote since 2021, when these seats were last contested, is down 14%. That is a big fall in the Tory vote. As you can see, Labour are making up some of that. The Lib Dems, the Greens and Reform are doing all right as well. I want to show you some particular results that I think are really interesting and give us a sense of what might be changing in England. Redditch was Conservative, is now Labour. Hartlepool, it was a hung council, no one was in overall control, it's now Labour. Thurrock, the same, was hung, is now Labour. Rushmore used to be Conservative and is now Labour. If you're a Tory waking up this morning and you want some comfort, you might be able to find it just in places like Harlow, where Labour had wanted to take the council there. But there aren't that many examples of places where the Conservatives will be properly heartened this morning. I'm going to come back to this one in a minute as well. Oldham. You'll notice it's now grey, which means there's no overall control. And it was Labour. We think there might be a particular reason for that. I'll come back to it in a couple of minutes. But let's have a look at some of those areas that I think start to illustrate the picture of the evening. Redditch. This is a bellwether seat. It's one of those areas that the parties look to see what might be happening across the country. Labour reckon that this is a really important result for it. If you look down the bottom here, you can probably just about see it. It's quite small writing. But since 2018, it's all blue. That means the Conservatives were in charge. Not anymore. Have a look at the result overnight. 21 seats for Labour to the Tories on 5. Labour are comfortably in control in Redditch now. There's a sign of what's changed. The Tories down 11. Labour are up 10. So that's a pretty big result for Labour. And so is this one in Hartlepool. Cast your mind back almost exactly 3 years. We were talking on BBC Breakfast about a really bad result for Labour in Hartlepool. A seat that they had held for years. The Tories had won it at a by-election. That was a sign that Labour were in a pretty bad place.
That's not the case anymore. Again, have a look. Labour have a pretty comfortable majority now in Hartlepool. The Conservatives are way behind on 6. This is the change overnight. Labour are up 8, the Conservatives are down 6. The Independents have lost a couple of seats there as well. So it's really interesting that both in Hartlepool and Redditch things have been going well. But Oldham, remember I was talking about a couple of minutes ago, this is a really interesting result because Oldham and Greater Manchester was one of the places where Labour did have control. It's red there. They don't anymore. And this is why Independents have done really well overnight. Have a look at the change. Labour have lost 5 seats and Independents have gained 7. Why? Well, one of the big issues on Oldham Council has been the war in Gaza. You might remember that a few months ago, some Labour councillors resigned over the issue. They are among, some of them anyway, the Independents who've taken seats from Labour overnight. So although the picture more broadly looks good for Labour, that's an area in Greater Manchester where I think there will be a bit cause for concern about what's happening to Labour's vote in areas where it normally does extremely well.
Nick, we should also talk about the by-election in Blackpool South as well, shouldn't we?
Absolutely. You're going to hear people like me obsessed today about what all of these results mean for a general election. Let's have a look at Blackpool South. Here it is. Labour won that by a big majority. Have a look there. Almost 11,000 votes for Labour's Chris Webb. The Conservatives, 7,600 votes behind. This is really interesting. Have a look at Reform, the successor to the Brexit Party. This is a big result for them because they've only just been beaten by the Conservatives in Blackpool. Reform will be really happy about that. The Tories will be really worried, but Labour are absolutely cock-a-hoop. Look at the percentages there, almost 60% of the vote for Labour. And look at the change. Labour's vote's up 21%. The Conservative vote is down by almost a third. When you speak to people like Richard Holden this morning, that's the sort of stuff that's really going to worry them. And the next slide is one that is a proper wow. It's one of these things you're going to see all day today. Look at that. That is a massive, massive swing from the Conservatives to Labour. 26%. That's the third biggest swing from the Tories to Labour since the Second World War.
Nick, thanks so much for taking us through all that. There are some remarkable statistics coming through. We'll speak soon.
Yes, and Nick mentioned Richard Holden. We can speak to him right now. Our first chance to speak to a member of the Conservative Party this morning, Cabinet Office Minister Richard Holden. Very good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. Do you want to give us an overall thought first?
Well, first of all, look, you know, we're coming off very high election results from 2021 when we gained seats in the local elections. Very unusual for a sitting government. Obviously, you know, my heart goes out to a lot of my Conservative colleagues who I've been campaigning with out across the country who've lost their seats overnight. And although we've only seen around a third of councils, a couple of the PCCs and none of the big mayoral contests yet. Obviously, there's some disappointing results so far. But also, you know, some areas like Fareham and Harlow where we've managed to hold Conservative councils. And up in Newcastle on Tyne, where we've finally got a Conservative councillor on there for the first time in 32 years. But you know, overall, a disappointing night for us. But you know, that's what you'd expect from parties in mid-term of government.
So let's look specifically at Blackpool South. You've used the word disappointing. You said it's the results you would have expected. Let's be clear to people just joining us this morning. The swing from the Conservative Party to the Labour Party is the third biggest since the Second World War. People were seeing Nick's statistics just a moment ago. How do you account for the scale of that loss?
Well, I think there's a few points to put very specifically about Blackpool South. And obviously, the circumstances of the individual by-election were not great. The fact that during the campaign, an MP in a neighbouring seat lost the Conservative whip was not very helpful either. And obviously, the fact that Reform, came up
is not good either for us, although it's quite clear from that result that all Reform voters, people vote for Reform, are doing helping the Labour Party in this instance. And we're seeing that reflected in other results across the country as well. And I think that's what I'd say about Blackpool. Obviously, our campaign team on the ground there, David Jones and some of those campaign guys, I was out with them a couple of times. They've done their very, very best in very, very difficult circumstances there.
It's very interesting, Richard Holden, if I may, it's very interesting hearing your rationale. The one thing people are not hearing you say is that voters do not like what we, the Conservative Party, are offering, which to many people would seem like a very reasonable conclusion. What do you think about that?
Well, what I'd say is that I think voters in Blackpool South, when we saw fewer votes for Labour than at the previous general election, I think there. I think we also have a situation where I think voters in Blackpool South do want to see us fulfil our pledge to stop the boats. We're only going to do that when our full Rwanda scheme takes off.
You're saying they wanted what you're offering, but they didn't vote for you.
I think what they want to see is they want to see us delivering on things like the Rwanda scheme, which obviously the Labour Party has opposed. In by-elections, there's all sorts of individual circumstances which come through. I think also in Blackpool South, nobody was coming up to me on the doorstep and saying, you know what, we don't like the triple lock on pensions, which were introduced in 2010 and have been carrying on for 14 years, which has helped protect pensioners all the way through and is going to be carried on by the next Conservative government. Nobody was coming up to me on the doorstep and saying, you know what, those cuts to national insurance tax, which is the double tax on jobs, that's not welcome. But what I think they want to see is more Conservative delivery on things like dealing with illegal migration. They want to see that deterrence.
Well, okay, I'm going to have to stop you there because very obviously, when we look at the fact is they didn't want to see the Conservative MP. I think you used the word a moment ago, a midterm election. We are just months away from a general election. Does this not pose questions for your party and Rishi Sunak personally in terms of his leadership? Is that going to be addressed in any way, shape or form? You're a Cabinet Office Minister. How will you address any of that?
No, look, what I would say, just to be clear, is that when people are voting in an individual by-election, they know they're not voting for the government of the country. That's why we often see turnouts much lower in by-elections than we see in a general election. So I don't think the read across is quite as you would have it, as you're portraying it there. I do think people want to see delivery from the government. I think they've started to see it. We've seen tax cuts starting to come through over the last few months after what's been a very difficult time where we've had to stand behind families with over £400 billion of support during the COVID pandemic, followed up by inflation linked to the war in Ukraine and obviously the war in the Middle East. We're now seeing that inflation come down. I think we're heading in the right direction now. But I think people rightly out there in the country want to see more delivery on the ground. But, I was in Blackpool South a couple of times during the campaign. There was no massive love for Keir Starmer and the Labour Party that I didn't see on the ground when I was there, which is probably why they didn't get as many votes as they did at the last general election in that constituency.
So if I can sum up what I'm hearing from you, Richard Holden, this morning, and you're the first senior member of the Conservative Party we've spoken to today, so it matters what you're saying. And tell me if I'm wrong about this. I'm summarising that having looked at what you describe as disappointing results, other people have put it more bluntly, that you're saying we carry on doing the same thing. Is that what you're saying?
I think people want to see us doing the delivery on a lot of these policy areas. One of the things which definitely annoyed people in Blackpool South was the fact that we've got illegal migration in the Channel. We've got a plan to deal with that. The flights will be going in the next 9 to 11 weeks there. It's quite clear that Labour have a very, very different approach to that. They want amnesty for anybody who can get to the UK. I don't think that's when it comes to a general election and people are thinking about the government of the country. I don't think that's what they'll be at the forefront of their mind. I think by-elections are different beasts. You've seen a 32% turnout in Blackpool South. I think that's reflective of a lot of the votes there. People know they're not choosing a new government. I think they are looking at what's happened locally with their previous MP, what's happened to their neighbouring MP as well. That's not ideal circumstances to fight by-election in. And I think people do want to see is actually getting on with the job. I think they want to see
so
lower
you've already
taxes,
said
they want
that.
to see
So I want
pensions.
to address something else specifically for me, if you will. Professor Sir Richard Curtis, Sir John Curtis, who was speaking to us earlier on the issue of reform, and he has spent the night looking specifically at what he can analyse so far, and he has seen a pattern where reform is standing in a council election, that they can analyse there has been a direct correlation between the fall in the Conservative vote and the gain in reform. Now, how seriously are you taking that?
Look, I think when it comes to voters who are frustrated, and I've met many of them over the last few months about us not having moved as fast as they'd like to on issues like deporting illegal migrants, I have a huge sympathy with people who have those views. I think it's quite clear, as you can see in Blackpool and other resorts, we've seen it previously in places like Kingswood, where we had the by-election there, that a vote for reform just helps Labour. There is that direct correlation. It is important, but in a general election context, when people know the government of the country's at stake, and when we've had a few more months to hopefully deliver some of those on those issues that people are very concerned about, and rightly so.
One last thought from you, if I may, Mr. Holden. One last thought: is Rishi Sunak safe as your party leader and Prime Minister?
No, absolutely. And I think the crucial thing on this is that these are local election results coming off a very high watermark in 2021, where councils like Durham, where I represent, was lost by Labour for the first time in 102 years. These are coming off very exceptional results. We've still got a long way to go, but the Prime Minister is actually in a very strong position and within the party. And we've got the right policies going forward. We're cutting taxes for working people, protecting people who've worked hard all their lives with our pensions triple lock, and we're, unlike the Labour Party, tackling those big issues around illegal immigration and asylum.
We appreciate your time this morning, Richard Holden. Thank you very much. Richard Holden is Cabinet Office Minister. And for us this morning, what are we, an hour and 3/4 into our coverage of the election results, the first senior Conservative to speak to us this morning. So we're going to carry on giving you a picture, of course, of the results as they come in.
Now, the results aren't expected, all the results aren't expected to be declared until late tomorrow evening. So if you want to follow the results, you can. For reaction, analysis, for the councils, the mayoral and police and crime commissioner elections on BBC News. You can find that online, on the app, on BBC TV, radio, and of course, podcasts.
7:48. Mike, whisk us away from results and take us to some other results.
It was going to be a special night for Aston Villa, but it all went wrong in the presence of royalty as well. Prince William, Prince of Wales, was there, big Aston Villa fan. But yeah, the players left scratching their heads as their European dream fades. It's not over, of course. Good morning. Aston Villa had high hopes of a first European final in 42 years. That dream got a bit of a reality check as they were stunned by Greek side Olympiacos. This was just the first leg of their Europa Conference League semi-final, but they lost it 4-2 at Villa Park. Joe Wilson was watching.
At Villa Park, they wanted to create a dramatic occasion. Well, they got one, but the football was beyond anyone's control. Ayoub El-Kabi's hat-trick for Olympiacos began with an onside goal, proved by VAR. Still, Villa tried to play the offside game. Once more, they were punished. If Unai Emery felt the tie was slipping away, Ollie Watkins responded with precision. 2-1 at half-time. King of finishes. Prince of Wales. Could Moussa Diaby score from there? Yeah, 2-2. Villa had the initiative, then lost it. Douglas Luiz raised his arm in a way that enabled the referee to say penalty. And here comes 3-2. Villa's luck, watch it fly from Konza's back into the net. 4-2. Some clumsy defending then gave Villa another chance, a penalty. Douglas Luiz, after lengthy delay, after picking his spot, he missed it. Everything that could have gone wrong basically did, was the verdict of Villa's captain. After a night of frustrations, one thing is still certain. There is a second leg. And as hard as it may seem for Aston Villa, now is not the time to slow down. Joe Wilson, BBC News, at Villa Park.
But some comfort for Aston Villa. Their chances of finishing in the top 4 of the Premier League actually got a big boost last night because Tottenham lost 2-0 against London rivals Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Yeah, the Spurs manager says his team has lost belief and conviction. You can see maybe what he means is 2 defenders trying to get to the ball quickest to the rebound, but Nicholas Jackson it was who popped up to hit him. That was Chelsea's second goal. It leaves Spurs 7 points behind Villa with just 1 game in hand. Spurs defeat also means Liverpool are now guaranteed Champions League football next season. Chelsea, though, they're now eyeing a top 6 finish, trying to catch Manchester United in that spot at the moment. Now, it can't have been easy for the last 4 players at the World Snooker Championship to get much sleep last night with both semi-finals at the Crucible neck and neck. It's all to play for. Jack Jones, well, he went 3 frames to 0 down before fighting back against the former champion Stuart Bingham. So they'll return to the table this afternoon with a match balanced at 4-all. And Kyron Wilson is also level with David Gilbert in the other semi-final. They'll resume at 10 o'clock this morning with the score in that one also tied at 4 frames all. What a great night it was in Rugby League for Wigan Warriors, who've climbed above Catalans Dragons in the Super League table, beating them 30 points to 8 last night. Yeah, the defending champions scored 5 tries with Abbas Miskis, 6th of the season, really putting the icing on the cake. So Wigan are second, only behind St Helens now on points difference. Now, the teenage dart star Luke Littler might be top of the Premier League standings, but he certainly doesn't think he's the best player in the world. The stats would say otherwise at the moment, because Littler had already done enough to secure a playoff place in the competition before, well, he continued his winning streak last night with a 6-4 victory over Rob Cross in Aberdeen. Littler, now 17 years old, is 8 points clear of World Champion Luke Humphries in the table, so he's well placed to still top spot with just 2 weeks left in the regular season before the big showdown, the top 4 playing the final playoffs in London. That is later this month. We've got a party going there. There we go. That's all for that.
Looks like great fun. Thanks, Mike.
So 7:52 the time now. We will explain why there are pictures of orangutan behind us. I said that strangely there, orangutan. So we know as human beings that reaching for some medicinal cream in the first aid kit to treat an injury is pretty common for us, but maybe not so common in the animal community.
Although we're perhaps wrong not to be so surprised when they do it. For the first time, scientists in Indonesia had seen a wild orangutan treating a wound on his cheek, and he was applying paste from a medicinal plant. Our reporter Georgina Ranard has more.
This is Rakus. He's just been injured, probably after fighting with other male orangutans. Now he's preparing to do something we are all familiar with, trying to heal a wound. That's what scientists in Indonesia believe he was doing when they saw him putting medicinal leaves on his injury.
He was eating on it for 30 minutes and then repeatedly applied the plant juice from his mouth directly onto the wound. This looked similar to a wound plaster that healed also quite fast, so within a couple of days it was already fully closed.
A month later, the injury was completely gone. Scientists had never before seen a wild animal apparently healing its own wound. It's another sign of how close we are to great apes.
We humans, we treat our wounds, but also forms of active wound treatment can be found in the African great apes. It's possible that our last common ancestor already showed similar ointment behavior.
And maybe Rakus isn't alone. Now scientists will be watching other orangutans to see if they share his healing powers. Georgina Ranard, BBC News.
Let's talk to Craig Trevethick, who is an ape specialist from Twycross Zoo. Oh, Craig, who have you got? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm delighted that you've joined us, but please can you introduce us to your friend behind you?
So right behind me is Bazuki. He's a young male orangutan, and just in the background as well is his mother Malaku.
Brilliant. What's their morning routine this morning? You know, how have they begun the day?
So we usually begin by giving them a visual health check, and then we feed them their breakfast. And so they're pretty much just having their little bit of breakfast now. And they may have just popped back inside, but they may be back out again.
Oh, okay. I will talk to you about what we said we would talk to you about as well, but we cannot resist an orangutan, obviously. This observation by these scientists in Indonesia, how significant is it? And I just wonder if, I suppose the animals where you are would have been treated by veterinary specialists anyway, so you wouldn't need that kind of self-administration, administering of medicine. But how exciting is this news?
It is actually really unprecedented, the fact that we've actually seen this in a wild orang. So as you mentioned, in captivity, if they was to have any type of wound, we would apply topical treatment to it. So in the wild, it has been observed that they will eat medicinal plants if they've got an upset stomach. But the fact that they're actually using it in such a different way now and to apply it to a wound is just completely and utterly unprecedented. And we've not actually seen it in any wild animal, let alone in the great apes.
I'm awake and I wanna keep on rolling, okay.
Yeah, so they are very, very intelligent.
All right, up one, yeah, one cut. Here we go, one side. Come on.
Great apes, they tend to be a little bit more patient and a little bit more determined, especially when it comes to problem solving compared to the other great apes.
It's so interesting. So, I mean, we're talking about them administering themselves. What have you witnessed them? You know, what have you witnessed seeing them do? Because you get periods of time which we don't, obviously, even members of the public don't, to see them over a period of time. What have you witnessed that has been amazing?
So they are very good at problem solving. So an orangutan will pretty much sit and wait, and we will provide them with enrichment. So we will do a lot of puzzle-based enrichment to improve their cognitive abilities. And we'll see they actually will fashion tools to actually get the rewards that we put in for them. And so not only will they actually use tools, which is actually quite an intelligent behavior, but the fact that they will actually make their own tools to then use those tools to actually get their rewards. So we will do that almost on a daily basis, but we'll try to challenge them with all the different types of enrichment we have. So, for example, in the wild, orangutans probably wouldn't use stone-based enrichment, but in here they will find little bits of stones and they'll fashion sticks, and they'll use those sticks then to maybe cook food that we'll put around the enclosure in hard-to-reach places.
Wow! So I'm looking to your left now. Is he peeping out?
That's mum, I think.
Yeah, so that's our female orang now. So she's having a quick look. So she's probably got a little bit of her breakfast still left outside. So she's probably looking to see if there's anything left.
She was actually just kind of she was holding the flap of the door open, just checking out what's going on.
Yeah, so she's basically having a look to see if there's any more breakfast for her. I think she may have cleared it all out now.
Are they still quite shy, even though they're obviously in captivity? Are they still quite shy? Because obviously you're standing there, and we can see in the reflection, actually, our technical team, which is filming you as well, you know, their shadows. And if they see people they're not used to, will they just kind of stay away?
Yeah, so they can be. So obviously they see the keepers every day, so they're used to us being around. Sometimes if they see cameras, they might be a little bit shy. But usually with keepers, they're quite good. Usually large crowds can sometimes, they might stay away a little bit. But all in all, they actually are quite sociable.
Craig, it's been lovely talking to you. Oh, look, I think they're going to peek out. Are we going to get one last appearance?
Possibly. No. I think she's debating it.
She's debating. Okay, I'll leave her in peace. Craig, it's been so good to talk to you. Craig Trebethick, Senior Gatekeeper at Twycross Zoo. Thank you.
As the door closes, you know what's going to happen? We look at that camera.
Well, she'll be there.
Straight out, right in front of the cameras. Time now to get the news, travel, and the weather.
Hello, I'm Anjana Gadgil with the news in the South. Labour says its victory over the Conservatives in Rushmore in Hampshire is truly historic. The council runs services in Aldershot and Farnborough. The Conservatives lost 8 seats, with 7 going to Labour and 1 to the Lib Dems. None of our other local councils that counted votes overnight have changed hands. And you can find the breakdown of results where you are by putting in your postcode on the BBC News website, as you can see on your screen. And there's also analysis and reaction throughout the morning on your BBC local radio station and on BBC Sounds. In other news, a Basingstoke man's been charged with murder after a fatal stabbing on Monday. Officers were called to Braddock Court. The victim, a man in his 40s who's not yet been named, was pronounced dead. Samuel DeWolf from Winterthur Way is due before magistrates later this morning. Southampton's newest cruise liner will set off on its maiden voyage today. Cunard's Queen Anne is
Good morning, Cloud King. I'll tell you what, let me see now. I think it's the law from 8:30 until 11. Or was it 8 until 11? I'm trying to think now. Good morning. 10 Downing Street. Oh my God.
They say will shape the political landscape in the run-up to the general election.
Take that. The group becomes the latest act to move gigs away from the troubled co-op arena.
That's great. Yeah, take that and go to bloody oldies instead.
In North Yorkshire, but the recent rainy weather.
That's great.
Many people are not choosing a UK holiday.
It's pretty fucked up, isn't it? I mean.
And good morning. It's a fairly grey day for many of us. We've got some outbreaks of rain around, but the best of the sunshine will be across Scotland and later for southern England. I'll bring you the details for today and for the bank holiday weekend coming up.
Good morning. It's Friday, the 3rd of May. Now, Labour has won the Blackpool South by-election with a convincing majority. The Conservatives came second after previously holding the seat until the party's MP resigned after a lobbying scandal. The Reform Party came close third.
First wave of results for the local elections in parts of England has also started to come through the night.
I will go in 25 minutes.
Lost council seats.
Because that'll be 11 hours and 55 minutes, which is nearly all the time the same, man. If I do 15 hours, it'll end at 11 hours and 55 minutes for some reason.
Blackpool South, a little before 5 a.m, and a decisive Labour victory. They were confident of emerging winners in the by-election, but this was emphatic.
They have said to Rishi Sunak and to the Conservatives, they've had enough. They've had enough for 14 years of the Conservatives being in power. They have lost trust of the British people, and Blackpool has had enough of this failed government.
The Conservatives, who had held the seat, were beaten into second place, but the shock for Tories will be that Reform very nearly pushed them into third.
They didn't get Brexit done properly. They didn't cut immigration. And people are tired and sick and tired of the Tory incompetence and lies. We're done with it. We're done with the Tories.
We're done with that. We're done with it. That's it. We're done with it. We're done with it. Oh, yeah. We're done with it. We're done with it. Oh, yeah.
The Conservatives lost 6 councillors here. Labour in charge again. The win is symbolic for them, clawing back lost ground.
Today, Thomas William Labour Party 806.
In Rushmore in Hampshire, Labour have taken control directly from the Conservatives. Boundary changes helped here, but it's also been gaining wards from Tories. Mounting losses, an unwelcome sight for the Conservative minister at the count. And in North East Lincolnshire, more Labour cheer.
Wow.
Conservatives lost control of the council here. Grimsby is exactly the sort of place Labour will hope to win back at the general election.
Sadly, in local elections, they tend to mirror the polls at national level, and clearly it's a statement of the obvious, we're far behind in the polls nationally, and people follow through at local level.
But there are warning signs for Labour too. In Oldham, Labour lost control of the council. In areas with substantial numbers of Muslim voters, it's shed support, losing wards. And elsewhere, the Greens have been picking up votes, often at Labour's expense.
I used them in section units for a little while.
Government and the way they've run this country into the ground.
And one of them I was actually all the time, you know,
by
it was crazy.
the
Yeah.
Labour Party is offering.
In Stockport, where they processed the votes in a car park, Liberal Democrats won a couple of wards from Labour, modest advances. But the battlegrounds they care about most are yet to start tallying.
We're expecting to see gains, we're expecting to see good progress, but specifically in the areas where we hope to win parliamentary seats. And I do hereby declare that Carol Ann Shevlin May is duly elected.
So the picture emerging is one of Labour chalking up gains, Conservatives slipping back, and smaller parties winning support from both of them. David Grammaticus, BBC News.
Let's take a closer look at the result breakdown in the Blackpool South
stop making them.
election. Labour's Chris Webb won 10,825 votes, a majority of 7,607. Conservative David Jones came second with 3,218 votes, and that's just 117 ahead of Reform UK's Mark Butcher.
So let's break those
chicken
numbers
soup,
down a bit further.
a cup of soup. Right? I've got no food in my cupboard, nothing. Some cup of soups, and I'm going to go into Eastleigh today.
The Labour vote rose by 20.
I'm going to give some prices to H&T pawnbrokers. But they're like bags. They're bags.
26% swing, there it is, was the third biggest from the Conservatives
Where the
to
fuck are
Labour
they?
at a by-election since the Second World War. Our political correspondent Helen Catt has been following events in Blackpool.
Look, it was pretty obvious from the moment we arrived last night that it was going to be Labour who was going to win this seat. But when you look at those numbers that you've just described, what it shows is the Conservatives being squeezed on both sides. As you said, their votes dropped by about 30%. A lot of that seems to have gone to Labour on that big swing, but about a third of it on those numbers seems to have gone to Reform. So it's the fact that they are losing votes in both directions, I think, is going to be a concern. And while the Conservatives avoided what would have been a complete nightmare scenario for them of being pushed into third by Reform, they only did that by that tiny margin, about 100 or so votes. And I think that, too, is likely to cause jitters and concerns among some Conservative MPs looking at those bare numbers this morning. Now, we have heard from a Conservative spokesman this morning who said that it was always going to be a difficult election for them, given the specific circumstances related to the previous incumbents. Labour, though, Sir Keir Starmer, calling this a seismic victory for them, and they're suggesting that this is the most important result of the night.
Helen Catt there for us, reporting from Blackpool.
So, 110 councils are holding elections in England. Counting will continue into the weekend. It's going to take a while, this one. Friday, probably Saturday, later in the day before we know the full results. But let's see what we know so far. So this is just going back a short time ago. Results coming in still all the time. Labour had gained 52 councillors, while the Conservatives had lost 122.
Now, the Liberal Democrats have seen gains so far of 18 councillors. Both the Green and Independent candidates have also seen the number of council seats they hold increase. So, our political correspondent, Alex Forsyth, is with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Does it feel like the middle of the night still?
Yeah, a little bit. I still feel like, this is always a bit of like Christmas morning for political correspondents, so it gives you the buzz you need to get through.
The great thing about having you on the sofa is, as well as hearing all this stuff face to face, is we get little insights that we don't get. We were asking you about your WhatsApp messages on your phone. Anything changed since the last time we spoke?
Not hugely. So far, as you might expect, you've had quite a lot of kind of "we're so happy" messages from Labour, pointing to all the places they've done well, and the Conservatives pointing to just the one or two councils where they can say, we've done okay. But overall, it doesn't change what's still a really bleak picture for the Conservatives after all that patchwork of results has come in so far. With, as you were saying, Charlie, the caveat, there's still quite a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's looking bleak, though.
With the local elections, the council elections, I suppose one of the realities, people know where they live, don't they? They know their immediate surroundings and the issues and may well have voted in those places. Don't necessarily know other places in the country. It gets quite geographically complicated. But you're highlighting a few places, aren't you, that kind of illustrate things
sort of more widely?
Yeah, because the thing with these set of elections, you've got to remember what people are actually deciding is who's going to run local services in their area. And that in and of itself is really important. But what we also can read into them is the kind of national political mood. And I think for the parties, what really matters is where they might be winning or losing, because that can tell us a little bit about how they might perform in a general election, which is hurtling towards us. So I think for Labour, one of the big wins of the night was in Hartlepool on the North East Coast, because if you remember, that was part of the area where the Conservatives really kind of encroached on Labour heartland territory just a few years ago. And now Labour are winning ground there again. So they've taken control of Hartlepool Council. That was a really symbolic victory for Labour. And I think we can have a listen to what the Labour leader of Hartlepool Council said about it.
We had quite a difficult time in Hartlepool going back a few years, where we actually then dropped to 6 councillors in the Labour Party, in the Labour group. And we've risen up over the years, bit by bit, and got back to actually, I think, making people realise that we are to be trusted and that we can do the job that we are now going to be doing.
So you can see the Labour are pretty pleased with that Hartlepool win, but just a couple of other places that are worth mentioning for Labour where they've done well. There was Redditch in Worcestershire. That's a big council for them that they took directly from the Conservatives. That's the kind of place they want to win at the general election, so that's quite important. But the one that was a bit more of a surprise, I think, for Labour was Rushmore, which is in Hampshire, which covers Andover, which is a real kind of, Conservative territory. Now, you would think that that wouldn't have turned Labour. It did. So Labour are really quite chuffed with that one. But it wasn't all plain sailing for Labour, because Oldham in Greater Manchester, they actually lost control of that council. And that is one of the areas where there's been quite a lot of dissent in the party over its stance on the war in Gaza.
Yeah, I'm going to go and get
We can hear a little bit
some Poundland.
from the former Labour leader of Oldham Council.
And I'll get some chicken chow mein and Sainsbury's.
For the last 5-6 years, we've had some really toxic.
And I'm going to put one, not my necklace, my ring. I'll put it in for £100 and I'll get it back out on Tuesday.
Politics. And that's a reality, and that's something that we have to address going forward.
I've only got about 60 quid left, that's it. I've been buying loads of Temu stuff, to give away. It's crazy, really, but I mean, it's all right, it's fine.
Does have an impact.
It's a good idea, really, because I mean, I get paid higher benefits because they say I'm psychopathic and fucking schizophrenic, bipolar, and schizoaffective and fucking unwell playing music. So it's a load of bollocks. We know that already. But let them pay me, and I'll just buy the kids a load of fucking bits from Temu. Like I said, I've got 2 big fucking bags like this, and I've got loads of stuff all bagged up and everything. All I want to do now is wait for the ink to come. And then I'm going to be doing the comedy pictures I do, which is Dr. Habit, and also a black and white picture. It's quite a funny picture, really.
Yeah, what you really see from this set of
so I'll be
elections
putting all that again and putting it in all the bags.
Can and are having on the bigger parties. And you're completely right. Labour is being squeezed by the Green Party in some areas, as well as independents who are standing on that particular issue about the party stance.
So I might actually leave it until tomorrow. And get, well, I've got to get some pictures. So,
set of elections, but where they
but do you know what? If you get it on Deliveroo, right?
They did pretty well.
It's $3.25 in the fucking Sainsbury's store, right? But if you get it on Deliveroo, it's £4.25. I think it is. I'm sure it's because I fucking.
Labour and some places
it was up in price. It was like it went up.
Reform UK. So I think the kind of takeaway from tonight, knowing there's still more results to come in, which could shape the picture or shape the mood in the parties. But I think the takeaway so far is this is pretty bleak for the Conservatives. Labour have done well,
£60
but not
in my
a few
bank.
problems.
That's it.
And for some of the smaller parties, we're going to get some key results this afternoon that are really worth watching.
Alex, thank you.
Thanks, Alex. See you later. 14 minutes past 8 is the time. Let's talk to our chief political correspondent, Henry Zethman, who's still raining, Henry, still raining. It was brighter this morning. Okay, how are you viewing what's going on? I pretty much think that we haven't heard too much in terms of having seen a Conservative minister on this morning, but we haven't heard anything from higher up the chain. What do you think the mood will be like behind you?
Really bleak, like this weather. I think they are digesting what has been a really bad night for the Conservative Party. Of course, there's more results still to come, but if the picture across the weekend is is anything like it's been overnight, then that spells electoral doom for the Conservative Party. This was meant to be the year in which the polls narrowed, in which Rishi Sunak closed the gap as the economy improved. That simply hasn't happened. On last night's evidence, lots of people in lots of different parts of England are frustrated with the Conservative Party and are giving their votes to various parties, but in particular, the Labour Party instead. So if you're behind me, a Conservative strategist thinking about your prospects at the coming general election, the looming general election, well, those prospects, as it stands, aren't very good.
Is Rishi Sunak safe as your party leader and Prime Minister?
No, absolutely. And I think the crucial thing on this is that these are local election results coming off a very high watermark in 2021, where councils like Durham, where I represent, was lost by Labour for the first time in 102 years. These are coming off very exceptional results. We've still got a long way to go, but the Prime Minister is actually in a very strong position and within the party.
You can hear there some of the debate that's going to play out in the Conservative Party, some of the defences you're going to get from
They don't play parties, do they? Come on, let's party.
Why Conservative MPs should keep the faith, trust the process, if you will, stick and not twist. But it is going to be a tricky argument to make because these are really bad results. Now, since we last spoke, some Conservative MPs have started replying to my messages asking how they are taking these results. And several of them, including ministers, are saying that all of their attention now is on two crucial mayoral elections. One in the Tees Valley, where we'll get the result today, another in the West Midlands, where we'll get the result tomorrow. Now, elections experts think there's not a lot of read across from those to a potential general election, but Conservative MPs clearly psychologically are focusing on those. They want a victory. Rishi Sunak needs two victories.
Henry, thanks so much. Henry Zephyr now, chief political correspondent. Pathetic fallacy when the weather reflects the mood.
It is worth saying that at 17 minutes past 8, as Alex was pointing out,
You've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
We are
Oh my
only
God, that's
just
crazy.
beginning, really, the process of these election results. We'll cover what we have so far today. They will come in throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow as well. We'll be speaking to all the parties across that period of time to make sure you hear from all of those involved in the elections.
And if you want to keep a closer eye on what's going on, you can follow all the
Do you reckon
results,
it's gonna be a hot
reactions,
day today, then?
analysis for those councils, mayoral, police and crime commission elections on BBC News online, bbc.co.uk/news. You've got the BBC app, you've got radio, you've got television, of course, and
Yeah, I'll be getting lattes.
BBC.
Lattes, 75 pence from the pound
Let's take
shop.
a look at the weather with Sarah. We saw, didn't we, earlier on? I don't know if you saw those pictures, Sarah. Blackpool, the tower shrouded in mist. It looked pretty gloomy. That picture behind you suggesting something else altogether.
Yeah, it's a bit of mixed fortunes out there first thing this morning. Yeah, good morning. I'll take you to Corfe Castle here in Dorset. So a beautiful carpet of bluebells there. But yes, we have got a lot of clouds sitting in the skies there, but it's dry towards the far south. Not the same picture for all of us today. We have got a lot of thick, low cloud, mist and murk to start the day. And it's not going to be as warm as it was yesterday for most of us. So yesterday was the warmest day of the year in all four nations. Santon Downham in Suffolk got to 23.4 degrees yesterday, but today it's only going to be about 13, so about 10 degrees cooler where you have got the cloud. But parts of Scotland, west of Scotland in particular, are going to keep the warmth. So the best of the sunshine is across much of Scotland. For southern Scotland, though, Northern Ireland, 1 or 2 showers. Further south across England and Wales, lots of that low cloud, some outbreaks of rain and some thunderstorms moving in towards the east. I think it will brighten up anyway, really to the south of the M4 corridor. You should see some sunshine, but temperatures only about 12
Oh,
to
yeah,
14 over the cloud line.
Bank holidays, it
2
really.
degrees possible across the
That's
northwest
mad.
of Scotland. Through this evening and tonight, we've still got
Yeah, I'll go and
slow
pawn a
moving
ring.
area of cloud
And then I'll get
today.
some money up
Lifting a
together.
little bit further
I'll do
north,
some
could be
shopping.
some mist and some fog patches
I'll
to the
get
south
8
as
of
well.
those at
So I think
£3.25
a
each.
mild frost-free start for
That's
most
pretty
of us
good.
with that
Our
cloud
chicken
around.
chow mein,
This
lovely,
weather front
really,
tomorrow, again,
really
pretty
nice,
slow
honestly.
moving. It will tend to start to peter out, but we'll see some cloudy conditions generally across the north and the northwest. Some brighter skies develop in the south tomorrow with a few showers and top temperatures for most of us around 12 to 17 degrees. Nagra and Charlie.
Thanks, Sarah.
It's 20 minutes past 6. So Take That's become the latest act to move concerts from
That's
the
great.
Cop
Take
Live
that with
Arena,
that.
which has paused holding events because of technical issues.
Its rival, the AO Arena, will now host the band's 5 upcoming Manchester dates, as well as a gig by the US rapper Boogie with a Hoodie. Our reporter Graham Satchel has more.
Take That, the latest band to cancel their gig at the New Co-op Live Arena in Manchester. Their shows next week will be staged at a rival venue instead.
I think everybody in Manchester really has been excited for it, and then when something like this happens, and it's just such a letdown, really.
The Co-op Arena is meant to be one of the best music venues in the world. So far,
Yeah, well, that's
it's
what I
left
mean.
the streets
Well,
of Manchester echoing
why
with
did you chuck me out of the
disappointment,
bloody
anger,
shop?
and frustration.
Come on, tell me.
Security guys just
You
come
chucked
over
me
and
out of the
shows
fucking
us.
shop.
He's like,
You threatened me.
yeah.
You said it's private.
Everyone thought
You
he
said I
was
could
joking,
trespass and then I could go to jail. This is the cop shop against me, the disabled man.
Crying and everyone's still upset.
With lower backache, yeah. And I'm half blind. And I've got a hernia. My stomach's terrible.
Shows by the comedian Peter
Yeah.
Kay and US rock band
I don't think I'm psychopathic at all. I don't think I'm schizophrenic or schizoaffective or unwell playing music. I mean, I'm very clever at what I do. You know what I mean? I'm in tune, I'm on time, I'm fucking everything's on the ball, everything's running smoothly like a Rolls Royce engine. Yeah, because that's my boss, he told me that.
Plagued by technical and safety issues. It's rapidly becoming a problem for the reputation of Manchester itself.
Well, Manchester is taking some flack over this as well. We want to be seen as a modern progressive city.
Goodbye, cop. Goodbye forever.
In this way is becoming embarrassing.
Co-op Live's owners have apologised for the disruption and say the venue will be taking what it calls a short pause.
Yeah, we're going to section you.
The 14th of May.
That's what we're going to do.
Liam Gallagher, the former Oasis,
Because you're horrible.
who's scheduled to play the Co-op Arena in June, joked on social media he'd gig in Lidl if the venue was.
Littles, yeah, come on, Littles. Yeah, you look after my little brother. He's on the tills, isn't he? Eh? Yeah, he is. He's in Taunton. Yeah, he is. Littles. And he's got a little dog, and he's got a nice little girlfriend and all that. Everything's running along smoothly like a Rolls Royce engine. Yeah, but not for me though. I mean, I'm getting thrown out of the cop shop. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, what am I supposed to say or do about that? I mean, what the fuck?
What was it going to do for business and tourism, hospitality?
The first thing to say is that this was a big vote of confidence for Manchester, right? It was confirmation that Manchester is open for business. It's a city there where businesses can come in and invest. This is foreign direct investment because it's coming from abroad as well. So all of that was fantastic. It was going to provide a whole lot of economic returns.
Yeah, they got the Littles. That's great. Excellent.
Have a fun day out. Things are clearly not.
Or they could have gone to Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's is pretty cool. I remember Sainsbury's since I was a kid. When I was a nipper and all that, I was like 15, I think.
Yeah, there's
at Sainsbury's with my partner.
I mean, you've had massive acts. Olivia Rodrigo this week was supposed to be performing tonight and tomorrow. We've had other acts, Peter Kay, who's kind of postponed and is probably more flexible. We've got Take That, lots of acts. And we just heard that Barry Manilow has booked 2 arenas.
That's right. So
He's got
Barry
backup.
Manilow due to play on the May 19th.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he has just announced that as a backup, he has booked the AO Arena.
I mean,
It's a bit complicated, isn't it? Indeed. I mean, this is not the start that anybody would have wished. This is
Yeah, well, I've got to last until Monday night and then I'll get my money. I'll get paid.
That's absolutely clear, and we can't defend the indefensible. I don't think the venue owners and managers have sort of covered themselves in glory. And for
Why
all
do
of
you
the
say
things, because there have been delays. I think there have been cancellations. There was, it was like promises made and then unpromised, again made and then unmade. That's not great news at all.
Harry, pick up on, there's a lot of anger around this. As Suba was suggesting, is about how this has been handled. Take us through some of the basics of your rights. So, say, for example, let me give you a sample person. This weekend, you booked a room, you spent some money on a train ticket, all to come to Manchester to spend money
and you bought your ticket. Now, the ticket part, I guess, is the easy bit. You get an automatic refund. What about all the other costs?
Yeah, so the ticket, as you said, automatic refund, or you can use that ticket on the next date if it has been postponed. If that doesn't work, you can get a refund. Now, there is one caveat to that, is that people who bought a ticket for a reseller, they bought it kind of basically second-hand, they might not be able to get a refund if they can't make that new date. And they should challenge wherever they bought the ticket from on that.
I bought
So things like hotels for your
what did I buy?
train tickets. Really, you're in a difficult situation, and
I've
that's why
got
we
his name
should
now.
try a kind of multi-pronged approach here. You could claim on your travel
There
insurance
was
if you've got an
what
annual
was her
travel
name?
insurance, you may
Tanya.
well just be able to
Tanya,
claim
yeah, and Charlotte, that's right. And Tanya, well, I got her a ticket. Ed Sheeran, that's it. I said, "Here's a ticket for you, right?" So you can go to Bournemouth and have a good time and all that. And she didn't want to go because she wanted to go as a group and have probably 3 or 4 friends with her. And then, like I say, but I mean, all I could get my hands on was one ticket. So I actually went down to Bournemouth and I sold it out the entrance, where it was being played. Yeah, I went there and sold it. But it was quite funny, really, because all the people selling the tickets were pissed off because I turned up and I was like, ticket! Yeah, it's crazy. I sold it.
That's worth trying as well.
So say the concert ticket costs, I mean,
It's outrageous, isn't it?
£150,
Tickets outrageous,
so more than
isn't it?
£100. Paid with it by credit card, but then you booked a hotel room, say for £60.
They were in
and you had
Bournemouth
£50
and
rating
they
it.
were
So
pissed
two
off. I
items
was
less
like,
than
oh my God, man, come
you
on.
would still be covered by your credit card.
Quite possibly, yes. So those associated costs could well be covered. And again, it's something that people try. It's not going to be 100% successful, but it's worth one of the things you should do. But also just contacting the venue, because it looks like Co-op may well be, looking at Oak View are looking to compensate people. So
Yeah, you can compensate me, you motherfuckers.
and really push your case, because this is
Co-op
a
shop,
failure
they
from that point of
fucking
view,
dominated
and they
me.
may well be
They
able to refund
told me to
it.
get out of the
Because I
shop
think it's
and
something
don't
you shouldn't be
trespass.
left out of pocket
Otherwise,
for
I'm going to go to jail.
Did you say there are indications?
In a letter, I shared it everywhere.
What do you mean by that?
Their last statement said that they were looking at making
It's been
sure there'd be
horrible.
support
I mean, what the fuck? I mean,
for the people who had their tickets cancelled.
I'll give her
It's
2
a
cups.
very
They owe me
short
60
statement
quid
at
for
this
2
point,
cups,
but
right?
I think this has been such a
like
terrible
I
PR
say,
situation.
I had a
They
picture of
should be doing
the
right by
post
their
office
customers,
probably
just like,
20 years ago,
I think
right?
Kira, the consumer, Barry Mountlow,
And
put
she
no
was in it,
protections
the
place
fat
for
cow
his
in there, right?
fans. This venue needs to put in
and
protections for the people who can let down.
well, I think she complained about it and all that.
Yeah,
And
that's
fucking
that's a
give me all
new
this
move. As far as I'm
trespass
concerned,
bullshit. I mean, what the fuck?
He should be cover Star of Witch from now on, I think.
I bet he will be.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can't rely on people like Barry Manilow to do the backup,
absolutely
backup
not.
booking.
Absolutely not. And there is also the other economic fallout for the businesses, right?
They don't try and get me on that very
Manchester,
rave situation with Co-op. I mean, because they're taking a piss. The Royal Rave was not interested.
And then they would probably want to travel
No,
to the
he's
venue.
not going there. I'll go to Aldi because I'll probably meet my brother.
That is business
Because
loss.
Russell
That is
Boyd,
an economic fallout for the city, and there is no denying that.
he's in
So one
Lidl's,
hopes that
he's
in
on
the
the
long
sales.
term, these things will get sorted out. And the promises that were
He's a
made
bossy
when this
little
venue was
motherfucker. I
actually
need to get my phone taken off me, so I am
would
annoyed
be
with him.
realised.
Harry Kind, from which thank you so much. Subramaniam, Cushion and Harry Harrow, Head of Research at Manchester Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
8:28, and
Oh, I'll go.
another little entertainment news that's come into
8:28.
the last few minutes.
See ya.
Confirming the last episode of Gavin and Stacey will be shown